This is summoning insight. That's right. Just keeping it nice and loose in the morning, starting it going. Obviously, the regions are all going to the playoffs, Yamato. And we'll just start with, because we always neglect LEC. By the way, there's an obvious reason why. I do a whole LEC show. So I try not to go too deep in all the weeds. I just do the big topics on this show. But to be fair, the way we do that show is because there's like a week off. I didn't actually do a show last week. There'll be a show this upcoming week, which will preview the playoffs and wrap up the group stage. So technically, I haven't given any LEC opinions. And if people don't know, the actual timing of when we recorded last week's episode was during that time period, because obviously they only played on Monday and Tuesday, bizarrely, last week. Even though, by the way, let's just start there, Yamato. Am I the only one who still doesn't get what's going on with scheduling in League of Legends, bro? Because this happened in both LTA and LEC now. So here's how it went during the split, Yamato. For most of the split, LEC played Saturday, Sunday, Monday, right? Then, bizarrely, on the last week, it's just Monday and Tuesday. So if you were a normal fan, by the way, and the reason why I say a normal fan, Yamato, is I live esports. Every day I'm seeing esports, and even I get thrown off by this stuff. I can't even imagine what you're doing if you're a normal fan. Then LTA, I think people know where I'm going with this one. LTA was Saturday and Sunday. That's all it ever was. It was Saturday and Sunday. Now their playoffs is on like Friday or something, mate. Like, what is going on? Like, am I missing something? I thought here's what I don't get. I thought the whole point of Western League of Legends is they don't want it to be like LPL and LCK. People don't know LPL players almost, I think it's every single day. I think collectively it's just every day between the two groups, especially when they had that format. And I'm not sure for the playoffs, but it'll be every day or every other day at least. LCK is classic. I think LCK is maybe like 3 days a week. No, I think it's 4. I think it's 4 days a week, isn't it? Isn't
It's
it just
2 days
Wednesday
off,
to the
pretty
end?
much. So it's 2 days off, Monday, Tuesday, pretty much.
So, like, even though there's more days, there's also like a logic to when these are. Like, what's going on with these leagues, bro? I feel like for both of those, I feel like you could easily just miss the games. Like, if you were a fucking, especially the LTA one, mate, I'd be waiting until Saturday if I didn't check. Like, not everyone religiously checks those websites. Like, what's going on with the scheduling?
It's strange. Like the whole EMA Masters venue was built in like with the idea of also using it for Valorant, right? And I believe like this last weekend, Valorant was played in studio.
Is that the logic as to why? Fuck.
And that's why it was dropped on Monday and Tuesday. But it's like the complaints go deeper than that, right? Because there's been like a lot of discourse about the amount of games that the European teams have played.
Yeah. I saw
like
it, yeah.
Just as a point of comparison, the fact that we have they played 4 best of 3s in the group stage in comparison to 12 and 14 that we had in LPL and LCK. And then on top of that, the playoffs as well is also shortened because you send 4 teams into the bottom bracket without the GA, where only 4 teams get the GA in comparison to LPL and also LCK, which obviously they have the whole bracket to qualify to playoffs, which is long in itself. And then at the same time, you have double elimination for the top 6 for everybody involved. So there's just an abundance of games. And even in a world where you have that many games, there's no like break week or anything for the LCK. There's no break week for the LPL. You have less games for the LEC. And then on top of that, you have break weeks. So I don't know what's going on. Like, who did they make this format for?
Here's what's even worse. Now I have to have some like obscure knowledge of Valorant and not even in the same genre game that's a fucking FPS rip-off Counter-Strike, like to know what's got that. By the way, I understand that part of this is because esports winter hit and Riot had to do all the cost saving and downsizing and they fired all the people from LEC. So obviously what they're trying to do is save money. And by the way, obviously the venue you choose will be a massive one of the costs of actually running fucking LEC. But even so, what I hate about that is like there's been a million different things you could spend money on and different ways you could do it. Like but the most obvious one to me that no one ever's willing to discuss, I actually find it bizarre, mate, is look, I get now that we're so deep into LEC, yeah, you have tied all the visas to like Europe and all that jazz, etc. But what I don't get is surely as long as it's in the European Union or the visas would all still apply. Like how does that actually, that's one thing I don't know, maybe you know that if someone gets a visa, Yamato, to work in like Germany for a specific company, if you still work with the same company, can they change the country in Europe you live in? Do you know what the logic on that is?
I'm honestly not so sure, but I know for like a European citizen it's super easy. I don't know how difficult it would be for somebody like maybe that is tied to a GmbH in Germany from Korea working, but I could imagine that basically it's like the the taxation in terms of how it works, everything is interconnected. I couldn't imagine that it's that complicated. Especially like
Feels
with
like
a country like
possible.
Korea, with country like Korea that is in like the Schengen like agreement partnership too.
Oh, right.
I think it would be pretty straightforward. I think it would be pretty straightforward. Cool. So like the strangest thing still to me is like the issue. I'm with you that the fact that you have the problem that it's so damn costly to run the venues.
Yeah, of course.
I think people that watch maybe underestimate how many people are involved. It's like you have security, you have camera guys, you have catering, you have also the bistro, you have the people that are managing the people that are coming into the stage.
And
you have the
you
producers.
turn a million lights on, you're heating the whole venue. Security costs.
Like if we could guesstimate it, like I wouldn't surprise if a cost of a day running the show would like breach maybe 100K. Like that's
plausible per outlet,
I don't think it would be too crazy. But I think in my mind, it's like we've watched the LPL do it, and LCK learned from the LPL. And at some point, if I could just present to you my dream format, Thorin, is that we would have more show days, but we just do the majority of the show days. We might have like a skeleton crew where we run it online, but basically no fans, nothing, so we don't need to pay for all these amenities. And then on the weekends, we just have the banger games with the crowd.
That's a good idea, yeah.
It's like we have the KCs and the Kois and the Fnatic and the G2s. We just save them for the weekend and they play them in front of the big crowd. And then the rest of the days, we can even go so far to have them online just so the teams get the volume and they get to play.
By the way, what you're suggesting, which is quite appropriate, the actual obvious parallel isn't even sports, it is wrestling. Dude, if you watch WWE back in the day, they don't put all the best fights on the fucking random show week, Raw or short SmackDown. You have like a not bad fight there, but you save the one for the pay-per-view, don't you? We have a massive arena like SummerSlam or fucking some shit like that, WrestleMania. When you're just in some bumfuck arena in the middle of nowhere, like you just do a normal set of games, that's not even, like, it is cynical, but that's not like wrong. You're allowed to do it. Like, essentially what we're talking about is why don't you put the resources where they're best used? Because the problem I have is this, is if the main complaint is this thing about the Valorant studio, the most obvious thing, but it's been obvious to me for about 10 years, mate, is why are you still in Germany? Like, I don't know if people know this. I was telling you a story before this about Counter-Strike. And in Counter-Strike, we have a tournament, right, that takes place quite soon. In Serbia, it's called Fischer Playgrounds, run by these Russian people, right? And basically, because actually, believe it or not, I'll tell you a little bit of interesting Counter-Strike lore. It's actually because of COVID. What happened is during COVID, one of the only countries in Europe that was still like semi-open was Serbia, because for whatever reason, I mean, I don't know if it's something that culturally they are like tied to Russia. If you don't know if you know, but like Russia also didn't go too ham on that shit, like with all the lockdowns and stuff. They were like somewhat in the middle. And so basically, because it was like semi-open, it's actually where all the teams used to go and do like their boot camp, even when you had to play online. Because if you wanted to do like a boot camp and meet up together and talk through be like a real team, you'd go to Serbia. And so what happened was, during COVID, a whole bunch of businesses actually like leveled up their like LAN cafe connections and stuff like that. People even made, like, there's even one LAN cafe, I think Yanko's involved with, the guy who's the analyst in Counter-Strike, where I think they actually like offer boot camp services, and like he designed it to be like, what a pro team would need. It's not just like a random LAN cafe, like they make sure you have like certain time slots and people can't come into your room, and they tell you how to order the food on the food apps. It's actually quite a good setup. So basically what happened was, if you want to run like a cheap LAN, that's where everyone goes now, Serbia, because first of all, it's actually quite easy to get into that country. It's not one of the harder ones. And then also it's like quite a good like min-max in terms of price, because as you can imagine, Balkan region is not like insanely cheap, mate. It's not like the worst countries in Europe, but it's also not like the cost of like Germany or UK or something ridiculous, or France or whatever. It's going to be way more reasonable, and they're actually fairly tech savvy. Actually, one of the most misunderstood things about Europe probably is that it's not really about like how the standard of living is in a country as to how good the internet is. There's not really a correlation. In fact, if people don't know, the Balkans, and in fact famously the Baltics, actually sometimes have amazing internet. Like, actually, if people don't know, I think countries like Lithuania and stuff had like straight fire internet years and years ago. In fact, that's where all the hackers supposedly come from. It's like Latvia and Lithuania and shit. So the point is, you could just move the LEC to a different country if costs are the problem. If it's meaning, like in this scenario, the reason why I bring it up, Yamato, is you're only running like a 3-day tournament anyway, and you still have an overlaps where you can't even get those 3 days blocked out. Like, that feels just like some clown show shit, especially because, Yamato, it's not even the same game. I would understand if it was this way around. Say Riot were the ones that ran every one of the ERLs, and they needed, like, you know, every now and then, like for Prime League or something, they needed the Fridays and needed it for a 5. You know, that would make sense because it's the same game even. But the idea that, like, an FPS game gets to, like, step on the toes of League, I also feel like what gives that be a bad taste in my mouth about that, Yamato, is surely as well, like, almost none of us actually watch Valorant, so it's not like we're gaining from it. Not like, oh, phew, it was going to get in the way of my Valorant. Like, no one's watching it. Like, is there any overlap? And it just makes me feel like a thing I've felt like for a while now, which is Riot has this weird philosophy I'll never understand, Yamato. If I had League of Legends, I would wring every last drop out of that game before I ever let it go. I would never be like, oh, time to just hop over to my new game. It's like, you don't know if it'll ever be what League of Legends is. No, there's never been a game like League of Legends. I always tell people it is easily the biggest esports game ever if you actually consider all the regions and how much everyone plays it and the numbers and the view. Like, you can find one where a certain angle, they could look big or they look odd, but no one can match like the scale of League of Legends. Valorant hasn't even come close to that yet, as far as I can tell. So I don't know why. To me, it always feels that they're trying to sacrifice League to build Valorant up, you know, whereas to me, it's you've already got League, bro. Like, I'd stick with that for now. I'm amazed you don't give it more attention.
It's almost like it's an admittance of the unimportance of the matches that were played, right? It's like,
is that true? Yeah,
because that's also like a big part of it. It's like, oh, it's just a regular season game. It's not that important. Because the viewership took a really, really big hit in terms of what it was. I understand the idea of funneling the cost of running and owning like an arena and just running both of your esports within the same arena to cut costs like that. But to bring back to the point,
yeah,
it's
what's
like,
weird
why
as
is
well
it?
is, didn't they do that in NA as well? I think they did it like last year with
Yeah,
LCS as
yeah.
well or something. Didn't they do the same thing?
Exactly the same thing happened. Yeah. I think they basically built everything on the same structure.
Right.
But the question is like how we ended up in Berlin and how we ended up in LA. Like those are the two
Yeah.
decisions that it came from the idea of favoring, of course, Riot because they had offices there already set up, so they wanted that connectivity. But in the context of like what the internet is, the cost of housing, in terms of
Oh, it's
how
terrible,
easy it is
yeah.
to
These are
get
two of the
there.
worst spots you can be, for real. Yeah.
Like Berlin for the longest time it was probably the capital in Europe that has the worst airport possible in terms of connectivity.
Right.
Internet was an issue for a lot of teams for the longest time. I can tell you, like when we on
We just
Fnatic,
get random drops and shit, right?
we had to play on 4G routers. You know, we had to play on 4G network
Mobile phone, basically, yeah.
because we the offices that Fnatic rented were just like an old building, so they didn't have any fiber, and that was only
Fucking
on the
hell.
outskirts of cities.
Okay.
And then in the beginning, for some reason, all the teams were convinced to get offices in Charlottenburg, which is a very, very expensive area in Berlin, because it was the only area that had basically apartments and buildings large enough to host the whole team.
Right.
So it was just like all the indicators that would point it to being like a good location for a league. Like it was all the pointers were like red flags, red flags, red flags. But it was decided just because they already had like a Berlin office. It was between that or a Dublin office because the Riot also has a Dublin office, and the same thing with LA, right? Because they have their massive, the biggest office that Riot has that employs I don't know how many people, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people. Like that. That place is just a campus that is massive, and they decided to put the studio there. But Santa Monica, Los Angeles, I don't need to get started on how expensive it is to live there.
Oh, it's
And at the
ridiculous.
same time, the internet is also not the greatest.
Yep.
And I think this is where you could have saved a lot of money and a lot of costs if you just chose a little bit more appropriately.
No, the sad thing is, here's why I don't totally blame them. It's why I say it's not the setup that is my problem. It's the idea that, like, you never thought in the middle period, like, how many more years is this going to go on? And should I just make a change now? Because that would be the ultimate cost-saving measure, is just to move to a different country. Just move to one where it's like all these things make more sense. Like, in fact, what you should do, as you're alluding to there, is when you first started it, look, that was like over 10 years ago when esports was tiny and no one knew what it would become. But in the modern day, you would actually intentionally pick those qualities you just mentioned as the factors as to where you would go, isn't it? You wouldn't go somewhere and then go, what, the internet is not good here. It's the other way around, boys. You make a short list of places only that the internet is good and cheap and readily available. Then you also add in and take out people where it's like they don't have good accommodations and you can't get enough of them and you can't rent them. And eventually you're going to have a small list, but go to those places. It's going to be fixed, isn't it? So anyway, that's all to say, yes, LEC scuffed scheduling, and we had it on Monday and Tuesday, and then now we're going to this like weird playoff thing where for some weird reason, I'll tell you another thing that I don't get, is one of the reasons it's totally valid to complain about how few games you play in LEC, Yamato. And by the way, I'm not talking about the teams that are crying because they've gone out and they were really bad. Like, they're the teams I have the least sympathy for. They did the same thing in the last 2 years. You know, when you'd had the format that you had to play in initially, where you played the BO1s and they wreck you if you get locked out. Mate, I'm sorry, the team I have the least sympathy for is the team that can't even win like 3 fucking BO1s. Yeah, that team, guess what? Just like we all laugh now at SK, I don't want to see you play. I'm sorry, I don't have much sympathy for you when you get kicked out. I care about the fact that like maybe G2 doesn't play that many BO5s. That's what I care about. But if you go and look at this format, another thing about Europe is not only did we get a weird scuffed format, which by the way we'll talk about in a second, because Riot themselves essentially admitted they understand it's scuffed now because everyone complained. Like the actual guy who's the commissioner, whatever his name is, Artom something or other, some like Russian name, he basically came out and said in a statement, look, he did do it Riot style, where it's more like, you know, oh, we could never have known this format was shit, but thanks to your amazing feedback, we've now realised maybe it wasn't the right choice. You know, they're one of those where it's like we all have to pretend.
Missed the mark.
I know, we have to pretend we didn't all see that this was trash before it even started, and everyone complained for the whole, every 5 weeks or whatever, 4 weeks it ran. But the problem I have is they do make it seem like fucking, like there's no way we could have fixed this. So anyway, we have actually got now another week off. Have you noticed that as well, Yamato? It's not like we just have like short weeks. Bro, we keep having extra weeks off. Like in a way it's good, because here's the thing. I don't want the alternative, which is what they had in the LPL. I think the LPL is insane, bro, by how quickly you had to play after those international tournaments. Like, it was basically like the next day or something mentally. You know what I mean? Like, they were just like, well, international tournament, what are you talking about? This is the LPL. You just have to start playing again. It was mental. But it feels like in EU, we just get extra weeks all the time, just out of nowhere. Just have like a week and a half off or something weird. Like, I don't know about you, but for me, it actually kills the vibe a bit. I want it each week. I want it to keep going and build, you know.
There's just there's no tension or fight back against the teams that got to play internationally. Like, it's such a big advantage for Koi and G2 now that they got this experience, and they are the ones that get to rest. They are getting time to breathe, while the other teams want to, of course, fight, and hit them when they should be tired and maybe fatigued. This should be like the trade-off. But it's as if this format is designed to make the EWC MSI teams just be as happy as possible. And looking at a team like Fnatic, they've had a month off.
Wow,
a month. They played and then they skipped the last week, and they were finished already on the 3rd week of play. And now it's been a month until they played, which is insane to even think about. It's like, what kind of expectations can we even set coming into this playoffs?
As someone who was a coach, let me ask you this question, because I can tell you in Counter-Strike, the thinking tends to go that actually time off can be really bad. Look, obviously you can sometimes scrim and learn things in the scrims, but put it this way, in formats in Counter-Strike, because we have those formats where actually you can skip days by being really good. Like, we had Swiss first, so if you're 3-0 Swiss, you get a bunch of days off compared to the guy who goes 3-2. Similarly, those IEM and fucking Blast formats where if you win the group, you go straight to the semi-final, you skip. As I've told you in the past, that's actually, even though it's an advantage, sometimes that is considered a disadvantage, because you just have all these days where you're playing like scrims, but you're not playing officials. But you might play an opponent in a week from now who was playing 4 out of those 5 days, so suddenly he's like fucking super hot form, etc. Do you think if you have a month off of your Fnatic, so we assume you're already playing scrims and solo queue, do you think that can actually make you worse when you join the playoffs? Do you think it's a disadvantage?
I think for these guys, for sure, especially because it's like they lost against G2, and that's what they have to digest. It's the equivalent of like going to school and just having tests and just putting your work on the table, because you need to be able to showcase it under pressure and grab out of that knowledge bag and that skill bag when it's necessary, not just practice it and never put it to use. It becomes too theoretical almost. It's like, it's also in terms of what practice showcases, the tension on stage for both teams becomes so different and unique, and how people act under pressure that information and knowledge really forces you to shift your approach in practice too. The data you get from stage games is so much more important than scrim data, because that's where you truly get to know your players. In any situation I've been in any team I've been in, always, my setup has always been, it's like maybe we had 3 weeks before the season starts. It's like when I get the first stage game, I know maybe the whole approach might change, maybe there's certain things I need to shift because maybe players just act and play different. Some players don't, and that makes it easier. But I think in the context of Fnatic, this is a team that I'm sure, in terms of how they scrim, probably like stomp bot lane. Razork is fantastic in scrims. I can imagine these guys are like winning a lot of games in scrims. But then in terms of winning the matches, the teams that are more experienced are going to just be able to pull from that. Because in the end, this is a roster now that needs to compete against the likes of KC, Koi, and G2 that have kept the majority of their core, that have played so many damn games even this year alone, against now this team with Poby that have only played 4 best of 3 together. So like already that measurement, I think if I was to guess which team out of these 4 teams doesn't make it, even though I think the Fnatic players are like have great potential, we love those guys, we think they're great. I think it looks like they are the obvious underdog to make Worlds out of the top 4.
Right, I've actually linked you there. Like, what do you think of this statement by the guy? His name is actually Artem Bykov, basically. And he's like, as far as I know, is it actually his official? Yeah, his title actually is LEC commissioner. He's the guy, if people don't know, took over from that the Max guy, who, if no one knows, even though he's just like, it was just like some fucking, I'm not sure if he's Dutch or German, he's just some like fucking egghead guy like, pick commissioner. That's the guy, if people don't know, that flamed me one time, a completely out of nowhere, the most random way ever. You won't know that piece of law, Yamato. There's too many beefs, I've noticed. It's actually why you're one of the people who made me realize I need to do more videos about my beefs, not less. I actually need to do a series, Chronicles of Beef, because there's too many people I have beef with, where like, if you weren't there for that 1 month on Twitter, you won't know. You'll just be like, why do you have a problem with him? Like this guy, the guy who was the predecessor of this commissioner, one day, no joke, just did a tweet out of nowhere, bro, that was like, Thorin hasn't as a net negative to esports. It's like, what? Like, by the way, I never talked to this guy, never met this guy, just some mental post like that. And by the way, that is actually one of the most pathetic tweets I think anyone's ever made, because here's the thing, Yamato, for me to be a net negative, it would essentially imply that, like, because you don't like a tweet I had, and remember, none of my tweets have ever been a crime, bro. They're all just opinions about video games, right? So that the idea is, because I did some opinions you don't like on fucking Twitter. By the way, you know you don't have to open Twitter. You don't even have to. You can block me. You don't have to follow me. But because of that, that means all those thousands of videos I do, and thinking League alone, bro. Remember, League isn't even my home game. How many fucking tens of thousands of hours of content I put out in League of Legends? How many talk shows? How many? So after all that, yeah, but I don't like his tweets, so this is negative. Like, oh, fucking hell. You're the commissioner of the league. You know what? Bring in the dickhead guy who goes, hey, why don't we share with Valorant? This is like being in college or something. It's like being roommates. Like, fucking garbage, mate. Anyway, what do you think of this statement? Because I'll give him one piece of credit. One credit is the law, which is this, Yamato. At least the way the tone of how this is written is actually an improvement, I think, on past Riot things. Because Riot used to do it the other way around, mate, which I hate worse. They would always do that gaslighting where they'd think something was awesome. It would suck. We'd all go, this is the worst thing ever. And then they would go, not like him now, like, hey, we heard you, we understand you don't like it, we'll think about it. That's actually a responsible way to say it. They would always phrase it in the past of Riot like this. Listen, guys, we've heard you, and we already sort of knew this anyway. In fact, we already planned to change it. Like, this was never like, they always do that thing where they're like gaslighting that they all knew it was bad and that they were already like, they always have to be smarter than you and one step ahead of you. This one actually looks at, I'll give him this, at least the way he's written it. He must have done some PR training or something. This is actually fairly decently written. Like, I feel like it makes it sound like they don't totally like apologize, but it makes them sound like they get it that everyone hates this format, bro. What do you think of this statement?
I was just happy to not see the classics like, oh, it missed the mark of what we were trying to achieve.
There you go.
And it's like, what did you try to achieve?
Yeah,
like,
I always want to know that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what was the best case scenario?
I think this is solid considering they didn't throw anybody, he didn't throw anyone under the bus.
Yeah, true.
They are assessing it. Obviously, they can't do anything. And now I think it's, from a corporate standpoint, I think this is as good as it can be. You know, okay. You give a little nudge to it, and I think in terms of people that are active and paying attention to this, I think the for us that's good enough, you know. But I think the majority of people, I think the danger is still the fact that the people that these decisions affect are just people that tune out. They just don't watch.
Oh, it
Like
is, yeah.
I haven't had there's been so many
I
messages.
know what you mean. Put it this way: the random fan like me who's like, "What's on the weekend?" He doesn't see this tweet and then go, "All right, I'll be back for next year." He just doesn't watch League now. He just didn't see the games. I know what you mean. Yeah,
that's the
True.
biggest hurting point
True.
because, like to be honest, these 4 or 5 weeks of LEC they have been pretty pointless to watch. It's
Yes.
like now playoff starts and we have the exact same standings as anything, you know, like they were so predictable. We have the top 4 and then we have the bottom 4. SK Navi out. Like the only thing that was, you know, a little bit interesting was when SK beat Team Heretics, but other than that, it's like, what was this format truly for? And I feel like now in 1 week, finally it starts so far behind everybody else. And I think really they need to make a commitment. Like they need to understand that the league is carried by the top 4 teams, and the other regions have understood this. And I think to some degree it is interesting to see bad teams play against bad teams. If I have to watch bad teams, let me see them play each other. That's the only context I would want to watch them, and then you can see someone rising from the ashes, like the EDG that we have now in LPL.
This is going to sound controversial by the initial framing of what I say, but it's actually not a controversial statement at all. By the way, Yamato, that's why women's tennis exists. Because it's not about could women compete. No. First of all, they can't. It's been proven. But the point is, if you actually did have mixed tennis, no one would watch when the best women play because they'd be playing like some weird mismatch. The reason why women's tennis exists is the same concept as to why people love the game golf. You can make it so that people have similar levels of ability and therefore it's interesting to watch them play. The reason people like to watch women's MMA and women's tennis is because obviously compared to each other, there's parity. Like the best women play each other. It's a match. Like it's interesting. You don't know who's going to win. Maybe the underdog can win. It's not some like, oh my God, it's obvious this team. Like, I actually think, I know what you mean. I think both sides are underrated because the first thing you said is something everyone can agree on, which is the LPL and LCK. The big group that you get with the top teams is obviously what everyone's there for. That's the best one to watch because, as we say a million times on these shows, almost every day you have matches that are really good or like exciting or like essentially you have playoff quality matches, even though they're only BO3s every single day in the LPL. It's actually awesome. Same with LCK. I mean, look, Nongshim and fucking Nongshim did their best to prove that wasn't the case by losing every motherfucking game. But in theory, on paper, that looked amazing, that group. Like, every team there was going to be awesome, wasn't it? But I know what you mean. Even though I'm not as much of a fan of the lower groups in the LPL and the LCK, it does mean those teams have parity, though. So there is amongst that group, if you just eliminate the upper group, the Ascend group in the LPL, when you do go look at the bottom one, suddenly it is actually way more interesting to see, like, can LGD take a map off EDG or some shit like that, you know, like, there's a logic to that actually does apply. I know what you mean. But I actually do think this LEC format missed completely, though, bro. And also, the other thing that's so worrying to me, it's like you say about Fnatic. Mate, if Fnatic actually go to Worlds, they are going to be more behind than like any other fucking year ever if you're like the LCK team or something, bro. Like, even the team that didn't go to every one, like, Hanwha Life have played the 1 billion best of fives, mate. What are we doing? Like, Fnatic, if off the top of my head, Fnatic, if I had to literally just guess really quickly, I would guess Fnatic's played something like 3 or 4 BO5s total this year. Maybe even 3, bro. Because think about it, you only got it like in the first split, it was only the upper bracket, and then like the lower, the top 4 part, I think, was BO5. In the second one, you had full BO5s, but they obviously lost after 2. Bro, they haven't played many, and they could go to Worlds where like, they've played 1 million over there. They've played so many, it's crazy. And this is also the year, remember, when we're putting Fearless in as well. So it's like, you also need to acclimatise to that. Now that's different. So, fucking hell. This is why the problem League has is, on the one hand, we treat these regions like they're separate, but then ultimately, the most important events make them all combined. So in a weird way, you need like some sort of through line or consistency. Like, you can have a different format, but I think you need to like get at least close to the amount of games played. Because isn't that a concern for you? Like, everyone complains at the moment when it's just like, you know, the team that comes last and they get knocked out of summer now. Mate, I don't care about it, whether a team goes to Worlds or not. I just don't think you play enough games in the West.
Oh, definitely. It's just the number that you are playing is just so weak. It's like and looking back at post like past LEC splits. Like I remember when there was the same group format, but it was a double round robin we had best of twos back then with the ties.
Yes.
And also we had a week where we had cross matchups. So basically you
Oh,
played
yeah.
against
Yeah.
the other group like once, and that gave us a good amount of volume. And the main thing is, like for me, that is strange is that LEC had the advantage of the 3-split system ahead of everybody else.
Yes.
They had way more data to work with, way more experience than anybody else. Now everything is global to, of course, fit in first stand and what have you. And they are the ones that carry the experience. So you kind of want to imagine that they would, succeed in the execution the best way possible. It's like from the LCK standpoint, we have a lot of complaints, but at the same time, like, some of the misses they made with the no spring finals, the seeding in LCK Cup, and then, potentially now having the score carry over. Maybe that's like a thing that doesn't work so well, but that's because of the no spring finals thing, whatever. Sure, there's things you can adjust, but at least we can see like the intention of what they tried to achieve. And here with this, I'm kind of hoping that when you did the region that has had 3-split system, that you think of something better than just this. And I'm happy they're trying to do best of threes and accommodate best of threes, but like what are you sacrificing along the way? It's like there needs to be something better than this. Play 3 best of threes a day. Send in, create a system where you play maybe the 3 teams. Maybe you send 4 teams and they play each other all on the same day, so you logistically save time. Or there's ways to make the teams play more and make the format complete. And it seems like you can squeeze in show days on a Monday and a Tuesday. So maybe there is a lot more leeway than they would like to admit. And I just think like who in the end, it's like, I imagine that there's a room of people that make these decisions. There's no way like no one had these concerns in that room. That's the weird part.
It's weird. It would be more worrying if no one did. Like,
Yeah.
I know what you mean. It's okay if there was a room and then, like, one person, like, basically, mate, here's the obvious joke for you Zoomer kids. You know that meme format you all love of that cartoon where there's the 3 people around a table and there's the boss, like, hey, how are we going to solve this problem selling burgers or whatever, and then the one person goes, like, make the price slash, and then the other person's like, make it have a cool mascot, and then the third person's like, make the burger taste nice, and then they throw the burger, guys saying make the burger taste nice out the window because they're always picking the wrong thing. I feel like that's what's going on. I know what you mean, Yamato. I don't think there's really no one in the room who's like, this sucks. I think
I love you say this is for Zoomers and you use like a meme that is 15 years old.
Listen, Yamato, this is how I know you weren't a true fan in Counter-Strike of the actual podcast. You were just following the game. Because in Counter-Strike, one of my longest running podcasts, even actually began on LFN until Richard had to quit doing it, was By the Numbers, which is the show with Richard Lewis where we talked about Counter-Strike. And the most famous joke on that show, Yamato, is that because I haven't like played a single player game in like 25 years, like all my classic things from my youth are in the 90s. Every reference I made was to the 1990s. So I would always say some shit like, there's actually an episode where I say, like, you fucking kids, what you think just because you got a fucking N64? And we have to, like, in the VOD, have it edited so that the producer, Sam, goes, like, like fucking, like whatever it was, like we or something like that. Like, because I say N64, which is like when people were born, but whatever, it's all good. A lot of the movie references were to the 1980s too, but don't worry about that. Listen, I know my era, I know my crew. Anyway, to bring it all back, let's actually talk a little bit about wrapping up the group though. As you say, unfortunately, there's actually, by the way, I actually think this might have been the least interesting week of the whole LEC. Is the last week. Because look at the matchups. You had G2 against SK, right? Bearing in mind, G2's actually gotten good again, Yamato. That is the meme of like fucking hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. Like, who the fuck what SK was winning that? Then you have, like, look, the 2 in theory I thought interesting ones were the next 2. In theory, Heretics BDS had some interest value to it. BDS did those big signings. Heretics always is sort of like, to me, they just sort of like punch a little bit above their weight, is what you'd say in punditry. Then you have Vitality MKoi. Like, I think Vitality, look, they've never actually really come fully online for me, but I get why people hype them. First of all, people respect the coaching staff, and then they also have a few players there that you always feel like if you get that team in shape, they should be able to do more than this. And Koi even though I get that they're the reigning champions, I understand why actually people are skeptical about this team. Like, they don't have the craziest names ever where they have to be the best team and win the LEC. Maybe they can be the 3rd or 4th. It's debatable. And then the last game, it was a bit of a stinker because it's NAVI, who were already eliminated at this point in time, unfortunately, against GX, who, like, look, people might shit on GX, but like the Navis of the world, GX takes care of. Come on, their problem is they can't like beat the top teams. They always, come close to it. So This wasn't really a particularly great week of games, unfortunately. What can you pick from this? What would it, like, for example, an obvious question would be, even though it's only SK, I think the question around G2 is this, Yamato. It's not based on these opponents. It's more like based on how they played against them. This is the question. Do you think G2 has fixed like their major issues from the past splits? Because if you think of past episodes, these are the things we used to say. One, they used to actually be fairly kind of predictable in the draft, if you know what I mean. They kind of like looked like they were kind of slow to adapt to failures, didn't they? Especially certain players were very limited in their champion pool. Two, they had the whole factor where it's like people think their macro was just a bit like lackluster, you know, they get, and also thirdly, they never used to get a head start in the game. It felt like they were always like slow to get into the game. Have they fixed some of these things? Do you feel like they've leveled them up?
I would say that in terms of how they work with jungle and support, I do think in mid game it's gotten a lot better. They collect a lot, like they just connect a lot better with caps, I would say, and they're kind of getting those G2 wins from maybe last year, where you're kind of in the game. It's like, oh, the early game is kind of shit, but they can just kind of play through side lane, get caps to certain breakpoints, and then just make these plays actively on side to get us 3. And then Broken Blade and Caps, I think, in terms of how good they control sideways as solo laners, this has been their biggest strength. And then the question was always, how can the jungle and support in Labrov and, of course, Cumont actually tie into that? In previous splits, we didn't have that. Now, I think it's becoming more and more clear that they are working on this. My main concern, if anything, where I see the potential flaw for G2 is I still think that their early games are quite inconsistent. I think if they are playing against a Fnatic, I think out of the early game, I expect Fnatic to get ahead. And I think that can put them in positions where I think more complete teams that might ramp up in this playoffs, like a Koi also can be dangerous in the early game, could potentially put G2 in a position where they don't get to enact that level of game. And I think a very important detail with G2 as well, even last split, when they were ramping up for playoffs, they had that weekend where they got 1-2 BO5s before they qualified to the finals. They also looked insanely good in those 2 BO5s against the Koi, and against Fnatic was kind of wishy-washy with the early games being rough, but they won them out in the end in the 3-1.
Yeah.
And then in the finals, it looked like trash again, because it just seems like Labrov in those final games, when you look, if you only isolate his final games of any season, any split, it just doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. And that's a lot of, big demons to overcome. It's like Labrov's best games were against like a GenG and an EWC, where he played against it with no pressure at all because no one expected jack shit. And if G2 qualify to a final again, will they be able to take it home? My biggest concern there would be not necessarily the level of play, because they do look like the most complete team right now. It's just that can they stand, stand against the lights, and will Labrov have a deep enough champion pool so he doesn't get challenged? Because I do think that G2 currently in current form do look like the front runner.
The problem I have is this. It's not even like, by the way, you go back on any of these episodes of this show this year, I've never ever said Labrov just plays bad all the time. But I do think, first of all, unfortunately to me, he doesn't look like G2 material. I do think G2 should essentially have players in almost every position who could be considered best in the split. Here's the problem. It's not that he's not the best in the split as the supports. He's not even in the conversation, mate. That conversation is people like the Alvaros of the world, Mickey when he's on his game, etc. These are the players we think about in that. By the way, you could even argue, and this is actually a bit of diss to Labrov, I'm sorry. You can even argue Targamas is better than you right now, mate. I don't think that's a diss. I actually think Targamas has had a sort of a glow up. This split's been pretty good. So, one, you've got that aspect. But then I agree with you. My biggest problem isn't even that. Because actually, you can get through all these games in regular splits and you random. But the real issue, obviously, as you say, is if you're G2, you are about winning. Like, here's what Labrov needs to learn, Yamato, is one of my favourite all-time fucking football quotes, which is that Jose Mourinho one where he says, finals are for winning, not for playing. Like, what I've always thought people misunderstood what that meant. To me, what that means is, if you're actually a team that can, like, make the finals, you can also then win the finals, bro. If you're really the one that's like, oh my God, we're in the final, that means you're probably a fluke that you were even there. That's like, that's like back in the day, even though they won this one. When my team Liverpool beat AC Milan in that 2005 one, we weren't ever supposed to win that, mate. Their team was way better. In fact, I actually think their team was like one of the greatest of all time. Like, that was a crazy miracle. But here's the thing. If Liverpool had lost that final, at the time our team wasn't even winning the Premier League, mate. We'd have just been happy we were there. We'd have been like, oh, it's awesome, we made it, isn't it, though? That's not fucking sick. Like, if you're actually a team that can win it, you're supposed to fucking win when you get there, mate. You're supposed to regret it forever if you don't. So I think the problem Lavrov has is that's exactly, I agree with you. His clear weakness is the big pressure playoff game or the big pressure finals. At the moment, it's the finals domestically. And obviously, it's been the playoff game in international. With that said, though, I do think a positive for their team. There's two big positives for me for G2 this split. One, I do think Skewmonder's looked even better. I already thought he was good in the regular split. He's looked awesome, mate. I don't think he's had any bad games. Like, feels like every game he smurfs on everyone. And then secondly, I'm not a big fan of Broken Blade generally, but what a fucking amazing split he's had this time, mate. Looks, again, another player where has he had any bad games? Felt like every single time he pretty much gapped everyone, or like you say, at a minimum played like a very measured game where he never was a disadvantage, put it that way. So I do feel like this is, it's funny they haven't won a split because G2 is peaking right now, mate. Yeah, if I was Dylan Falco, look, we're not where we need to be because internationally we're probably going to need more than this. But I tell you what, we've sort of sorted out domestic. Maybe we can win this split. Maybe this is our time finally.
Yeah, the strangest thing is like we are sitting here and G2 are in a position where they've had a perfect split. 8-0, baby. Perfect split. But at the same time, like the only true opponent they had was in Fnatic and they made easy work of it. And that's what's so weird about the format is that coming into this playoffs, it's so hard to measure the teams. Like I feel like we didn't get any data off of the regular split, and usually we can make like determinations about what's going on. And even though I'm sitting here saying like we both agree that G2 look like the best team currently, we're still going off very limited information. It's like they destroyed Team Heretics. Okay, cool. They beat Fnatic in a very convincing series, which was super nice. And then what? Like SK and BDS. Like, these are not teams that we rate that highly. And it's easy to, we can look at the game and the details, but the pressure can become very different when you play against a Koi and a KC, and things can shift so fast because we just are working with so limited data. It's the same way now. We're like down on KC because they dropped that series against Vitality, but that can be like a shift up the same way Koi shifted and then suddenly just smoked Vitality in a 2-0 series. The details can be very small, a draft adjustment, and then suddenly a team can be better, or that can also break you. It's so hard to know in this format because there's just very little continuity and there's no like resistance that they actually face besides one single best of three over the span of 4 weeks.
I think this format proves an argument I've been having philosophically with the esports industry for many years, which is everyone else in the esports industry seems to have this take that like the Riot approach of how they do internationals is the best approach. Like you don't want teams mixing too much in sort of the regular split. What you want is you want people in different regions building up a storyline and then they come together at the international, you know, boxing style. Essentially what they're going on, it's a classic boxing thing. You know, you build the teams, so one's 18-0, one's 21-0. Finally, they're going to meet to win. Like the problem is, look, the reason why in boxing you do that is because you're going to try and make as much money from that one fight as possible. You're going to get all the money in on that game. What you're missing is that's because that's the nature of that sport. In a real sport, I actually think the opposite. I think like this. I think it sucks when teams play in the playoffs and they haven't played each other in the split. Like, even if, by the way, any result's good, like even if it had been a blowout, say G2 had blown KC out, mate, that makes the angles for KC super fucking hype when you go there. Like, can they bounce back? Can G2 still do what they did? I have the opposite opinion. You don't want to play too many times, although even then, by the way, I don't even know if I actually agree with that. After watching these ascend in the LCK groups, I thought I low-key actually fuck with the fact that they played like 3 times in the LCK. Like, it was hype. Guys, it was hype every time T1 played GenG. I'm not even joking. And in fact, you could even argue it gave you way more of a sense of who the two teams are. All 3 of those series were really different. Like, that second one was the one where it was like the fucking televised scrim where they all just went crazy at minute 2. The third one was some like fucking, you know, whoever wins the one big team fight wins the games. It was fucking crazy. Like, I feel like, and in fact, if those two teams meet in the final, I'm definitely not going to go, GenG and T1, maybe I'll tune in. Like, I'm more hyped to tune in now after all these fucking battles, bro. Like, now it feels like life and death when these teams play each other. Like, the stakes are crazy. So, no, I agree. I also think that's what's made the LEC split a bomber. Is because every other split in your brain, you're used to, like, actually seeing all the teams play at least a BO1, at least one game, you know. Whereas right now, obviously the biggest bomber ever is you can go the other direction. What if G2 come in the playoffs and they're actually just shit? And it's like, oh, it's because they only played Fnatic, SK, BDN. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? Like, like obviously the nightmare fuel is, you just come in and like fucking Casey and Koi are just the best teams or something, and we're all overrated and all the rest of it. So it's a bummer to me. What about, here's the obvious other team to ask about, in my opinion, because obviously, as I say, the only other big dog playing was Koi, right? I will tell you, Yamato, one thing I find interesting, because I do betting, is betting in its own way isn't actually what people think. It's not just like fanboys going, oh, I'm going to bet my team to win. The only teams that tends to affect is like T1. T1 tends to get way lower odds because some of their fans do just bet on them to win. But I think actually most people who bet do bet trying to win the actual result, as in they try to figure out what the good odds are. They bet on that. And I can tell you one thing that actually shocked me for real, Yamato, is when this split began, a lot of the betting sites do a feature now where you can bet before the split who's going to win the split. And they give you odds, a bit like who will win the Premier League or something like that. And before the split began, even though Koi are the reigning champions, they were like 7-1 odds, bro. I think even Fnatic was higher. People were even hyped off like the Poby edition. Some people thought that. I'm like, so actually, most people I can tell you coming into this split actually sort of view Koi, that implies, as like a fluke win. Like, because think about it, in that last split, they weren't the best going in the playoffs. In the playoffs, as you said, they even got murked by G2, mate. They got like, that was actually one of the bigger thrashings they took. Then they won the split, but the problem is, because they didn't do anything at MSI and EWC, I think essentially a lot of people think it was kind of like a one-off, and it's not going to happen again. What is your sense of Koi? Are they actually like, are they contenders? Can they win this split? Where are you at on them?
The strangest thing about Koi, like the whole situation where they like took time off and then complained about their form because they only had a few days of practice. I didn't understand all of that. Like I thought that was so strange because we spent so much time talking about what the GenGs and the T1s and all these teams went through to just jump into it, and basically the LEC had the most lenient schedule for the international teams because they didn't need to play on the first week. And like I thought, with that in mind, I thought they would have an advantage, but they started off very, very slowly. Like they had series that looked sloppy. They dropped, maps here and there, and we had very mixed performances. Like they could have lost that series against GX on a different day for sure.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But in the end, it's like if their break pays off with them ramping up now, then it was a genius move. Because in the end, it's like we talked about how little it matters to perform now in the regular season. They ended very strong with how they beat Vitality, I think. My main concern about this team is I when I looked at the international performance, I didn't care too much about the result. The main thing that stood out to me was just Elioya. Like Elioya as a player, I have so high expectations of him because we know how good he can be. And when I see their players that are supposed to perform in the games, when I see them underperform, that to me is scary. When I see Elioya underperform, or even Georgia Pune having like mixed performances, a mixed bag in terms of how he lanes, like sometimes he just wins the game alone and sometimes he just solo loses the game. I don't know how to judge that appropriately. But if Koi is like ramping up, I still can see a world where, like, if things align, if I think of what I thought Koi's peak could be in the previous playoffs in comparison to now, I do think it's a little bit higher, just because of what I've seen Georgia Pune capable of doing in like games against Knight, for example, or Super, how he stepped up in the previous playoff. I do think that the individual ceilings of players are higher now, in my own assessment, in comparison to the previous split. But with how everything looks, like if Koi win, it just seems to be for the taking for everybody. But I think the context is still G2 in terms of dealing with the pressure, and then also third is just we didn't talk about them yet, but KC also seemed to be very, very disoriented in terms of how they play together as a team. It's like because that's always the point of comparison. It's like if Koi is going to win, they need to beat everybody else. Fnatic, we talked about the lack of experience with this core. Everyone else has the edge. KC, now these guys, I think they're individually good. I think Kalis is looking better than the previous split. Bloody is looking very, very mixed, and we all have all this drama surrounding him and Niski there. I don't know what's going on there. The team play is clearly not there, and I think that Yike is very inconsistent in the early game, so I don't know how to judge him. Yike looks very similar to the player I thought he was on G2. And if I think in that context, can Koi beat that KC? Can Koi beat a G2 that might just struggle in a final if you have the right timing to play them? I can see a world where Koi win. I don't think it's too crazy. Even though I think G2 is favored, we're talking about very small percentages here.
Same, my main problem with Koi, by the way, get ready because we're going to do like an ad in a minute, just in case you weren't prepared for that. So I'll set it up as after I finish talking. Once we finish doing the Koi segment, we'll do that basically. Right. So for Koi, my main issue is this, bro. Right. If you actually look at the big four in LEC, yeah, they can win. I don't think they're the favourite to win. For me, I actually do think KC should be the favourite. Like, I think if they get all their shit together, they have the players, they have the style, they have strength, but obviously they have the issue with the mid lane. Like you said, no one quite knows internally, maybe there's concerns. My main issue with Koi is I actually think the players just, I mean, it's what you saw. They weren't good enough internationally. That was the concern I have. Like, I'll give you two obvious concerns I have, which is on paper, the two best players in their team should be out the support and jungle, Elyoya and Alvaro. These are the players that are like contenders for best in their role in our region, best in the West, etc. Like, I actually think Alvaro gets slept on for that. I can always tell the Americans that don't watch LEC because they don't know how good this guy is. Like, mate, I'll put this guy against your fucking Core JJs and you fucking any of those players. What are you talking about? This guy's mega. But I agree. He hasn't done it internationally as much as I'd want. Like, I thought he was a bit lackluster at MSI, you know. I hoped he would like smurf on people. But the problem is, beyond it, first of all, those players haven't played that well anyway. Like, I actually think the underrated thing about the international tournaments for these guys was actually I thought Jojo and Super played fine. I thought they just did their jobs. They didn't particularly suffer. But first of all, the Stars didn't play well. And then the one person I have real concerns for is their top laner, bro. Because if you think about Merwin, right, he always has this profile as like, basically, yeah, he gets the same fucking profile as that old Unicorns Love Chaos style. Like, he's just so crazy, bro. He's like Jim Carrey in the 90s. He might just do anything. And then you're supposed to believe, because of that, right, that if you go internationally, he's going to like torment some great top laner from Asia. And people are trying to make it in the vein of, you know, Bwipo, or back in the day you had Soaz could pick any champion at first time on stage. The problem is that part doesn't happen, Yamato. That part of like, oh, watch out. Yeah. By the way, we've done this twice to the Asians now. We did it with this guy and with fucking Adam. They must think we're morons, mate. Like, all we've got is we had a couple of times when Adam got to play like some bullshit Darius or something. And then some guy was like, fucking hell, you play that? But it's not like he won a playoff series doing that. It was like a random BO1 no one gives a shit about. So unfortunately, that Merwin angle has never shown up for me, mate. I keep waiting and it's like, they actually just go, oh, what's this? Not that good player who's not consistent, who just plays bad champions? Oh, I beat him. Thank you. Thank you, Europe. Like, this is different from when he used to send Soaz, who used to actually be fucking amazing and world-class macro. So I don't think I worry about their roster. But then again, I also always remember this, Yamato. I always think about Koi. And you know what's funny? Even though I have massive like skepticism about players and their team, how good the squad is, I always think of them in the context of who the org are and where this core began though, which is, mate, this is like when in the Premier League, you get one of those small clubs that has an amazing season. Last season, it was Nottingham Forest, if people don't know, where they could be like top 5 and you're like, what the fuck? Like, I would have thought you'd be like battling relegation, but you're top 5. Like, if you can do that, I'm sort of a fan, mate. Look, I get you don't have as good players. You shouldn't. You're a fucking tiny org. In this case, by the way, it's a team that's all Spanish except the fucking Canadian mid laner. Like, it's quite a weird setup for a squad. And when they joined the league, they really were one of the worst teams. Like, it was a miracle like that they had that little run in the middle, then they had that terrible part in the middle period in the spring, etc. And then they only flukily got to Worlds, remember, off that terrible win rate because they won basically 1 BO5 over G2. Like, that miracle win got them it. So if I look at that squad, mate, this team's in a perfectly fine position. Every split now, you're like a potential contender. You're right there. And actually, we're describing scenarios where if you win any of these games against the other big 3, some of them have bigger names, mate. Like, one of the reasons why I actually think it's fair to be harsh to people like Fnatic is, look at the fucking names you've got on paper. You've got some of them all LEC. But here's the question for you guys. If Koi is so good, where's all their all LEC talent? They don't really have any. Like I said, they have Elyoya if he has an awesome split in Alvaro. That's it. The rest of them are not getting there. You're not getting a mid lane one for Jojo over fucking the Vladdies of the world, the Caps of the world. You're not getting anything for top lane. Forget that for a start off. That's kind of all day long and they're broken blade. Like, that's not even a debate. Super is good. Mate, he's not fucking peak Callisto and Sammer, is he? Like, all upset when he's the MVP. Like, this team actually, I don't know about you, I actually, despite all the fan base, mate, I actually enjoy Koi. I'm kind of a fan of their style of play. I do think they're the ultimate, like, underdog archetype. Because I always feel like the strength of this team isn't the players, it's when the style comes together, you know. That's why Elyoya is the perfect player to be like he's the maestro of the orchestra, isn't he?
I think to judge the value of a player has there ever been a conversation about G2 picking them up in the fan base? That is like if there's ever been a conversation about that, then it's like a very, very high profile
Right.
player. No one's ever said G2 Super. No one's
No,
ever
of course
said
not.
G2 Georgia, because obviously for Caps, but G2 Alvaro. There's been rumblings of that with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
with
Obviously,
the
they wanted
performances.
Elioya in the past as well.
Elioya in
Yeah,
the past
yeah.
as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. But I'm with you. I like Koi. I think the angle of the danger. I think Midwin. Like you mentioned it as well, it's like the performance from Broken Blade in terms of him playing like his unique champions. He seems to be really, really finding himself. And I think Broken Blade is a very tenured and experienced player. Like this is a player that can find his form. Like if a player like Broken Blade underperforms in a split, like you can trust him to find that form again, especially on this G2 lineup. Like he's done that so many times in the past where everyone talked about how he should be replaced and then he finds good form again. And I think that the entry point for the teams like Kana and Broken Blade breaking down Midwin, I think that's like an angle in. Even when Casey played against Koi in that best of five, like Kana was getting advantages, but it just wasn't relevant. And Kana is still playing insanely good league. Like Kana is still like getting the wins on the board for KC out of nowhere. Like Kana is playing insanely well. And I think that it's almost from Casey's side as if he hides some of the problems that Casey had, because in the end they qualified, in a good way in the end out of this group stage, because maybe in a different world with a different format, maybe they get to play GS again, maybe that same series they could have lost, and suddenly they start in the lower bracket. But I agree that on Koi's side, for me, is as long as Elioya and Alvaro play as good as they can, I do think that Supa and Jojapyun have done their part, and even more so than what I expected. So for me, the expectations are higher for this playoffs than the previous one, because the previous one I thought it was no chance.
Yeah.
Like you're talking about
That's
betting
fair.
before. It's like what I had as a setup for spring. I basically had a setup where I put basically I had Fnatic win, G2 win, and then I had Casey win to win the split. And whatever the outcome would be, I would minimum make my money back.
Oh, you
And
hedged it, right?
and if Fnatic wins, I would make money. If Casey wins,
Right.
if G2 wins, I would make money. That
You
was the
got ultra
position.
fucked in spring
So I
split.
got completely
I
blasted
love it. I love it.
because at the
Yeah.
beginning of the split, there was not a
Of course.
world in my mind
Yeah.
where Koi could win. Not a world in my
No,
mind.
people are going to forget. That was when everyone said Jojo was a failure. He's a boss and he has to go home. Yeah, people forget that, mate. That, by the way, that also shows you how well he's played the last split and a half, though. Because I'll tell you what, mate. Listen, for me, he's probably never going to be the best mid laner in the LEC. He just doesn't look like that's like the ceiling. But he's just like actually stabilised now. Like now he's not a problem for me in their team, mate. He's just good, you know.
Oh, just
What
the
about
lane
you?
phase. Like the lane phase is so good, and I think that being his main strength really, really works together well with how Elioya wants to approach the game. Because if you lane well, you're gonna have opportunities to roam, to move, and to create potential dive setups. And I think in terms of tying that into what the early game is, I think is super, super good. I like to think how much Koi, regardless of how fraudulent the percentage win, the fact that he managed to achieve certain things with Frescawi, I think speaks for itself. I like this Koi roster, and I think there's definitely chances for them to win it all based on all the issues that we mentioned with everybody else. I do think that Koi, in terms of their issues, they seem the most solvable, if anything, in my mind. Maybe G2 is a little bit more, because I do think that if BB and Caps are in good form, if they can push Labrov over the finish line, I think when that weight is off Labrov's shoulders, he will become a different player, a different person. It's always like the first one that is the most difficult one, and then it's just I could do it. I'm not cursed, and I do think that BB and Caps in their form could push them over the finish line.
You're too kind. I also want that weight to be lifted off Lavrov's shoulders by welcoming him back to BDS, where he can be a big fish in a small pond, and then it'll never be his fault they lost because they'll be worse players. And then he doesn't have to worry about listen, he doesn't need to get lost in all that heady, crazy space of, am I winning championship? Don't worry about that. Just come third. Third's your bronze medals. That's what you should be aiming for, Lavrov. Bronze medals, a lot less pressure than those gold and silvers. You win the gold, you made it, but the pressure, you win silver, you'll regret forever not winning gold. Bronze is where it's at, mate. It's better than nothing. You know, you still get to be on the podium. You're looking up at them, but we all are. You know, it's all good. Listen, just know your role, mate. That's all I'm saying. Just know your role. By the way, Yamato, let's do an ad, and then we'll continue talking.
Let's do the ad. You know, I was at the NLC finals, you know, in Stockholm.
Oh, okay.
And you know how you meet people. It's like always the first impression. The first impression is like the main thing. Like obviously we're not that superficial. We're not going to judge people based on how they look. You know, that's we're past that in 2025.
No, who would ever do that? I'm thinking of that Navi episode of that Faker guy. Anyway, keep going, keep going.
and the first impression that really stands out is the smell. And I could tell you, meeting fans, I spend a lot more time talking to people that smell good. I assure you, It's like in terms of getting up close, you know, I'm lucky that I'm a tall man. So there's not a lot of people that get to do the armpit, the moist armpit attack on me, you know, with the shoulder over thing. But when it does happen, I'm like thinking to myself, brother, I should have set up a Mando booth right here at this venue because, you know, it would be such an easy pitching point because I would say, yo, you come to this event, you get heated, you start to sweat, and then suddenly you're gonna do the fan meet. You're gonna come up close with Reckless, you know. You're gonna come up close with Cadro, and you're gonna be close to them, and you want to leave a great impression after you've enjoyed the event. You don't want to worry with some odor starting to stink it up the place. And in that moment, you could be like that fan that smells like bourbon leather or Mount Fuji, and maybe you're going to have a deeper conversation with the people that you look up to in that moment. And that impression really lasts, you know. So people that smell better, they get to stay in the conversation longer. And if you stay in the conversation longer, then maybe, of course, you get more out of the ticket that you spent, whether it's VIP or not VIP. So what are you doing? I should have set up a booth there.
Sure.
Clinical strength, sweat control. One swipe and you're good to go. This isn't your typical deodorant. It's clinical strength. 2 times better at controlling sweat than the standard. It controls both sweat and odor. Those are 2 things for 72 hours. You know, this event was only 1 hour. One day. The previous event was like 2 days. You know, if you want to go rock and roll and you just want to stick around, and let's say you're sleeping in a sleeping bag and you don't get to do the shower, suddenly, bro, you still smell good. I think that's a miracle in itself. Deodorant re-engineered to stop odor before it starts. You know, they're attacking the problem in a way that is a lot more elegant. It doesn't just mask the odor, it prevents it. You know, sometimes you have those like deodorants that like mix up, and then you have like a weird funk of like good smell and the funk smell. I think that's even worse. You know, that is like, you know,
it feels like you're betraying your nose because your nose smells a bit of something good. So you're like, let me smell more. Oh, what the? I know what you mean. If it had just been bad the whole way through, you'd sort of be prepared. I know what you mean.
Maybe it's all the it's just loaded with chemicals. Maybe that's what it is.
Okay.
Mando, of course, uses, you know, only premium ingredients like gentle mandelic acid. That sounds very pleasant. I don't know what it is, but it sounds very pleasant to just keep you fresh and dry. Double protection. I already mentioned it. You know, both odor and sweat. You need to attack both. And you know, this is the good stuff. Mount Fuji, bourbon leather. Do what you got to do. Mando starter pack is perfect for new customers, of course. It comes with a solid stick deodorant. This is the main thing that I've described so far. Cream tube deodorant and 2 free products of your choice. I like the deodorant wipes because you can stick them in your bag and use them as a backup if you forget or do something like that. And of course, free shipping. As a special offer for listeners, new customers get 20% off site-wide, which is kind of crazy. I'm just pulling up the code real quick. Yeah. The code is, of course, summoning to make sure that they know where you come from. So just use code summoning at shopmando.com for 20% off site-wide plus free shipping. That is shopmando.com. Please support our show and tell them that we sent you. Mando's got you covered with deodorant plus sweat control. Say goodbye to sweat stains and say hello to long-lasting conversations with the people that you want to spend time with. Make sure that first impression is good. Make sure that you smell good and make that impression last and make them think of all the niceties that you smell when they think of you, when they think back to those events and those moments when they met you.
By the
Mando.
way, two things. One, as you noticed there, the original deal we got when we first had Mando for like the first, whatever, something like 6 months of the first year, they used to always do a deal where it was money off the starter pack. They've actually made the deal even better. As you say, it's now 20% just off site-wide, like everything on the website. So it's even better if you use code something. Shout out Mando and shout out to anyone who's used it. Also, as a random aside, what you're saying is not even a joke, bro. Like, absolutely, if you go and meet a bunch of sweaty nerds and they all stink, even if you're like trying to be polite, it's going to be in the back of your mind that you are at the end of the day just fucking human. You are just going to be thinking, I should probably get away from it. It just doesn't stink anymore. I'll even tell you a very brief story. I don't think I've ever told you. I told Monty it because he actually knows this story. But basically, listen, this wasn't technically BO, but it's in the same category. A long time ago, I won't say the context because it might give people clues, but basically there was a scenario where someone asked me about a pro player because they'd seen him play and they liked his game and they were considering picking him up to their team, but they'd never met him in real life. And I'd actually gone to LEC and I'd met a bunch of the players in this era. And so someone I know who knows me asked me, like, what do you think of this person? And I told them, this will sound random because obviously I agree with you, in the game he's good. But when I met him, he had really bad breath. And I'd said, listen, that's not a reason not to pick someone up, but it's not like something you should ignore. Like, that does maybe imply someone, like, does he not care about that? Like, remember, he's going to be meeting, like, not only his teammates, other fans. Like, in that scenario, like, that does sort of put me off. And sorry, and spoiler, I can tell you, listen, it wasn't totally the whole reason, but he did not get picked up by that team. So this person doesn't know to this day, if he'd have, look, that Mando's for the BO. That'd have to be like, you'd have to have like a breath mint or fucking better dental hygiene or something. But this, he doesn't know that cost him. That cost him a chance to be in that team. I won't even say what role. I won't give you motherfuckers any chance to guess this. Maybe here's the other thing as well. The guy also was never rude to me, so I haven't got any reason to win, sadly. Sadly, I wish it was all those ones who talk mad shit and I'd just be like, yeah. One time I made a team not pick you up because your fucking breath stinks, you little rat. I'd love to do that, but sadly, this guy, there's no reason to hate on him. So I won't say who it was. Maybe one day over a drink, I'll tell you. Anyway, you don't even know who it is as well. That's the worst thing. But don't worry about it for now. Also, I think he's moved on. He's improved. Don't worry about that. But no clues. No clues. Anyway, back in the LEC, right? Since we are saying goodbye now to SK Gaming, right? Yamato, I'll give them this. They at least gave themselves a chance. There was a world where actually miraculously they could have gotten out, which I didn't predict, etc. But my biggest problem, we talked about at the beginning of the split, is it's just so cynical that they sold like one of their best players, basically. Like, that's almost to me like an admission. Like, you just gave up on the year. Like, you didn't, because what it suggests to me is this, Yamato. It means you thought even if you kept him, so people don't know, I'm talking about the player Bukada, who was the jungler of SK, who they sold to BDS, by the way, for quite a good price as well. It implies to me you think even if he'd have stayed, you were never making Worlds. So you thought, well, fuck it, if I'm not making Worlds anyway, and someone's going to offer me a big price for this guy, and in fact, they're paying the big price probably because they want him right now, and they think they can get a Worlds or some crazy turn around the roster type scenario. Remember, they actually did sign that player to BDS technically, I think, before they signed the longer contract with Striker even. So it's even possible if you Striker, that might be like your last chance. It's like some Vitality Mac and Pad shit. Like, maybe I have to succeed with this roster. The problem is the second you sell that player, Yamato, it just suggests to me like, oh, who cares about this roster then? I don't think you even believe in it. And then you bring Arbidagi in, which, as I pointed out in the past episode, that's the most cynical pickup you can do. Nobody picks up Arbidagi because they actually think he's a top mid laner. You just do it where it's like, I just don't want, kick my mid laner and then just get Arbidagi at the end of the split. Like, people have done this 1 million times now. It's like break in case of emergency and you need the most mid of all time. Oh, it's Arbidagi, brilliant. He is a human. Like, what do you think of SK? What do you think of this split? What would your conclusions be?
I don't know at this point.
Because I've never seen this roster ever play again. Surely this 5-man roster will never ever play League of Legends again. Come on.
I don't know. Arbidagi is the equivalent, like when you arrive home very late at like 3 a.m. and you're hungry, and then it's like, oh, what's open on the delivery app?
Oh, I know where you're going. Yeah. I know what you mean about it. Because what you mean is this: when it's 3 a.m. and you're hungry, suddenly your like decision making becomes like, put it this way, the draft options become very, very different what you're willing to accept. If it's like 8 p.m. Yamato and you haven't had any food yet, but you could not choose anything, you're not going to choose some like really shit takeaway. But if there's 3 places open on that app, suddenly you even start talking yourself into it, don't you? Like, maybe this kebab will be all right. So is that the angle we're going with here?
Yes. It's basically it arrives. You're not sure because it's not like integrated with the app. It's like they have their own delivery. You're like, is it
Okay.
arriving? Is it not arriving? And then when it comes, it's all soggy. Like I'm being a little bit too rude up and down. But I just like the main issue I have with SK is like, what's the idea? It just doesn't look like they want to be in the league because like at least try to stand out in some way. It's like try to do something dynamic and unique. It's like you are in the league. If you want to do something budget heavy, then how about you are the one team that is trying out to bring out, let's say, 5 players that have never played in
Like
the
rookies or
LEC.
something. Yeah, absolutely. That would be cool,
It's
right?
like ever since they cut out their Prime League team, like that's so weird with the German connection
Yes.
with SK being the German.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
understand that Prime League is in shambles and so forth, but if you are not leveraging like the one edge you could potentially create and understand that you can really make a roster that has an absurd amount of risk, but at the same time, maybe you can find like a player that could rise up through the ranks. I think this is the angle in. But I don't know if SK is in a position at this point in time where team players that they would want that could be potentially the next exciting player. I don't even know if those players want to join SK. Like I would wonder if they would rather just be in the ERLs. They would rather play for KC Academy. They would rather play for top ERL team because we've heard many of those conversations. Like the whole thing about Los Chatones and like Velia wanting to be picked up, and his teammates in Crowley and Nemesis just said, don't do it. It's garbage to be on the bottom team, and that is also an issue that they are facing. Maybe those talents that I'm talking about, maybe they just can't get them at all. But that's where the Prime League team or the RL team comes through. But at the same time, maybe SK is just operating on a negative budget because I can't imagine a world where a single one of these players is getting paid above minimum wage.
Oh, they
There's
have
no
to be
way.
surely this is the lowest salary team in the league. It just looks obvious, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. So for me, I don't know if SK is in a position where they would want to move on or they would want to sell or whatever. Like for me, an ideal scenario would be that the league would buy SK's team and SK's slots, and then that would be like the relegation spot. And then you make an LEC 2, and then there you go, and
Yeah.
then you have a way. Like
Yeah.
there should be like a collective people coming together to buy that spot to kind of
Yes.
buy it back and to let it be a creative spot because that's one way to integrate Los Atones in the end, and I think that's what is in the back of everyone's mind because at least like SK, what is your idea? What is your plan? Are you just there? Are you just there to play or are you there to win? I don't see any winning DNA here. And if the financials are too tough, maybe it's just time to move on.
And then for Navi, who obviously is also eliminated, like first of all, for them, I'm a bit torn on how to frame it for the org. Because here's the weird thing. On some level, bear in mind, like for example, I mean, you're going to keep Larson, for example. That's like the one player that's definitely staying, right? Maybe you could argue like you don't really count this split for your Navi anyway. It's more like next year's when it really counts if you're Navi. This is more like you almost got like a bonus split to just test a few things out. You could even argue maybe you were testing some of these players. Maybe you were going to see if Hans Samdi was any good. Maybe he would stay or whatever it is. But basically, not only as with the Thega guy, the jungler, is it known that you'll be bringing other people in. It was even announced. I can't remember if it's today or yesterday, Yamato, that like actually Freddie 122 should play. Like they're getting a new coach. Even they're getting that guy, The Rock from Karmine Corp Blue, the one who's had like, I mean, I would just say if people don't know, Karmine Corp Blue has also had quite a decent run ever since Karmine Corp came to LEC. They've produced a lot of players that have come to LEC, a lot of the talents from the LFL. It's that and Vitality B are the big squads that they go to, and they're the ones that tend to be the best players. BDS Academy, those are the 3 big ones that you look at. So, I don't really like. Here's the thing: Navi wasn't particularly good. They had like the odd game where they showed a little bit, but I didn't really have high expectations. I'm not really that bummed about this one because, like I said, they joined at the end of the year. Like to me, it was almost messy they got to join now, but at the same time, I'll tell you what: I also didn't want to see fucking rogue players. I don't hate that they joined and did whatever in this, but what is your take on Navi? Because obviously, again, as far as we know, we will never see this 5-man lineup play again. This is like the end for them.
Yeah, I would be surprised if anyone stays really. Like Larson was also like mumbling about like this was his like retirement year. Like I think this is
Oh,
just
really? I mean, in theory, you should still have years left on that contract. Though. I wonder what that means.
like I don't know what was the condition with the like either he's benched or he gets to play. Like they basically like
Okay.
restructured the contract for him to get a chance to play. I don't know what the exact details are there, but
Okay.
like from Navi's position, I think this was just one that they had to tank. I imagine from Rogue's position, maybe they just didn't want to bleed more money, and then they made a deal with Navi to do the move earlier in this year, and then they just got all the contracts and they got in at a cheaper price point. I'm certain that there was a degree of that, and I think Navi just needs to get through the phase of running out the contracts to completion for the ones that are currently involved, whether it's Freddy or Larsen or Malrang or whoever. I wonder what they're going to hold on to for the next one. I don't know if Adam is gonna stay. Like that's the big question mark. It's like Adam is a very controversial player. So I don't know what Navi's take is going to be in terms of continuing with Adam, because it's like sure there are games where Adam plays like well and decent, but at the same time it's like now it's like if you had your biggest defender and striker also get to the point where he just got sick of
He
you.
doesn't know what a bad side. Here's the sad thing: if you ever read interviews with Adam, I think he still doesn't get that, Yamato. Is that is how everyone else in the industry sees you. They see you as Striker was the Adam Whisperer. He's the only guy who could get through to you, and even he at the end was sort of like, I can't actually fucking get this guy out of here. That's such a bad. That's like the worst business reference you could ever get from your old employer or whatever, isn't it? Like it's terrible. It's terrible, mate.
Yep. So I'm with you. I'm not hurt or in pain about this Navi thing. I understand the issues that they're dealing with. They just need to shake these old contracts off, and I'm excited for what the rebuild will be. You know, it's like, will they go bold, like inspired Whippo contracts running out next year type shit, or will they, I just don't know what their direction will be. I'm very excited for what that's going to be, but I know and I hope that Navi will have an identity, an idea that we can follow. It's like, oh, this is a commitment. They're building something for the next 2 years, and they are setting something up. I hope they also tap into the RLs and kind of build that out. I'm excited. I'm just excited, but maybe it will take time. It's a difficult thing to just jump into it and do things perfectly right away. Maybe it's going to be similar to like the Koi project or the Casey project, where they just take time. But I trust the management to get the right people in.
By the way, on the coaching side, even though, look, I get it, the last few years of Rogue were fucking terrible. And it's not even just like they were bad in terms of results. They had one of the worst eye tests I've ever seen for an LEC team, mate. Like, they were actually just like boring to watch and fucking like with no. There was no excitement factor. There was no sort of actually the worst thing about Larsen's game dropping off is there wasn't even the whole thing which they had initially when they were Rogue and they were bad of like maybe Larsen does like a crazy game one though, and gets you in the series. When he became like average to bad, the team had nothing. And so when they tell me that the coach Freddie 122 is getting replaced, I don't feel sad for the guy he is now in the last few years, but I do think people will sadly only think of the last few years and they'll just be like, good riddance, fuck off. And what they'll forget is, mate, this guy had one period where he had an unbelievable few years. You remember this from 2019 to like 2022 or whatever it was. Bro, almost every split, they were like first or second in the regular split. They would be like top 3 every time in the playoffs. Like, again, here's the thing, they didn't win as many championships, they only won one, but they were in position a lot of times. And actually, some of those rosters you go and look at, he did not have the G2 Fnatic rosters, mate, where they had the big name. He had, the premise goes, people became names on his teams. People like the Trimbys came up through that team. By the way, everyone forgets Ansama rescued his career in this team. That's one of the teams that like he got his fucking game going. People like Comp were nobodies before that. Comp was considered like almost an LEC bust, mate. He was just kind of a whatever player. He was on the Checo lad train if he hadn't have gotten in this team and had good results. People like Malrang, I mean, sadly he's still there to this day as a fucking support, but that's a nobody Korean, mate. That's one of those Koreans that shouldn't even have a career. He fucking became a champion. Like, I do feel it's sad that people will forget like the good times, because there was a period of time where people would have said like, maybe Freddie 122 isn't the best coach. He seemed like he had some issues adapting in playoffs. But I'll tell you what, if you want a regular season coach who sets the team up and makes them play the proper way, I mean, you were a coach. Everyone used to tell me Rogue was their favourite team to practice against. They would just play properly in the scrims. Whereas, back then that was when G2 and Fnatic were like fucking doing whatever, a million kills in the first 8 minutes, or people just falling it in. People always told me Rogue was actually like quite professional how they played, and they played like the proper style. What would you say to that aspect? Because in theory, this coach might not be back. I haven't heard any rumours. So if this is the end of Freddie 122, what would you say about his time as a coach in the LEC?
I think it's fair to say that during the early period of Rogue, they stood out as the most well-run organization in the league in the beginning. with how they integrated their ERL, how many players they brought
Oh,
up.
sure. Yeah, yeah.
It's basically the equivalent of what Casey did now in the last like now with bringing up like a list and so forth. Like they brought up Inspire, they brought up Trimby. They pretty much like they built rosters in a very very good way. Like they activated Finn as well, and Larson was someone that they invested in from the get go, and there was people were just waiting for him to be done with school. Like that
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
the conversation back then, and. Even as early as 2020, they challenged the G2 roster, took them to 5 games in a very very close series where they almost beat like the 2020 G2, like that's fucking 2020 G2 2020 Caps,
Yeah, yeah. It's
almost beat
legit.
them, which is super super good. And then in the end they won a split, right, which also matters. Um, the downhill, I guess the downhill from there is the crazy part, but I do think that the teams that Freddie was working with back then in that period, they had a very very structured approach to the game. Like in essence, they kind of reminded you of like let's say some of the top end North American teams that we had from this year not this year but the last year in particular, where the structure and the discipline was there and the focus on the objectives were just right, and then the addition of Malrang was so clever because they just needed a little bit of craziness that worked so well for them.
I always thought that he was the perfect example of your paradigm, which, by the way, I've even told people in Counter-Strike about the whole like spectrum between activity and precision. Malrang's the ultimate activity player, mate. He's the guy where every time you tell him, like, come to my league, just comes. He doesn't care about like the best path thing, the right, like that guy. I know what you mean. That's like a player where you couldn't put him on any random team, but on that team it worked, didn't it? It was like a clever addition. I know what you mean.
The funny thing about Malrang that a lot of people don't know is that at the beginning when he came in, he was the jungler that tried to farm. Because I remember
Right,
those scrims so clearly. He tried to
right.
be the one that farms,
That's
but
nuts, mate.
it just didn't work with this team. So he
Right.
just decided, oh, I'm in Europe and this is what's happening. My teammates are dying to ganks. I'm just going to go even deeper. And he did, and it worked. It fair play. It fucking worked. Like just the fact that he got busy meant that his teammates were forced to respond, kind of in the way that Hilly did it, where if
Yeah.
he had teammates that were very timid in Reckless and Nemesis, that Hilly was like, I'm going to do this, and you have to come with me. Either you come with me or not. It would be really bad if you don't, and might turn out great if you come. And I think Malrang had that element and that essence because obviously that rogue line was very, very timid. They were strong laners, strong fighters, but if nothing happened, there would be no pulse. You know, it would just be like your heart rate would stay even. When in reality, you need to shock the system sometimes and use the opportunities that you get because they're so narrow. But Freddie as well, you know, it's not only like his coaching career as a player. Like this guy was fucking good.
He's a good player.
I think if it wasn't for that SK, where obviously Svensker had made the massive blunder in the way he renamed his account, like that SK roster, extremely underrated because
Yes.
Freddie was stomping. Like
Yeah,
that was the
yeah.
meta with Dr. Mundo and Shivana and Renekton top. Like Freddie 122 as a player, he was. I remember back playing in season one. He was the person that I like looked at in terms of like looking at VODs and looking at the rune choices he did. He inspired me a shit ton because back then, like the roster he was on was like La GG, where Crepo played mid, and like bunch of legendary players like Yellow Pete
For
and
whatever reason,
whatever.
he always played with French players, didn't he?
I don't know. I think after that he went to AAA, I believe. I don't remember
Yeah.
where Freddie went 22.
He was one of those like international players. He wasn't just with the UK ones, was he? Yeah.
Yeah. That was Freddie, legendary player. I think also I agree that he deserves props for those years of Rogue success. Like imagine how different the history would have been if they just didn't get reversed up by Mad Lions. Like that would have changed so much, and they were so close to winning because they lost games where they were 10k goals ahead, which is nasty to think about. Like I'm sure he can't fucking fall asleep. He's thinking about those games to this day because
Yeah, yeah.
I would.
No, I even do. I know what you mean because I always tell people whenever you're the team that like always chokes, etc. Well, that's actually part of what becomes like the reinforcing principle is that in your brain it's like I always choke. If even just one time you had that close game, but you pull it out and you win, like if they'd won that game 5, bro, or even better, if they could have won 3-0, obviously, that would just totally change your whole perspective going forwards. Like, suddenly you're not the guy who chokes. Suddenly, hey, I've won before, and in fact, actually, I can outplay that. Yeah, I know what you mean. It could have actually, like, that could have been a dynasty. They could have won a bunch of titles. Like, they won the one at the end, and then the roster got broken up, but that was kind of a bomber. Like, I know what you mean. I actually thought it was the one that year that probably deserved to win the most, mate. That was the one that on paper was, they were better. They were actually winning that final. Like, it was pretty much done. They just did the craziest choke ever. And also, I will say, that Armut guy did have like the fucking game of his life too on one or two of those games. When he was doing those bullshit Wukong picks when it wasn't even like a meta fucking champion. Like that was just some nightmare fuel shit if you were them. Like whatever. It's whatever. And also, here's the thing I would be mean about. The other angle I could do is this. Also, if they'd have just stopped that final, then there wouldn't have been 2 titles for Humanoid. He wouldn't have been signed on a giant contract. Yamato would probably be the coach of Fnatic still, whatever. Listen, it was right there. It was right there, bro. Maybe Larson joins Fnatic at that point. Suddenly he's still playing to this day. Who knows?
Yeah.
Everything could have changed. Everything could have changed. Anyway, say goodbye to NAVI. That's the end of them. Right, tell you what, let's just talk a little bit about the other 2 teams, and then we'll switch over and we'll talk about some other regions and some of them more recently. Because since it's the end of like LEC before the playoffs, I want to just like have a little bit of a wrap up. Because as I say, I think it's a region we haven't given too much attention to during the year. So let's do it. Right, the BDS angle to me is a really confusing one, Yamato, because the whole year, like. Here's what sucks. In the first split, I actually did think, if people can remember that far back, BDS was sort of what you hoped they would be. Like they still had some like upset factor. They would play a lot of close games. You remember lots of one where like Nuke would have like a big lead sometimes. You had the 1-1-3 angle where he could actually win you the game. Yes, he could definitely throw you games too. You had like, there's something to the team. I will say everyone was disappointed with Irrelevant, sadly. That never worked out. The Paris one's obviously the biggest one that's loomed over them because that really was supposed to be almost like an off-season steal. Like that was a player that in theory could have been on better teams, but somehow he was on BDS and got that. And that just never worked out somehow. Ice, by the way, is still another one of those players. I don't know how these guys just... It's like these guys don't even get the memo. They just play awesome no matter what. Certain players, mad respect. I don't know how you do it. But overall, BDS has underwhelmed. I mean, as I said about SK, bro, they were one of the teams in this SK mix to not make it out of the fucking group and even make the playoffs. Like, on paper, you'd at least hope you're at least competing for that last world spot. You know, that's like the minimum if you're BDS. They've obviously committed to Striker again. So, look, they like that. They're willing to forgive this year or whatever. But where is BDS at for you? Because obviously they did actually on this last split make big commitments. They got the Bukada guy. They got fucking this Rooster guy in instead of Irrelevant. They gambled on this Korean. How has it worked out? What would your evaluation be of BDS?
I look so tough because in the earlier best of threes, I did think like that Ice was like performing, but even that aspect they're kind of losing out on now. It seems like team are aware that that seems to be their exit point. I think that if you're ever playing a game and all you're doing is hoping for a big team fight win at fourth Drake, I think if that's your playstyle in the current meta game, I do think that this is just you trying to fix holes in your ship in a way where you're like just kind of praying and hoping that that's going to work out off of the mistakes of other teams. And we saw that in the matchup against Team Heretics. Like Team Heretics is a team that are capable of taking a win. They're capable of taking advantage and going all the way with it because macro-wise, I do think that their support and jungle are like aware of the steps that are needed to be taken. But in terms of what BDS is, like they are currently just a team of players that they kind of hope that they get together at an objective to fight. And anything that can happen in the in-between, if you disrupt them in the in-between, if you gank them in the in-between, if you kind of hurt the economy of someone, BDS is not the type of team to find the right counter punches. They're not the type of team to funnel the resources in the right position. Right now, in terms of their team identity, they're kind of just hoping that their individual players are going to have a big enough lead that converts itself into something meaningful. But whenever they're playing against a team that is capable of setting up team plays and they're setting up the vision correctly, I do think that BDS is just so hurt. And I think the biggest issue is just that the biggest lack of experience is in the positions that need it the most. Paros and Bukada, like they are not so experienced, and I think it shows through. And it kind of like in a weird, twisted way, like they're a way worse version of what How a Life is. It's just like you can see that, oh, Nuke can play, Ice can play, Rooster has good matchups occasions. Like, oh, they have, the capacity to lane against the best, but they are never really finding good ways to be on the same screen together. And I think that Team Heretics is like the opposite of that. Like, Team Heretics beat them because their jungle and support are capable of just like figure out the setup, making everyone be on the same page. Like Camilo and Carlson, they're not like insane players. They just show up. And that's half the game, That's half the game. And BDS miss out on that part of the game for such a long time. And it makes me think about past BDS, right? It's like BDS was always the team that cut everything to show up. They're always on the same screen. They bled farm to make sure that they appeared on those Drakes and they made it work. But now it's like they're working kind of backwards. And it makes me think, I always thought that Striker was like the empowering voice in the past rosters, and maybe it was just the lack of Labrov is what's hurting them. Because imagine now, a world with what we've seen from Labrov and what we've seen from Shio. Imagine they had them now. Like BDS would be in that top 4. No problem.
Yeah.
They would easily be in that top 4.
Yeah.
They would be in that conversation. They would be competing with a shift up in top lane, because that to me was the biggest issue last year, where they just had a gaping hole in the top lane that just was so volatile when it wasn't necessary, because they had the capacity to play solid games.
Yeah, the problem I have is this. People will know I'm a Striker fan, but here's the difference, guys. I'm not a fan like you, where it's like, I like the person, so I'm going to pretend I'm a fan because he's good. I'm a fan because he actually seems like he knows what he's talking about. And I've looked at all of his teams. And in general, I think he's one of those managers and coaches that have just gotten more typically out of his players than you expect. Like, I would say this. If you look at this roster, I think you can play a lot of defense for this roster this year to a certain point. That's the key caveat, to a certain point. Like, if you start the year, I actually did think in the offseason they did a good job, Yamato. Because if you look at their roster, right, the one move you can't do anything about, the Labrov one. If Labrov wants to go to G2, they're a way bigger org, mate. Everyone wants to be on G2. No one says no to that. That is like in the Premier League. It's happening right now in this last offseason. If you were a player who played for like a decent team, but not a top one, like fucking Bournemouth or something, you're going to go to Liverpool or Arsenal if they ask to sign you, of course. Like, and those teams know that. That's why they're trying to get a good price for you, because that's just the way the nature of the industry. When you become a top player, you're not going to stay on a bad team. So Labrov was always going. That one, I don't think you had any say over. I think he was always going to G2. The obvious one where he's fucked up is the Shio one. Because I'm sorry, I refuse to believe Shio, like, wanted to go to Heretics and play with Camilo and Carlson over being BDS. Where he'd had all these times he was top 3 in LEC. So that one was a miss. Like, that one, I don't know what that... Here's what I would love to know, but we'll only find this out either in the off-season or in the future if he ever does like a real exclusive interview. I'd just love to know what the thinking on the BDS side was. Like, was there some like, for example, was there some sort of a logic like the Razor Humanoid thing of like, right, we've had Shio and Nuke for a long time together. It's never quite gotten to a level we want, or something. We're going to break it up. So we picked Nuke. By the way, I don't hate that. Here's the thing I do think is unfair. To me, Shio this year actually looks better than he even did in BDS to me. So I also didn't see this when he was in BDS. So it wasn't as obvious, I think, as fans think now. Of like, why do you kick him? It's like, and here's the part where you fucked up. It wasn't that you kicked Shio. It's that the player you recruited was 113. And the issue there is this, Yamato. Because that is an old ERL player of Strikers, that's where a lot of that does go on you if you're a Striker. Because that looks like what you did is that thing I've mentioned in the past that football managers famously do, which is when they join a new team in a new league, they tend to try and bring a couple of their old players over with them. Because their logic is, right, I know this guy, he's going to solve this problem, or he's going to set this part of my offense or whatever. Well, the problem is, even if Striker is like the 113 Whisperer, the flaws in his game, as much as he would win you games and he would set up games that give you advantages, he also would throw some really bad ones, unfortunately. And at the level BDS was at, you were never going to be a contender, I'm afraid, if that guy threw games. So I don't hate the idea they had to replace him, but you did gamble on that over Shio. And again, that looks really bad now, because I agree with you. If you could have kept Lavrov and Shio, fucking hell, mate, we'd be talking a very different conversation about the top of the league right now. Like, all of a sudden, yeah, it would be very impressive. Like, I actually think there's a world you could have be all these international tournaments. That would be a banger roster. But you look outside of that, right? So you had to lose Labrov. By the way, as I said, the Paris guy, I think a lot of teams would have made the mistake on that guy. Or maybe, well, maybe their roster would be different, it would work. But as it worked, yeah, go on.
I just wanted to add that I think in the offseason that BDS had a choice, because G2 wanted Paros with Scumond. And if I remember correctly, which could be wrong, if somebody's remembers, because it was all the Pokemon information. It was Pokemon information.
As far as I know, BDS themselves deny that. But you know how the industry is, mate. Sometimes people, when they know a move didn't happen, just lie, don't they? That's just how people are. Or they do that thing where when they deny it, what they mean, Yamato, is no one ever physically got a contract and wrote fucking Paris' name on it or whatever. You know, they might do that one too. But it might be like, you know, you inquired about him or you secretly wanted him on your board and you just couldn't get it. I know what you mean. That was a rumor, though. Yeah, the rumor was that they get Paris as well, right?
Yeah, they wanted Paros Kimon, the duo, and that was like the big thing in this offseason where like BDS chose Paros and then they got Labrov, and that was like basically the leverage that BDS had in that offseason because they had both the priority on both pretty much. But yeah, you know, it's like Pokemon. This was from Pokemon information. Could be wrong. I don't want to expose myself. It's not like somebody has the money to sue me anyway. So who the fuck cares, you know?
And then the other thing is, you think of the three like carry positions, bro. I would challenge anyone. Tell me who the fuck out there before the whole year began knew that those three carry positions wouldn't work. Because I'm sorry, if you look on paper, Ice just looked really good the whole time he was in BDS. You keep that player definitely. Nuke, look, I'm not a big Nuke fan, but who am I upgrading him for? Because I'll tell you what, mate, I actually think Nuke is a great example of a player where I actually think you have to have a line if you're an LEC coach that you don't go below in terms of ERL talents. Like, you can try. Here's the thing. We used this analogy before. If my mid laner is Abidage, yeah, maybe I can gamble and try an ERL player instead. If my player's Nuke, I have to literally be signed like a top 3 mid, otherwise I'll stick with Nuke. Like, I can already tell you Nuke's going to be better than most of those people that come in from the RLs. Like, unless I really could have gotten a Vladi or someone, why am I gambling? I might as well stay with Nuke. He's actually like an above average mid laner the whole fucking time for years at this point in time. Yeah, I agree he's not the top level, and I do think internationally he struggled, but he's definitely good enough for a BDS, put it that way. And then lastly, the one that was the big boss was obviously Irrelevant. I don't think, listen, there are certain people who thought Irrelevant was overrated, but even the people I know who think he was overrated, Yamato, still are shocked at how bad it's been this year. Guy, if you go back to when he joined Misfits and then when he went to SK, this guy looked really good, mate. He was the guy where even when the team would look bad, he'd look good and he'd be like, fuck, is that a guy I always used to say, this is like some Odo Amnet type character, mate. He was just a fucking god weak side player. Like, he's just good. He's good. I really thought, like I told you this before, I thought he was going to be in Fnatic or something, mate. I thought he was going to go right to the top of the league. BDS, that looked like a steal that they signed him, because remember the news was that they signed him like during Worlds or something before everyone else had even got to the off season. So already you think, what a fucking steal, great bit of business there. You've got him to join your team. What a boss though. Bro, this is one of the most shocking like downturns in form I think I've seen in years. Like, that's the one that, like, look, it did fuck you, but I don't blame you for trying it. Like, on paper that looked good.
Oh yeah, like I was one of the homies that was Relevant is overrated, but that was just in the context where people said like he's the best. Like, I thought he was a big upgrade over Adam, you know. I thought he would fit in. I thought that his like strong lane phase style would set him up to never be like a liability, which I thought was exactly what BDS just needed.
Sure.
In the context of the previous year, it's like even in that finals that got away from them, like going back all the way to, of course, playing with Crowny, that finals against Mad, like the big problem there was just that the top laner was like 50, 60 CS behind, roaming with a Malphite level 5. Like, they just needed stability there because obviously they were winning games that were solid and stable. Like, they were basically what we described Rogue to be from
I know what you mean, because I always did think actually that Chasey guy was a little bit overrated. But if you ever watched that final, Adam made him look fucking amazing. He made him look like Canada or something, didn't he? That's why everyone rated this guy. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
He looked like an absolute demon, bro. Top lane was in a bad state back then, you know. We had Photon and Chasey running the league.
That was like Cassante Nightmare Fuel era too. Ebby was there, fucking getting away with it every week. Yeah. That was dark times for top lane. You know what? We all pay homage and tribute to our Lord and Savior Kana for rescuing the top lane in Europe with his fucking iron dominance, the true Korean. Because there was some bullshit ass Koreans, I agree, in that league then. There was like Casey, who was like, why is he even here? Photon, who just was like Korean Alfari, like, is there any phase over? Right, well, I'm off home then. Like, what? Like, the rest of the game to play, bro. Like, I know what you mean. But yeah, basically that all to say, I actually do feel a bit sorry for BDS. Like, I just think they had some players not work out and some combinations work out in a way you couldn't possibly predict. Look, I'm not really a big fan of this like gamble on the summer split. Doesn't seem like it was it for me. I just don't even genuinely. Here's the problem I have with the gamble as well, Yamato. You were already playing fucking 4 best-of-3s, and now you got the playoffs. Like, I don't feel like you even had the time to integrate those players. Maybe those even are good players. Maybe the Magana guy does end up being like a top. Maybe he's there BDS next year and they build around him. But 4 official series isn't enough, mate. And now, let's be real, because we can pivot now if you want. They're going to get bounced from the playoffs immediately, mate. Like, this is not a team that's making a deep run. Like, I'm sorry, I don't see a world where they challenge for that last world spot, surely.
Oh, definitely not. Like the first matchup being GX is like GX has done enough to solidify themselves. If the continuous ramp up from spring, solidified 5th with potential to upset a top 4 with problems. I think that the first matchup is very rough. I could see a world where BDS beats Team Heretics even though they lost. They could beat the Vitality because they're very chaotic and sporadic. Yeah. They can trip over themselves with a Yasuo lock-in or whatever the hell. But I think against GX, I think it's going to be super hard.
Yes.
I think that there is nothing that stands out as them having like an advantage on. I don't see what they're bringing to the table where I can say BDS is better at this in particular.
Yes.
Because the form of the GX players individually looks good. If anything, the main question mark for me, which has been the biggest disappointment, is just Jackie's form. If Nuke has the performance of a lifetime, maybe they can win because Jackie's has been kind of on and off. Jackie's has not found form at all yet. And that also bridges into my main point about GX2 is like if GX wants to make a deep run, Jackie's needs to fucking play well. He needs to be in the conversation of being the best player on the team rather than being like a question mark and a liability. Like that's the shape up I need to see from the guy.
Also, I'll just say this. Like, I think when you look at their squad, this is the other reason that is the worst squad they could run into in that first round of the lower bracket, because not only are you immediately eliminated if you lose, but I also think, actually, whereas you can say what you like about the other teams, I don't know how well people think Vitality's coach, spoiler, their own CEO basically said they're fired if they don't do a good result. Team Heretics, I feel like most people don't even know much about their coaching structure. If you look at GX, though, I also think GX is a pretty well-coached team, mate. Like, one thing I'm actually quite impressed with Giotto is I also don't think this guy got many people to work with. He doesn't have a lot of like crazy players on his roster. But if you noticed how he has actually, from the split 1 onwards, they at least have an identity. I know who that team's going to play through, how they're going to play. I know where their strengths are, where their flaws are. Right? In a way, I like that though. Like in a weird way, Yamato, I know what you mean. It's like what you talk about with Koi. In a way, I actually do prefer having like a distinct identity that everyone understands in my team, because that way we always know where we're at in the game and we know where we're going to have problems, where we're going to have to look out for, where we're going to have strengths. I prefer that to have like what sometimes Fnatic has, which is just a bunch of good players. But you're like, what's your identity? How do you play when you're under pressure? I don't always know what teams that. So I agree with you. I think GX on paper, they should just win. This would be like a 3-1 or something, mate. This should be like a comfortable win for me.
The main thing for me that I am impressed about with this team is that they have managed to integrate Isma super well.
Sure.
I think this is the best league I've seen Isma play. And there's been teams he played on in the past where he got early game advantages, but it just didn't mean anything because he would just kind of lose his head, like
I don't know if you know
Cinderella,
this.
you know?
But on the Best Damn League show, the theory that Peter has about Isma, and I think actually he's nailed it in my opinion. I think it sounds like a very clever read. He thinks Isma is one of those junglers that isn't actually that good at like decision making, and he thinks essentially that like the coach has to like sort of like design the early game for him. Because mate, I know what you mean. It looks like that in the game though. Do you know what I mean? Like he has so many times where like to a certain minute in the game, it looks like he knows what he's doing, but then I feel like in the mid to late, he sometimes looks a little bit lost, because that's one of the problems GX has as a team, right? They can be in a lot of games. That's it. That's actually the thing this team's underrated for, mate. If you put this team against the other big names in the regular splits, they always have banger series. They always have like 3 gamers, and they always have like a game where it's really close, but they always seem to lose it. You know what I mean? They don't have that player that they don't have like LL Yoya, do they? Like that's their issue.
For me, it's just I'm thinking about who the solution would be for this team, and it needs to be Jackie's. We need to see the Jackies that we saw when he came through.
Especially because he gets all his picks. Like he gets all the fucking playmaking picks he wants. He just doesn't. It's just something we always say on Best Damn League show. The problem is it feels like he's disconnected from the team.
It's very strange. I don't know what's going on with the guy. Like maybe I pull up his solo queue account and he's playing less than before. Because I remember Jackie's is the guy who was perma grinding. Like I remember like when he started in GX and then they did like they played playoffs and then they were out. He was playing solo queue and then he waited for the world's teams to come through so he could just play the what's it called, the champions queue. in-houses, and he was always there. Oh, every day, always busy, always busy, always busy. And I don't know if there was at some point like a kind of like a dip in terms of how much effort he puts in, because he doesn't have that individual crispness and the sharpness that he once had. I remember seeing it even in winter split, and then somewhere along the line in spring, that's where we've had like a steady kind of a dip off. But if this is the moment, like they need someone to push you over the finish line. June sometimes finds crazy engagers who can push you over the finish line, but if you're sitting there waiting for Noah to pop off, like you might wait for a long time. Noah's a strong player, but he's like the equivalent of like what we saw Pace be in GenG.
It's not his profile, is it? I know what you mean.
It's like he lanes well, has the gold, has the resources, but he needs to be served. And I think Jackie's is the guy. I'm with you. I when he gets those picks where I expect him to perform, he's not doing as well as I'm hoping to. And I think if GX wants to make a deep run, it needs to be this guy. In the same way, if BDS want to do something here and win the first round, it needs to be because Nuke is outperforming Jackie's steadily. I think that's the only entry really if we want to elaborate on one.
By the way, speaking of where you said earlier, like you can at least like enjoy lower teams playing each other. Actually, I'll tell you what, Team Heretics versus Vitality is a very well-matched matchup, actually, mate. And a BO5, I think that's a really hard one to call. Like, I could go both ways on that one. Like, I actually low-key do think Vitality has better players, but I actually think Team Heretics, if I'm going to go with what I did with BDS there, Team Heretics is the team that has like a defined identity, though, to me. Look, I do think they have some weakness in the solos, but the rest of the team, I think I actually think their jungle support is mad underrated, bro. The jungler himself is mega shield, but the way him and Stend play together is legit. Like, the more I watch it, I can see what the coaches, because by the way, the Stend guy is one of those players where no random fan's going to think this guy's awesome, but all the coaches tell me this guy's like mad underrated. They think he's actually like a sleeper pickup that you end up on this team. I believe he was on I think he was on Vitality B or something. He could have been in a Vitality. That's a joke. He could have been in Vitality instead of fucking Hillsang, but whatever. We'll put that to one side, Mac and Pad. You might get fired over that, so I won't blame you too hard. Neo's already doing it, mate.
Hey everybody, Monte Cristo here. And this episode of Summoning Insight is brought to you by Prize Picks. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. Don't miss the excitement this season on Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. And this is the best time of year to be involved on Prize Picks, both in League of Legends and in the American football season that is kicking off this week. So many exciting ways that you can select your favorite players and be right. On League of Legends, what this means is every day you can head on there, check out which players you think will get more or less in certain statistics. And I'll use an example for you guys with the upcoming play-in between Brion and Nongshim in LCK. Now, you might be really down on Nongshim because they've lost like every game so far this split, but they've also been in the really tough group. They've got a best of 5 coming up against Brion where I think probably they're going to do a little bit better. And since it's a best of 5, you may not know how many games it's going to go, so Prize Picks only corresponds to the first 3 games, which are guaranteed to happen. Now, if you guys take a look at Prize Picks, Lehens versus Bro today, he's got more or less than 31.5 assists in maps 1.3 in max 1 through 3. Now, for me, I think Nongshim's going to do better, but saying that Lehens is going to average like 11 assists per game in the first one, I just don't think that's going to happen. So I'm going to take less. And I do think, however, Jiwoo, 14 kills in maps 1 through 3. I think him averaging 5 kills a map in what is likely to be a pretty bloody, sloppy affair is pretty darn reasonable. So I'm going to take more than 14 kills on Jiwoo. How Prize Picks work is you pick 2 or more player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you can cash in. Also, if you happen to be an American football fan, now is an excellent time to go ahead and check that out. I was looking at the week 1 stats. You can also pick for the whole season. But I'm just going to go ahead and take more on Justin Jefferson on the Vikings, who is playing against the Chicago Bears for half a rushing or receiving TD. One of the best receivers in the league against maybe not one of the best teams. I think Justin Jefferson is going to pick up that TD, and I'll also take Jamar Chase for more than half a TD against Cleveland Browns. So those are some good NFL picks, I think, if you guys are interested in picking over in the American football season. So lots of interesting stuff in esports. So they've got League of Legends, Valorant, CS2, if you want to make your predictions there, alongside basically every meat sport. And it's the best way to get action on sports in more than 40 states, including California, Texas, and Georgia. So you guys can download the app today and use code SUMMONING to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SUMMONING to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
So what about this matchup then? This is actually quite an interesting one to preview. Heretics versus Vitality. And as I said, by the way, a lot of pressure. You might not think so, but if you're Mac and Pad, a lot of pressure. I believe he even said something like we can't come seventh again or something. Well, guess what, boys? Look at where they would be if they lost here. All I'm saying. So what do you think? What do you think of this matchup?
You know, like to pull an example from the LPL, it's like WE. Sure, they lost to EDG, and we will talk about that later. But WE were so aware of their strengths, and they leaned into them. And that's how they took games over the best teams.
AK Monkey.
Yeah.
It's just basically Monkey's their strength, but it's true.
Like this Cube on Tank, Monkey on like Skarner, Trundle.
That thing I told you only continued. Team WE, we'll get to them as an actual team, but if people don't know, if you only watch LEC, Team WE was the team that for some mad reason never would win a series, but they would always win a game. And they actually won an insane amount of individual games without ever winning. That's why it's actually perfect that in the playoffs they did the same thing. They won 2 games and not the series. It's like, but I know what you mean. It's like essentially they actually did understand the win conditions. So is that the Heretics? Is that them to you?
I think Team Heretics do that so much better than Vitality, because it's like Vitality. It's like there's so many games. It's like their opening series they played like Ornn and Kisant top. I'm like, what are we doing here?
I know.
Like this is Naknako. Like
it's supposed to be a carry player. Yeah, of course.
Like lean into it. Like they're trying to do too many things, and you require a very high level of arrogance to walk into a series and not lean into the things that you do good. You should be forced off of your comfort, not the other way around. Like you've been playing best of threes, and when I see circumstances where their prep work is too sporadic, like you haven't earned the ego that is required for you to just drop champion picks and play these random like unique drafts over and over again. That's like Caps and Broken Blade shit. They had to earn that shit before they got to that point. You think that Dylan Falco would let these guys pick whatever the fuck they wanted? No way. And if we're talking about how Vitality is coaching these guys, it's like, I think that Fleshy slowly is looking a little bit better. But it's so hard to trust Vitality. It's so hard to trust them. It's like they are good individually. I think Kazi is also looking better individually. But when I look at their prep work, I don't know if they're going to set themselves up to succeed against the Team Heretics. While Team Heretics, I think that they can easily say, okay, we need to create matchups top lane that are just stable, 50-50 matches that we have experience in, like the Kissantas and the Renekton's. We take it easy, and then we make sure that we have a carry champion for, of course, our jungler, and then we have good support jungle pairings. And I can easily describe, for Team Heretics, what they need to strive for and what they need to attack. While Vitality, I don't trust them to do the same thing to break down Team Heretics, because individually, I do think Vitality should be better. But right now, with how Team Heretics play, I think that they shore up their weaknesses pretty damn well. But if I had to make a gut call, I do think that Vitality is individually good enough to beat them. But I think it could be close, and I think it's just a question of battle of coaching staffs, because the Team Heretics coaching staff has done a good job, and here they need to do a fantastic and a great job in order to beat Vitality.
I could easily believe this is a 3-2 series one way or the other, mate, because I even think the setup's perfect. You've got a team that has a really good jungle jungle support, and then you've got the team where jungle support's probably the biggest problem in their team. Here's the thing. I low-key sort of agree with the Yamato. I feel like if you're Vitality, the reason it's a good test is I do think Heretics is capable of actually making it hard for you and making it so you can lose. But I agree. If you just look at the carry positions on the two teams, Vitality should win. Like, if you don't, like, what is League of Legends at this point in time? It can't really just be like some chess game. It is still at the end of the game about hands and having like powerful players and people who carry team fights. And as much as there's been flaws, the difference is, like, first of all, Kazi got his shit together the last few weeks, but he's starting to look good again. Nako actually always had like a nice ceiling to his game. Like, you can tell he has the odd game where he looks like, I can see why they picked him up, but he looks like he has a future in the LEC, put it that way. Shayak for me is a bit just whatever. He's not bad, but he's just a bit whatever, you know.
Better than Camilo.
That's certainly true. Yeah, that's the other thing that's interesting. Like, that's why it's so hard to make this call, though, because it's like the solos are way better on Vitality, and the solos are quite weak on Heretics. But on the other side, Linshas plays like shit. This fucking series is wide open. If the fleshy guy struggles, his first playoffs, immediately you can see a world where, like, it's actually, I do think actually having a really powerful jungle support is underrated in League. Like, you can win a lot on the map with that, mate. You can make a lot of clever moves. Like, so I'm with you. I'd probably edge Vitality, but part of me feels like if Heretics win, it would be deserved. You know, they've kind of done a lot. The obvious problem I have with Heretics is this. Mate, if there's any team should be doing some Abadage type shit, it's probably this team. Like, the Camilo thing was already a reach, bro. That was a reach. Like, the second division LFL, no. Like, if you pick that player up, you actually, that is what you're saying there is this. I have the craziest scouting eye in the world. Well, if it turns out it's not right, then you have to just humble yourself and just get a player that can do a better job. Because I do feel like the saddest thing about this team is the Carlson guy has his flaws, but I at least think he has an upside. The Camilo guy, I genuinely think people are just trying to be nice by not hating on him, bro. Like, I think that is one of the weakest players I've seen in the LEC. And remember, it's not like he plays for SK. If he played for a really bad team, who gives a shit? This team, if you put any competent mid laner in, would have, like, they'd at least be able to give the other teams, like, a little bit of the sweat. Maybe they wouldn't beat the top four, but I tell you what, as you saw in some of those last splits, etc., in the regular season, they could certainly scare them a little bit. Though you could get ahead in a game, you could have moments where you could win, but you can't do anything without a strong mid laner. Come on, LEC still is about having a really good mid laner. Come on, boys, don't you think so?
Yeah. It's just Camilo Flacket. It's just these are not pairings that you should have together. You know, it's like, I don't know what Team Heretics, for the longest time, these guys have just had the wrong pairings in their carry positions. They don't make sense, and Flacket is serviceable in the sense, like, if he gets to play in isolation and his support is busy and plays the game together with like a caps like he did on G2, you know, then that's like, it's fine. It makes sense because he's in isolation.
What's perfect about his game, he opens up the support, right?
And that's like his whole role. But if the roads lead to him, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And I feel like Team Heretics have always had like strange combos, whether it's Ruby and Evi and whatever.
It's so weird, aren't they? I know.
It's very, very strange. And I've said this for the entire year. Like, if you merge Team Heretics and Vitality, that would be like a really fucking, you know, that would be
fusion dance out of fucking
it's like if it's Shio, Stand, Kazi, Shayak, Nako. Right. Damn, that's the team right there, you know. But yeah, I think Shio, just to give him some praise, to top it off, is just, I think he can be in the conversation for like an MVP level performance of this year. I think him being in the conversation of being like at times like the strongest jungler in the league, in the context of how well Elioya plays and Razork at times and so forth. Like, I think Shio has really increased his stock value this year. Like, if there was one player that did, it has to be this guy.
Oh, man, I'm almost certain that guy surely has to be on a better team next year. Like, it just feels obvious, doesn't it?
Yep.
In fact, I'll even tell you, this is an edgy opinion, but I'll give you it anyway. Bro, I don't think because of contracts this would happen, but you only loosely did it a second ago. So in a minute, we're going to talk about the matchup, so we can talk about KC in a second. But I actually do feel like, mate, if I'm doing that whole with French Angle and KC, I'd sign Shio over Yike, mate. I feel like that could be the move. Like, that looks like it could be a dope signing, because I have to say, I agree with you actually about the Yike take. In fact, let's transition and do that. We'll talk about the upper bracket matchup. So obviously, Karmine Corp plays against G2. And on the Karmine Corp, let's do this Yike conversation, because I know what you mean. Here's the problem. One of the narratives I feel like was the most off this year was when Karmine Corp won the winter split. Because remember, they came from the lower bracket. If you remember in the upper bracket final, G2 actually like convincingly beat them. So when they came from the lower bracket, and the story went, and I also agree, the story went that actually G2 thought Fnatic was going to beat them in the lower bracket, and it was going to be Fnatic versus G2 in the final, and G2 probably practiced for Fnatic. By the way, I get it. Like, at the time, time, Fnatic was the scariest team. Everyone said in scrims they won all the time and they were like super strong. So when they had that win from Karmine Corp in the final, they became LEC champions. Obviously, when you win with a new roster, you're gonna get inflated narratives around players. But the worst one was the Yike one, because since he was beating G2 and Skewmond on G2 looked a bit sus in that final, the narrative just became, but G2's big mistake was letting Yike go. What are they doing? Yike is the best jungler. Which it's like, I always thought, you've fallen into the trap there. That's like an easy narrative, but it's not actually that accurate, like. So one of the problems is this, because Yike is an older player. I always tell people they forget this. He's only something like a year younger than Caps, if people don't know. He's actually quite an old player. He's like 24 or something, I think, or 25 or something. Like, he's one of the older players. And now he's even, by the way, now a veteran. He's not played like LEC for what, like 3 years? It's like quite a few years to play together. So you look at this guy, I think people, when they won the championship, wanted the narrative that he's the captain and he's like the leader of their team and he's the, I don't really think he's that jungler, mate. For me, Yamato, he's actually got a jungler, like, as people can see with this Vi angle, he has certain aspects about his game that actually can be flaws. Like, I always thought in G2, they actually, like, integrated him quite cleverly and, like, hid some of his flaws and emphasized his strengths elsewhere. And then he went to give him, like, the crazy Hail Mary pick, and then he went to make him play the boring meta pick. In KC, I feel like, actually, each split, he's gotten slightly worse for me. He's still a good player, but I know what you mean. If I'm picking junglers, like, this might hurt people's feelings, but I would take Shi over this guy. I think he's a better jungler. I would take a lot of people. I'll take Elyoya. I'd maybe even take Razork, and that's like a tough one because Razork has a lot of failures. But Yike, for me, he looks a little bit the odd man out sometimes in this squad. The rest of the squad, look, I get there's the Vladdy angle of like what's going on behind the scenes, but everyone else in the teams, like you lock these teams for next year. Maybe they're not the Targabas one, but they have their own internal reasons they want that player. What do you think about this Yike angle? What do you think of it? What's the problem?
It's just for Django, I feel like that's just where you have the most room to make changes. It's just the position and the nature of it, because we have so many good junglers in Europe. Like if we have someone like Jankos just co-streaming and screaming over Navi games, like on the sidelines, it's like we have so many good junglers. So if you want to make an upgrade, I feel like that's the easier one, because support is very tough. It's very, very hard. It's like if we always talk about Mickey X and we hype up Alvaro, but these teams are gonna hold on to these guys till the end of time, So like that's where it gets tough. And I think the core of Kalis, Vladi, Kana, like these are players that can easily be the best in their position. So like, maybe mid, not easily because it's caps, but yeah, if you don't have caps, you want Vladi pretty much. Barring that the issues aren't too overwhelming in regards to how he feels on the team or whatever. But I don't want to speculate too much on that because it's uninteresting, right? But yeah, I think jungle, definitely, that's a position you can maybe have some leeway to make some changes. Like looking at KC of what they are now, as I mentioned it before, but Yike does look like he plays like he did during the weaker periods on G2, where his decision-making isn't super fluid. He seems to be kind of he seems to be the type of player where everything connects. It looks really, really good. But if there's like one thing that goes off, it doesn't really find traction in the game. And that's how I felt like he was on G2, where there was like one play that just was so surprising, and everything leading up to that point was really good. But then he would just overreach on something, like go a little bit too far, maybe engage a little bit too soon, and then he just would lose himself in the game. I get that same feeling off of him now. And I think usually when it comes to a circumstance like this, KC, my read on them is throughout the entire spring split, there was this kind of, they had this enthusiasm and, of course, like borderline like draft philosophy that they wanted to just expand on what they already knew. They wanted to expand with playing melee mid laners. They wanted to expand with playing tanks top lane. And I think at some point they were so far removed from what they always did that they kind of forgot what made them good in the first place. Because I also feel like that they are almost the Giga Extreme version of Vitality, where I think that in terms of individual ceiling, I do think that this team can easily be the best in the league when it comes to just individual ceiling. Yes. But where their team play is right now, it's as if all of those spring split series that they won relying on team fighting, where they thought that, when playoffs come, we can show this up and we can just go back to what worked. I feel like that shock of that not really working out was the biggest pain point for them. Because I think what Casey really needed rather than improving and really drastically changing things up, what they really needed was making it to MSI. Like that needed to be the number one priority. And maybe if they had that in mind, maybe they would have stuck and played the same champions a little bit more closely. Maybe they would have kept playing Icon, of course, the Engage and the tanks, and they would do the same thing with Targamas, and they wouldn't expand so sporadically in that process. Because now the fact that they had this 2-month period where they basically just stayed at home and had no one to practice with, I think that lack of momentum is really painful for a young team. I think for a young team, you don't want to have those big breaks. You don't want to play like Kalista Vladi to take these longer breaks, because I have been in that position where I have worked with, for example, the rookie roster of 2018 when we had like Jizuki and all those guys. It's like a big reason why we hit the ground running is because they played LVP finals in December. So I got them off of 1 week break and they were already like in good shape and good form. For players that are, new to the LEC, for them to understand the mechanics of getting back into form after taking a break is something that takes a lot of time for players to figure out. In some cases, sometimes there's players that never find that form again because they just don't understand how to get there. Their confidence gets hit, and then suddenly, under that pressure, they tend to make decisions that aren't as good. Because Vladi, in the same boat as Jackie's, he was a player that was insanely busy the entire time, the entire offseason insanely busy, carried that momentum into winter, and then, of course, into spring, and then there was just, boom, a long period of inactivity. And that's where, like, a lot of the tension comes out, right? Because Kalista is someone that is vocal about how much effort his team puts in, and, of course, how much solo queue people put in, because he's very demanding of his teammates, which is an attribute that I respect a lot. But finding form again is an art form. That's why these legendary players are legendary players, because they can have a dip in performance and they can find form again. It's like they have so much credit that we believe someone like Broken Blade can have a bad split and be great in the next one because he understands the mechanism of how to get good again. And now KC is running through that challenge. I think if they made MSI EWC, everything would have been so different for them in terms of where their progression would be. But now they're dealing with these challenges of course, being rookies. I mentioned the Vitality example because after Worlds, when we had time off, when the guys came back in 2019 and we started spring, their form was worse than I've ever seen. And that and getting back to form was a struggle. This is where a lot of tension brings. People get angry at each other, and it's like, oh, you don't have the same expectations from your teammates and don't perform. Jizuki was the guy who like boot camped in Korea after Worlds because he just felt like he wasn't good enough to beat Rookie, so he just stayed for another month boot camping, getting challenged in Korea, which was ridiculous because he came in and had like insane form. I think when in the beginning of spring, he was just like the best player in the league in scrims. But then the disconnect, we had people that took breaks, we had people that did this. That causes tension and pain within a team environment because people didn't put the same effort and didn't have the same expectations of an off season. And figuring out what that means for you individually, that's a long-ass journey that you need to figure out. And I think Casey is going through those pains now with the rookie players, just reading the tension that comes out, of course, from the team.
Now, I will just take a moment to let you know that obviously soon, I mean, it's actually September now, kids will be going back to school. And when kids go back to school, there's always that emphasis, isn't there? You've got to look fly, you've got to have the new threads, you've got to have the new style. Well, you know what? We might not be kids who watch this show. I certainly hope so. I would hope a lot of adults do. And actually, it's the same when you're an adult. You want to look cool, don't you? You want to have the newest things. You want to have the things that look slick. Well, I'll tell you what look and sound great. How about the new Raycon Everyday Active AirPods? Now they've even got two features in them that are baller. They've got the active noise cancellation, which is also really awesome because you normally think of them with like bigger headsets. No, they have them with the in-ear. They work really great. And they also have multi-point connectivity. So you can now connect 2 devices at the same time, which is actually like an OP thing. I can tell you from some of the other headsets I've used that have had that in, that is actually a baller feature. So obviously you can switch between things, which is a big deal. And they've also got the classic style where they're like ergonomically designed to be nice to fit in your ear and to comfortable, and they fit. Yamato's got some. We've all got them, by the way. That's another thing. And these companies also send out all the products. We always have everyone test them all out. They do that thing where they charge in the case. It's really easy. The case, by the way, is really small, but it's really convenient to carry around. That's another thing I have to say is OP about like earbud ones compared to a big headset. You don't have to have a big thing to put in. You don't have to worry in your bag it's going to break and all stuff. They just fit neatly away. They're safely in your pocket, and they have all loads of different colors. You don't really have to just go for like black like I did before. There's some here that like have a different color on them. They've got loads. They've even got like cool mint, all sorts of different ones. You can make that again if you want to look fly and you want to put them with your outfit. Look, I wouldn't suggest doing like New York rappers where they have a different pair of like Air Force Ones for each outfit that they wear with trainer. Maybe just pick your favorite color. But the point is there are a lot of different choices to be had out there. And they've got the baller battery life, which has up to 32 hours. Quick charge, you can get 90 minutes off just 10 minutes of quick charge. And they've got the awareness mode, which is also an interesting feature. Look it up if you want to see what that is. So if you would like to get some of these lovely Raycon everyday earbud classics, you can go to buyraycon.com/LFN. You get 20% off site-wide. That's off everything, but that includes the everyday earbud classics. That's buyraycon.com/LFN. 20% off site-wide today. Buyraycon.com/LFN. Thank you to Raycon and their lovely headphones. Maybe you're listening to the show right now on them. And thank you to anyone who purchases them and lets them know we're the ones who sent you. Right, let's just do a really quick 1-minute toilet break, Yamato. Then we can enjoy the rest of the episode. See you in a minute, guys. Right, let's do then for the KCG2 series, let's do a little preview, because I have to say, this is what I also think is really tough to pick, actually. Like, I actually feel like a similar scenario to what we just described with the Heretics Vitality one. What I like about G2 is G2 finally not only has an identity, it's actually a good identity finally. Before it was kind of a boring identity, and then you really did just hope that, like, fucking Caps and Jan Sama go crazy in the series and you win off that, or other people fail, like Fnatic fall over and shit their pants and fucking trip over, and like you did every fucking split, it felt like. But even though I do agree, I think G2's had an awesome split so far. It's like we said about the regular split. It's like, yeah, but all they did is beat Fnatic, and Fnatic has the Popey angle, and that group ends up looking really scuffed, unfortunately. So I actually have to say, I feel like you just said a minute ago, I feel like if all the players in both teams play at their like peak level that we've seen this like split in the last split, KC should win. KC, I actually do think should be the better team. I actually wanted to see this matchup last split in the playoffs. We just didn't get it, unfortunately. I think KC will win this series. It could be a close one, I'll give you that, because I do think still, just like the Vitality series, I still think KC has moments that look fucking shady, mate. And they do have moments where it's why that whole Vladdy thing starts to be more interesting. It's like, is there something going on behind the scenes? One thing if, someone isn't playing enough, or like, I even thought the Niski move initially was just like, just to light a fire under him. Like, let's challenge him and then he'll respond and he'll have like a fucking MVP split and he'll be right back. It almost seems more to me like you also got him maybe because as you saw from his like outburst against the fans, maybe he's like a fucking bomb waiting to go off. And if the bomb goes off, you want to have someone to come in and play the fucking role in case like we actually have to bench this guy. So that part does alarm me, I will say it. But I'll tell you what, if there's one thing I know from sports and esports, Yamato, winning solves so many problems. It's crazy. Even if it's a bullshit win, a win is a win, mate. And that win is the fucking soothing balm to whatever rash, whatever minor wounds you have. It might not even heal it, but in that moment, it'll make it feel okay. You'll find a way to look at that teammate. You actually think, what the fuck is this guy doing? And just go, well done, I guess, mate. We got there in the end, So like, I have to say, I think this series is a massive like confidence builder / statement series for KC. I think if you win this series and you do it comfortably, like nice 3-1, you can have one game where you fuck up the draft or something. Aside from that, you're the better team fighting team, you've outlaned them. I think I'm going to take KC. Are you going with GT or are you going with KC? Where you at on this one, Yamato?
It's damn hard. Like as you mentioned, it's like we are going off of so limited data. But I'm going to stick to my initial read. I think the advantage of just the last 3 months. It's like what have you done in the last 3 months? And KC has played four damn best of threes.
True.
And G2 has been so busy, and I feel like this format, in terms of how lax it was, is almost designed for G2 to actually absorb that and to take their pacing and set their pacing to actually get the most out of that international experience. Because often you have that lag behind an MSI because everything just starts so quickly, and you have to kind of scramble on a new patch, and you you first want to rest, but you also want to have those meetings to truly digest what you went through and apply the learnings and make it a part of you, the experience that you went through. And I think that G2 had all the time in the world to do this appropriately. I think on Casey's side, I just find it so hard to believe that they have managed to fix the issues that they had in spring, that they couldn't fix in spring with a lot more time, and at the same time showcasing those same issues in summer now. I do think that this is something that G2 will be able to exploit, because I think the biggest issue about the KC matchup against G2 is that I don't think KC is great at really capitalizing on G2's biggest weakness, and that is their early game. I think that both of these teams are very shaky in the early game in terms of what they give and take to a GX or a Koi, or let's say, Fnatic even, because in those Fnatic games that G2 showcases, like Fnatic won bot lane twice, like they dove bot lane twice. You had Labrov dying on Karma twice, dying on Alistar. Like these are things that occur, and I don't think the G2 or KC will be under that pressure. And that leads us to the mid game and the late game, and I do think that that's where G2 is sharper. And I think that Broken Blade being in good form and having so many pocket picks that actually work, whether it's the Mundo, Rek'Sai, I think this is a massive, massive plus for them. And I don't think that he's going to be a liability against Kana. I think that he's going to figure out ways to make the Kana presence as little of a pain as possible. And I think that they have room now to actually target ban Kana, whether it's his Gwen or a Rumble, because in the past you would have to invest a lot into also making sure that Vladi doesn't get full comfort in the game. And I think with Vladi's form right now, I don't see him having that same level of presence as the Caps. So I'm leaning G2, but I can definitely see it going both ways. It's like the narrow nature of the data that we're working with, and also how close these teams could be. Like on the day, the performance matters so much, and maybe this is one of those moments where G2 look like the favorite, and then suddenly the lights are too bright for some of the players. There's so many aspects at play for sure, but I'm leaning G2.
Obviously, if people don't understand, the reason why we didn't talk about Fnatic is because Fnatic had the week off. They were already done. They've already played their 3 weeks. We've already talked about them to death. And we also just did the discussion of MKoi, so that's why I didn't set. So this one, we can just go straight to the prediction as well. MKoi versus Fnatic is one where I have to say, these first round matchups aren't bad, mate. These are actually interesting combinations, because I do think Koi actually is one of the teams where, again, it's a bit of a Heretics vitality scenario. I think some of the players on Fnatic, the laners, should be stronger. They should be able to have a really good chance here. But I am very interested in how the whole El Yoya Alvaro angle will come in, because I think that is an area where I've seen Mickey X and Razork the whole year have these games where they just both go in and fucking int, and it makes the team look really bad, unfortunately. So, I've got to say, I do favour Koi in this one. I actually do feel like Koi's the team where I can trust that they will play like their style. I know where they're going to play. The thing with Fnatic is, I don't really even still fully know what the ceiling is. I don't know how high it goes. Like, I still don't really know. Did Poby bring stability, but now the ceiling's not as crazy to win, because they did have some like wild wins this year, especially regular season, where they just knock the best teams in the league completely out. Or is it going to be more consistent, but not as good a team? So at the moment, I've got to pick against Fnatic. I need to see them do it before I can believe them to be out. So I'm going to take Koi to win this one personally. What about you?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think that Koi, also for a lot of the reasons that I mentioned about G2, is just that international experience. They got time to digest it too, and I think they're ramping up. I think that the Vitality series, they did as much of a statement that they could, in my opinion, from that series in isolation. I think that Koi, like the main place where we'll see fireworks is in the 3v3 bottom lane, because I do think that both of these teams want to play out the early game in a very similar fashion. I think Fnatic, in terms of lane, how they lane, they should be a little bit better, but I do think that Koi just connect better with jungle and support in terms of how they take space, even though Fnatic is also really, really good at this. I also think that the Midwin point that we mentioned before, I do think that Midwin is just better than Oscarinin, and I think that's something that is impactful, because I think the main issue I have with Fnatic is the fact that their solo laners are not a part of the game. Poby, you can see like slow progression, and they adjust like in the game how to incorporate him, but I think when he's playing the majors or when he's playing Riot, it looks good. But when he's playing the engagers, you can see the disconnect, and that's only natural. It's like they haven't played long enough together. And I think the main issue for Fnatic is in this best of 5, they will learn new things about themselves. While Koi already know all of the traps, all of the weaknesses, all of the strengths. They've been there before. They've played many of these series before. While Fnatic, maybe, how do they react if they're losing a game in a best of 5? What's going to happen? Will someone collapse? Will they adjust? What happens? There's so many things that are moving pieces for this particular squad. Obviously, Mickey, Upset, Grabs, like these guys have a lot of experience, but at the same time, the core, when we look at Razok and Oscarinin, will the bad experiences that they've had, will it come up again? Because best of 5s is where they fall into those traps, and they have a lot of bad luggage. If we think back about this year or the previous years, there's a lot of pain points there. So I don't know how they will react to all of these new things, because some things are very hard and borderline impossible to prepare for, and it's just a question of how do you adjust when you're in that series, because best of 5s are just a different beast. At least you have the GA. I think that's the biggest plus, is that the pressure is a little bit less than the teams that we mentioned before, because going into best of 5, do or die, you're out of the year. It's a very different, just the nature of it is very different. So I think the Koi mental age doesn't play as big of an advantage in this one. If this was an elimination match, I would never think Fnatic would win.
I would also say if you're Grabs, you actually have a really powerful angle, which is at the end of the day, like I said in that whole rant about MKoi, about how they were underrated by bettors on the betting market. A lot of people think they won't be like the top 2 team, for example. And essentially, the bettors are saying they'll be like third or fourth, right? If I told you this, Yamato, forget every problem as Fnatic we had this year. If we just win 3 games in this 1BO5, we're at Worlds. Mate, that's it. I'm not saying we have to win LEC. We don't have to make up for all the past rosters. We don't have to all we have to do is win 1BO5. It can even be a fluke, bro. We could just fucking have a messy game 4 where we're up 2-1 and we just flip a Baron. And that's it. We're at Worlds. At that point, we can even then lose every match. That's actually a really powerful framing device. Because I tell you what, this is why I say the matchups are fun. I'd be way more intimidated if I was Fnatic and I said all that speech, but then the team I'm playing is KC. It's like, fuck, they probably have better players than us. G2, they have all the experienced players. Koi's the one we have a chance, boys. We actually might have a chance here. There is a world, absolutely, where the mid and ADC on our team could be the best in the server. We could have a chance on this one. Razork and Mickey, yeah, I agree. I think I will take Elyoya and Alvaro over them now, but those are the most comparable players. Those are the elite players at this position. So if you're Fnatic, this is the one where you just go for it, boys. You swing for the fences. Because if you even, in any context, can get over the line, you're at Worlds. And I'll tell you what, mate, once you make it to Worlds, not only do you have the rest of the series to explore, who you are as a team, but then all of a sudden, the whole year opens up. Now, by the time you get to Worlds, Pobby will have loads of practice games under his belt. He'll have the boot camp. Maybe he shows something in these playoff games. Here, like you say, maybe they get tested. They get dragged into the deep water. They have a bunch of games where they have to overcome their disadvantages or they're down a game in the series. You play against a KC or a G2. By the time you get to Worlds, everything could be in good condition. That can fix all these problems for this year, because that's how silly the format is. It's just win 1BO5. Fnatic, by the way, in theory, they're the team that can be the ultimate benefactor of that, mate. The rest of the squads were already competing for the title. Fnac's the one, like I say, all you need is this one, and this is the one to win, by the way, because it's the one that just gets you there instantly. That low bracket run, I agree, it helps that it doesn't make you feel pressure, but it's going to be way harder to make it through the low bracket, though, and have to actually, to beat, a top team, potentially.
Yeah, you just have to view it through the lens. It's like, you have way better chances beating Koi than dropping down to a lower bracket and then playing against a team that already won a BO5 under that same pressure. If you play against a GX and you've just lost and they've just won, that is a whole different dynamic and a whole different playing field. And then on top of that, if you win that one, you need to beat one of the losers of the previous of the other upper bracket.
The two teams that beat you. They're the 2 teams that have already beaten you this year, G2 and KC. They're the ones that get you.
Yeah, that just sounds like for where Fnatic is right now, it sounds like impossible. I don't see these guys as being like the miracle runners.
Oh, no.
That's not what this team is. They need to show up on the day against Koi, and I hope that Koi is coming with the weaker form, because odds wise, yeah, you definitely need to beat Koi. The lower bracket run, I'm not a believer at all.
Okay. I think we shift regions now. By the way, I think that was about, bear in mind, like LEC already has playoffs left, which obviously we will follow very closely. I thought we'd do that episode to make up for the fact that we were like a little bit lighter in terms of our coverage for this split, because it just wasn't very interesting split. Like I said, I would just look every week at the upcoming games. I'd be like, I'd rather talk about the LPL for half an hour more. You know what I mean? So let's switch over now. Let's actually just do all the West and get it out the way. Then we'll do it the opposite to normal. We'll do the Asia regions at the end as the dessert. So LTA, guess what, Yamato? We even previewed this, bro. I actually, by the way, I did it because of the odds, but I did bet on 100 Thieves to beat TL in this series. Because as we talked about last week, mate, if you're making matchups, if people don't know, that saying you've probably heard people repeat, it's from combat sports. It comes from boxing, I believe, that goes, styles make fights. It's actually one of the most like key pieces of wisdom in sports that you can get. Because what it explains is, it's not about who the better team is. It's about, do my strengths fit your weaknesses? Because if so, you can be on a better team than me. But if I really am like your kryptonite, I can beat you. Like I have the angle. I'll give you the obvious historical one in League of Legends. For some bizarre reason, no one's ever really figured out. Those fucking Flash Wolves Taiwanese teams were like inexplicably good against Koreans. What's the joke is they weren't even that good against Europe or even LPL. Like they were kind of whatever. That's why they never had deep finishes. But if you put them against Koreans in that famous Korean style from like season 5 to season 8 or whatever, mate, they just, for some reason, they just had like the counter to that. They had like the style that just matched up so well that even though on paper you'd be talking about, you know, like the 12th best team in the world versus the best team, they could win those fucking BO1s. They could win the series. Mate, this is one of those series that had that vibe for me, right? In theory, Team Liquid is supposed to be the better team, like the overall unit with the macro and the coaching and the draft. But I'll tell you what, if I was picking an underdog side to have a chance to beat them in a series, we talked about this last week, it'd be one that had a really strong jungle mid. And that's exactly where 100 Thieves sits. And by the way, those players absolutely woke up in this fucking last few weeks. Like River and Quid are back on their shit, boys. Like they actually know how to play League of Legends again. And by the way, if it's true the River guy's going to retire, it's sad because you can see why everyone raved about him for years. He has real skill. Like, the problem with that is, though, even so, Yamato, I didn't think it would be 3-0. I thought we're talking like, you know, close 3-1 or 3-2, back of 3-0. Like, they actually murked them, bro. This is sad. I can't believe TL's out already on the whole fucking league. What do you think of this?
I think you nailed it, bro. This is as Maple Cars as it gets, you know, like you have the mid jungle. Like I think they really understood the assignment where they knew that the enemy bot lane is the most dangerous aspect. Dokla versus Impact. He just needed to match. You just need to be like, you don't like being mechanically better than Impact is something that you can say about a lot of players, but you need to be as smart as him. Yes. And I think that they just feel that the guy with the experience. I think if Sniper was in here, he's going to lose to all of those lane swap tricks, you know, the base tricks and you know, the traps that Impact would set up for him, and Impact would you know, find leeway within the series. But I think like having the Okla there, like top lane was just a kind of a stable presence, which is super nice. But you can see in terms of how 100 Thieves drafted, they had like the Aurora draft, the Rise draft. They just made sure that they had really strong mid-jungle duos, that they could dominate mid, and then they just broke into bot lane all the time to make sure that CoJJ just didn't have any breathing room together with Eon, because everyone knows that that's, of course, you know, their biggest weapon. I think Eon CoJJ is a far better bot lane, but they just played in a way that made sure that it didn't matter. And kind of crazy how this change has just brought everyone back, because this is the Quid and River that we saw maybe in the beginning of winter. This is the Quid and River that we saw for the longest time in previous seasons, and in this in between we just didn't have that at all, which was a big mystery. But fair play to them to bring in a coach for Sniper and then putting that guy in, and then suddenly they have a very clear identity again, because you know, sometimes you just need a person that is stable. Maybe he falls behind in CS and just has a presence of being stable, which is super nice. And then you can enact your game plan without worrying about chaos coming from an angle that is not there. Like Sniper would be like the equivalent of an Adam in this conversation, where maybe on occasion he had some unique pick that he stood out on or played mechanically well. But in terms of leveling up, in terms of what the macro is and keeping up with those ideas, especially in a region like LTA, Sniper just never did so. And it's cool to see the 100 Thieves resurgence, especially as you mentioned yourself. It's like this is not only like River potentially retiring, it's also like 100 Thieves as an org is just out. You know, they're leaving.
True.
They're leaving completely. So
Yeah.
it's the last hurrah.
By the way, on Team Liquid, obviously, it's so insane that they're out already because this is their year done. If people don't know, the format for LTA, because it's like LTA North and South, for this split, what they do is nobody qualifies for Worlds from the region, from the split. What happens is the top 3 go to the regional qualifier with the top 3 of LTA South, and then you get the seeds for Worlds, which is like 3 seeds or whatever. So basically, Team Liquid is completely done, but they're done super early as well, mate. Like, you'd at least think they should be at that thing and then battle and then see if they can get the spot there. The idea they've done already is such a bummer to me because you think about what a waste it's been. Last year, they were really good. They were on the cusp of doing like something special 2 or 3 times. They just would always lose like last minute against the Asian team or the European team or whatever it is. So the main problem I have is this. I just wonder what the roster management was. I said this on Twitter. The reason why it's so bizarre that you'd let the 2 biggest holes in your team be mid lane, because I'm sorry, Fearless Draft, everyone was laughing at APA coming into the league last year and records. Bro, Fearless Draft counted this motherfucker immediately because not only did he not have a deep champion pool, you knew before the series every pick he was going to make Yamato. You knew he had to pick like a Talia. It was just obvious he had to go to these picks. So it made it, to me, it makes draft way more obvious. And then the other angle is, we all know the issue they had with and then bringing the UG guy, whatever. Mate, if the 2 roles you need in an LTA team and you have import slots are jungler and mid, bro, we solved this. You get a fucking EU jungler, because they speak English then, and there's loads of them, and then you get a fucking Korean mid laner. We've already seen that. FlyQuest did it. Cloud9 did it. Everyone did it except you. And Thieves did it. You just get one of those guys, like a Karis type motherfucker, who's just like, he just shows skills. He's got hands, you bring him in. Like the idea, because here's what I think's so sad. I look at the other 3 pieces in Team Liquid, and I think it's a bomber if I'm these guys. I'm not going to Worlds. Like, if I'm Impact, mate, yes, you aren't as good as last year, but you always do your job. You know what I mean? Your job is to obviously be like the weakest player on the team in theory, but to be a strong, weak player, that is what you do. You look at the bot lane, I don't even know what you're supposed to be hitting on the bot lane for. Yun's still fucking good, and Core JJ is still Core JJ. His problem is, again, mate, how are you supposed to win in League of Legends with a bad mid and jungle? That's not the fucking combo I want to be bad in League of Legends, for fuck's sake. That's the most classic combo in the game to be good. As we just said before, it's probably actually what made people like the Flash Wolves get all those epic wins, is that if you have the sick jungle mid, you can make shit happen in the game. You can get those advantages. So it's just a bummer for me, because what a sad way for Team Liquid's run to end. And I'm sorry, it is implied to me. I have no behind the scenes info. But if I look at like people's faces, what they've said in interviews, it's almost implied Spawn's going to leave at the end of the year, mate. Do you know what I mean? I got that vibe of like, maybe this is the last run, or maybe he's going to focus on family life type shit now, because there's only so many times he can apologize every split, guys, and do that like, sorry, we'll try harder. This is like a really bad, this should have been at a minimum you came to Worlds and you were 3rd. Like, you know what I mean, of the NA team. The idea you're out in 5th to 6th in the LTA North. Like, what a fucking shit end to a split, bro.
There's two angles from it. Like I was surprised after what the previous year was that they decided to continue with because I did think that this was the player that was holding back what the potential was. And then when people were talking, like when we hear players talking about like intangibles, it's like, does this team need more fucking intangibles when you have Core JJ and Impact on the roster and you have a coaching staff with this pedigree? Like, you just needed some firepower in this position. Where you have a guy that just knows how to press his buttons and let the game drive itself, and invest in a player like that, just to make sure that you're never in a finals where you are scrambling to play things like Lilia, because the enemy jungler, if he gets those champions, is going to mess you up completely. And Inspired, it's like the path forward was so clear. It's like, just as a point of comparison, FlyQuest was very aggressive with how they changed things. It's like they removed Jensen mid-split, took a risk on quad because they realized that was capped out, and they took very, very aggressive decisions along the way. And then the World's run ended, with the whole close GenG beating, but them running back the roster made sense. Was always the thing that kept them, in my opinion, from going over the finish line, whether it was beating T1 at EWC, beating T1 at MSI. There was always that main thing that held them back, and I never thought that made the cut. And Considering Team Liquid in that offseason, they were positioned to attract many players. Like, I think a lot of players would want to play on this team.
Yeah.
And then the makeup of the team is that you can incorporate Korean players probably better than any Western team out there. And I think that's always going to be like the painful misstep, because the slotting of Juji is pretty much like slotting in Poby and Fnatic. It's just way too late, where you have no options at all. And I don't blame the Juji guy at all, but just positioning yourself like that is tough. And then the follow-up, the main issue is that now you've had this Team Liquid core. Like the main problem I see for LTA is when FlyQuest and Team Liquid, when these two teams, or even C9 as well, when they move on from the Sven and the Code JJ and the Impact and the Whip One Inspired, where do these teams go? Like, what is the next step in like, who is going to carry the legacy within the league? Like, that is the biggest like existential crisis that the LTA is going to face. Absolutely. When Impact and Code JJ, let's say they retire. Like I don't think it would be a completely crazy thing if next year they decide we're going to retire. Like, they've had immense careers.
Or JJ go back to LCK and play in a mid-team. One of the two.
It's like they've had insane careers, absolutely insane. And I hope Team Liquid probably is going to beg Coach JJ, please stay. We need you. Just a couple of more years. We need some transition period.
Yeah, come on.
Like we need you. We need you. But if that happens, like what is the legacy? Like, how do you rebuild within North America? So it's like when you squander the chances that you have now with these like really strong cores, it really, really cuts a little bit deeper, because a rebuild in North America, what the hell is that? Like, a rebuild in North America is insanely difficult, because it's like the best players that are follow-up, those are the guys on Shopify Rebellions. It's like, I wouldn't get excited about the Team Liquid Fudge, I wouldn't get excited about a Team Liquid Palafox. And that's where the next conversation is, as we always come back to, is like, just let remove import rules. We remove import rules. But that's for the future. But I think that aspect as well will make it so difficult, because let's say Team Liquid take a step back to say, we want to start over. We keep Yeon and Code JJ. Where do you move from there? I think that's, I don't know how you pull that off in North America.
I just looked it up because they didn't win any of the playoff games. I looked up and it went further. Bro, they lost their last 9 games in a row.
Ooh.
That's insane, isn't it? Because they lost from Leon, then they lost to like someone else, and they lost to Cloud9 and FlyQuest. They lost to Cloud9 in the regular split, and then they lost to FlyQuest, and then lost under Thieves. So, well, 9 games in a row, and they're just done. That's the end of the year.
Bah.
What a whack ending to the Team Liquid legacy, if that is the end of this call, by the way. It'll be sad about it.
Yeah. Damn. 9 in a row.
What about then if we flip it over? Because obviously the other match that took place, listen, this guy's toast Cloud9 one. Come on, give me your thoughts on this one, because fucking hell, bro. What even was this series?
C9, I have to say, I am so confused. Like, they seem so stressed, so nervous, and they're getting outlaned. They're getting outlaned.
I thought this was going to be a 3-0 all day, bro. This had 3-0 written all over it,
It should have been. Like, their wins look so easy. Look so easy. But when they don't get that momentum in lane phase, it's kind of like everything just shrivels up. And I just compare this C9 to the one that we saw against FlyQuest in the finals. Like, they had everyone looked at that series and said, C9, if they just kept composure, they were the better team. And they were the better team because individually they were just performing better. We had Sven being potentially MVP of that series if they won. We had top lane, Thanatos doing crazy things, Loki being clearly better than Quad at the time, and then FlyQuest just kept composure better and found, Blabber found the EQ on Javan onto the Kaelin on mid and through the game. But like everything was just perfectly lined up for like the talking point that C9 has the potential to beat FlyQuest. They have all the makeup of making that happen. But then looking at this split in particular, in the regular split, I thought, okay, FlyQuest, C9, the regular split doesn't matter too much. In the end, they're going to have the playoff series. Making top 4 is incredibly easy here. So I could accept it as, this is just whatever. But now when we look at the playoff games, especially here against this guy's Toast, it's crazy to me to see this guy's Toast, these guys. Like if Thanatos is getting solo killed, You know, it's just crazy. It happened against Fudge. It happened here too. Like just individually, things are not clicking. And I think that C9 as a team is very reliant on that working, because obviously you play to your strengths. You assume that that's something that you're going to transfer. But it seems like there's a big ass mental block in terms of how they perform here. Because for me, ever since we saw them at EWC or the throw against, of course, FlyQuest in the previous split, it just seems like what they do in practice doesn't seem to be showcasing itself onto the stage, and the lack of experience on some of the players is beginning to shine through. And I wonder, like, if it's a question of what they do in between the games, how they read the room, how they reinforce people, how they empower people. I just feel like this C9, them having a close hit against this guy's toes, is crazy. Like, this is a massive failure. Even though they made it, it's a massive failure. Massive failure.
I mean, the other reason why as well is, on paper, you should never be able to compete with those solo laners. By the way, the Loki guy was dope. He is fucking just really good. Thanatos, yeah, he had his issues, but I tell you what, game 5, he fucking smurfed that one, though, when he had the Rek'Sai. My problem is this. I don't know if you saw this drama, Yamato, because it was mainly on social media. Did you see the drama where that guy, the Arsh Goyle guy, the one who fucking has been involved, he tried to, like, involve himself in that Danny drama last year when me and Richard publicised it because he came out with his own fucking story. Maybe that was 2 years ago. I think it was me. I think, yeah, maybe that was in 2023. I can't remember anyway. And he works for like Sheep Esports, whatever. He had this mini drama where basically on a Discord, I think it was the Cloud9 Discord, he just was in like a chat, and he did that classic mistake you can make if you're an insider, which is a bunch of plebs are just talking like, oh, wow, this player played like shit. And they were talking, I think, about Blabber and about how he played badly or something. And he basically did that thing where you, in theory, maybe know some like insider information, but you can't actually reveal it. But you forget that like a public Discord is a public Discord, mate. It's not like a private chat with you and your friends from school in the group work chat or whatever. Like, so he made the mistake of saying something like the phrasing, let me actually double check. I think the phrasing was something like, if you guys only knew behind the scenes what's going on with him or something. He made some sort of... Did you see this drama at all, Yamato?
I didn't see it, but that sounds mental.
Well, part of the reason why is once he got in trouble, because as a result, like, people obviously then spiraled, like, what the fuck, what's going on? And started speculating, right? He then, like, locked his account down and did, like, a public apology or whatever, even though I don't really believe the apology, because the apology was sort of like, wow, something about the way I'm communicating is not translating with people. It's like, you've done this a million times, you attention whore. You have over and over and over and over again, instead of just becoming famous for your work or making a really good point, you have just inserted yourself into other people's drama, made yourself the center of attention, then whined that you're the center of attention. Oh, what the hell? Now I'm like the center of attention, getting all negative comments. What the fuck is this? You're going to do it next week, you twat. We all know you are, so fucking miss me with the crocodile tears. But essentially, the reason I bring this up is because I have to say, Yamato, that isn't something that seems totally implausible, the idea that there's some like issues within Cloud9. In fact, Blabber himself in this series was kind of a bit trash, mate. Like, he looked like he had some issues. Look, we don't know anything internally, or if we did, we're not going to tell you on this show anyway. But I do get the vibe there's something off with Cloud9, mate, because when I look at their team, roster looks good. Some of their players are very good, in my opinion. Then I hear this, like, based on the things I heard behind the scenes, I think they have very good work ethic, how much they were scrimming. If people don't know, they were scrimming when they didn't make MSI. They scrimmed 3WC, and they were scrimming all the other teams during the MSI period. So this team hasn't been like slacking, as far as I know. They put in the hours. But yeah, the results are so underwhelming. Think about it, they just got 3-2 by Shopify Rebellion. They almost got 3-2 by Disguise Toast. What the fuck is that? Again, I would challenge people, even after watching that game, to name all 5 Disguise Toast players. Go on, do it now. You can't. Fuck you. No one can. I don't even know if Disguise could do it. That's my joke, whatever. So, mate, this is. What do you think? Do you think Cloud9 has some sort of like? Is there something wrong with the blend? What do you think?
I don't know.
What do you think? This guy used to be an MVP of the league.
Blabber is a strange one. It's like I do recall like that. Often I got the impression where there's been periods in Blabber's career on C9, of course, which has been his entire career, where the championships that he won were the easy ones. And whenever there was, constriction, like, keep in mind, he was there during the Jojo Pure era. He was there when they got destroyed by NRG, right? Like, he's been through those eras of them underperforming. And I remember always clearly that when Blabber is when C9 went through those eras of them like playing worse in comparison to what we expect of them, I remember Blabber taking also a step back in those moments. And I remember like the best version of Blabber was the one that was like paired together with the Niski, with the perks, like the players that would make the game a little bit more streamlined for him. And I think this was like a big strength of his. But Blabber seems to have a very similar, like he's just North American Razzle, pretty much. Like that's just how it is.
Yeah.
And it's like in terms of the angles he finds, is like as if he, the way he plays, I always get the impression that he always wants to do the most when he doesn't need to do it. Like he's always trying to do the most when it's not necessary at all. And a lot of the decisions he makes just seem so forced. That's why it's just, that's how I describe it.
I always used to tell Monty, Blabber, same with Razok, by the way, Blabber, like, it should, spiritually, is supposed to be an LPL jungler. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
he just has that vibe where it's like everything's just a 24/7 game. You're always just involved. It's a bit like Ash Quaid, it's just involving himself in everything when you don't have to.
And then as a follow up, like the weird dynamic of the LTA is the scrim and practice environment, because solo queue is dead.
It's the most trash of all the regions, is obvious.
The players have to wait in queue for 30 minutes to get a game.
Yeah.
And then the game is really whatever. And I know that some of the teams are playing like night blocks to squeeze that in. And then you're basically hoping that you get scrims in with FlyQuest. But then if I'm from FlyQuest position, maybe you're thinking to yourself, it's like, we have an easy championship. The only way for us to lose is if we help C9 get better. So maybe we want to scrim them less. And then there's like a lot of like these evaluations and let's say scrim politics at play that also impact what kind of level of practice that you get. Because I imagine C9 just go into the games and then they just stomp lanes and then they just win every scrim. I imagine that's how everything is kind of laid out for them. And then when you get on the stages, when you don't get the same lane advantages, it looks very rough. Because C9, either they are stomping the shit out of the game, or the game becomes a little bit tensious, they lose something in the matchup, and then it's like it becomes drawn out, and then suddenly it's like, oh shit, we can lose? We don't know how to lose. Considering the fact that this guy was almost reverse swept them, that game 5 was a good statement game, which I think is good for the confidence that you can pull it out when you've just lost back-to-back games and the feeling can be very strange. Strategically, it was a very interesting draft too, with the Zeri, the Rek'Sai, and of course the Zyra jungle, which I thought was cool with the Senna pivot. I thought that whole strategy was very interesting. When I look at C9, what I was hoping to get out of them in summer was, will they challenge FlyQuest? And now it looks more distant than ever that idea to come true. It looks more distant than ever. Will FlyQuest ever lose against C9? I just can't imagine at this point in time. You lost to Shopify Rebellions, and then you dropped games against this guy's toast. That should be inconceivable.
What about if we now shift to some of the other squads, right? One question I have for you goes like this. Right, with the Shopify Rebellion angle, they did win a game off FlyQuest, which I will say is legit. But here's what actually cracks me the fuck up, Yamato. This is where, as a broadcast, you got to be really careful how you like pin down a narrative, because the narrative looked perfect. It was like some wrestling shit. Parlofox, when they were kind of a bit mid, got called out the casters, like everyone's fucking trashing us. Immediately after that, they start getting all these upset wins. But here's what's whack. Bro, he's not even good in these wins. Am I the only one? Like, he's actually low-key the worst player on their team. Even when they win, like, he doesn't even look like he's... Like, on one hand, I want to... The movie narrative, like, it's him having the globe, and he was underrated. And people... No, like, you're actually low-key getting carried, Pal Fox. You just are, bro. Like, it's just how it is. And some of the other players are having globes, so I'll give them that. But, like, I don't even feel like I can't even really think of a big Pal Fox game, mate. It hasn't really happened for me.
Nah, I'm with you, bro. I flame him more because he said that shit.
Because the team's better as well too.
I flame him more. Like in the C9 series, like Loki was the better mid laner. Like no fucking way, bro. Like you won, but you didn't do shit in these games. I swear you didn't. And then here, it's like I've been saying Quad hasn't had the best year, in terms of individual performance. But here, Quad looked like a fucking machine. Like Quad was like MVP level performance. He was farming you. He was dribbling around you. He was doing crazy things. Especially in the like game 4 with the Syndra. It's like everyone gave the attention to that Tryndamere game, but what Quad did to you and your teammates was mental. So Palafox, like keep speaking your shit. For me, it's funny. For me, it's funny. So keep doing it. But I'm with you. It's like Shopify Rebellions. What's good about this team is basically they have figured out how they want to utilize the bot lane. It's like how the support is utilized and active in the game. Bvoy actually getting resources and carrying contracts. It's like their early games is kind of framed similar to like a Fnatic early game where they just want to like get ahead, get an advantage through bot lane, get the lane matchups matched and just isolate Fudge. I think that works, and then they're hoping that Palafox just doesn't break the game completely, because whenever the action comes to Palafox, it doesn't work out. It really doesn't work out. It's very clear that Bvoy is the main man here, and I think that the support has had a fantastic glow up. But other than that, I think Shopify Rebellion is like, it's going to be interesting if they get to play against C9 again. I personally would be very hyped for sure.
By the way, that inspired Tryndamere game that everyone saw with the pentakill, mate, well, let's just take a moment again to just give this guy his flowers. He's only been there a few years. Remember, he came in 2022 or whatever the fuck it was, right? This guy already in like 3 years, just about to finish his 3rd year. I'm sorry, I can already... Wait, no, it's 4th year. He's almost at the end of his 4th year in NA. Bro, he already should be put in that conversation with, like, the goats of this region. He's right there with Double F Bjergsen, Jensen. He's just there at a core JJ. He's already leapfrogged. But this way, actually, people like the aforementioned Blabber, I don't care how many MVPs you have, mate. This he's already leapfrogged you, like, because... Like, that was the ultimate, like, fucking mic drop. This guy just runs this whole region. Like, nobody at his position can come close to him. And then he has, like, enough strength elsewhere in his roster. Like, he's also on the best team whenever he plays now. Like, this guy's too fucking good, mate. He's just too good. No one can do what he can do in that region. He just runs them.
I think usually it's difficult because you don't get that cross comparison between NA and EU. But I think without a doubt, Inspire has been the best Western player of the year. Like without a doubt, the spectrum of champions he can perform at an insanely high level at, like the only.
He's also, if anything, one of the only players that's better in Fearless, probably, mate. He loves playing all this shit, doesn't he? Yeah.
And it's like the only.
He always has some bullshit pick like this. It used to be he always has some nonsense pick in his back pocket. He's ready to pull out too. Have you noticed?
Yeah. It's the LS connection is whispering in his ears.
Yeah.
No, it's just like the only exercise that I wish we could do more, which is a little bit more of a difficult one, is like how good is he in comparison to maybe the best Korean junglers as well? You know, it's just a difficult exercise to do because they're surrounded by different teammates. But that's the level that Inspired is on. Yes. That it's like comparable. And that's something that is very rare. Like we rarely speak about plays like that with Caps at times.
This way, I genuinely would if there was like a match. I think it's like Star Trek or something. In some sci-fi movies, they make it where they've already invented technology that can like translate automatically, instantly everyone's languages, so aliens can talk to each other. If this guy could actually just speak to Koreans, basically, if I could give him like a magic wish, bro, I'd love to just drop this guy tomorrow in like Animal Life and see how he does, mate. Like, would he actually for real? Because here's the thing. I actually feel like I know what you mean. It might sound delusional, but I put him in that Jankos Diamondprox status where it's like maybe he actually would just be insane in Korea too. Maybe like only Owner could be better than him or Canyon or something. Like I feel like he's at that level. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm with you. I could definitely see him on Hammer Life if he like the conversation. There was no language barrier. I could definitely see that leveling up the team. Like that's the level Inspired is on. Without a doubt, like Inspired is so damn good. This Tryndamere pick, like I am not too sold on it, honestly, because it's just
not that good, is it? It's just him. It's him, bro, not the pick.
A lot of things.
Copy this pick if you're a whack jungler. Don't copy.
Yeah.
You won't get a pentakill, I'm telling you. It's not gonna happen for you.
Again, if Blabber is looking in Tryndamere next week, like it's done. It's done. It's like FlyQuest. It's like the only game they lost was when they subbed in Gakos, right? It's like that's like the angle for them. Like they subbed in Gakos. He got to play Rumble. So my understanding was.
By the way, listen, I don't know if I even fuck with that because that's like how far ahead you are. You're just like, you know what? Actually, sub this guy in after game. Well, what are we doing? Like, dude, they just know they can't lose at that point. They don't. That's not even respect. It's just like who gives a shit? I know. It's nonsense, isn't it?
It's like they want to utilize the strategy. So it's like this is what Dom said, and this is his theory, and I think it makes perfect sense. Like I ascribe it to it too. They expected that Shopify Rebellion would pick blue, and that he would go on red, and that he could trim away, basically, that Gakos could trim away the Ambessa and the Gwen, the two champions that Whipple doesn't want to play. But then he got put on blue, and then he had to pick Rumble, and maybe, it's like, if you're in that position, you want to like explore a plan to just trim away the pool because you think these champions are strong, but you think Whipple's biggest strengths are in other places. Maybe it's an angle, but it's always the issue with like 6-man rosters and playing them is like there's not enough players that are good enough. Like Whipple is just too good at as a player for you to be able to compare like only, he plays Gwen better than you. It just seems to not matter because he can play a weaker champion and perform better than you just because he's a better player. So I don't know how long it goes, but I respect the effort and I respect the idea.
No, by the way, that's all I've got on that angle too. Like that one was never an interesting matchup. FlyQuest against Shopify Rebellion. Like, what even is that? So okay, we now have. Tell you what, mate, I'm scared right now because in theory, I'm supposed to look at Cloud9.
Deja vu.
And I'm supposed to go, no problem, Yamato. This is going to be an easy 3-0 for Cloud9. They're going to win through, the strength of their players. They're going to go through. It's going to be them, Shopify, and FlyQuest in the regional championship. Tell you what, after the TL series, and after how Cloud9's played the last two series, I'm sort of scared that if you're 100 Thieves, I've seen this one before. Remember last year? Remember when 100 Thieves beat Cloud9 with different rosters? Bro, I've seen this movie before. Like, I'm so scared. Like, if I'm 100 Thieves, by the way, like we just said earlier, you have even though in theory you lose, it's bad for you. You don't have any pressure in this game, mate. No one expects you to. You weren't supposed to be in this position. All of a sudden, you have been given a Cloud9 that looks way more beatable than like a month and a half ago. Like, if I were you guys, again, just swing for the fences, mate. Go for the knockout KO punch, because there's a world, by the way, where Blabber plays a shit game and River's in there. I tell you what, Loki's really good, but one of the few players who has a chance is someone like Quid. He can get it cooking, mate. I am interested in the top lane matchup. I think Thanatos, all eyes are on you, bro. You better fucking smash that top lane. If you don't, I'm going to have my questions. So, look, Cloud9 should win, but I'm a little bit nervous about this one. This has a little bit of a sweat factor for me, Yamato.
Oh, yeah. I'm in the same boat. It's the exact same timing as well as last year, where it was basically the fourth place decider who was going to move forward, and C9 was fourth.
That match is the reason we have Jojo Pyong, guys. Thank you to 100 Thieves, who actually made Europe better. Thank you. We got Jojo. Thanks.
Bro, I share the same nervousness. It's like if you went to 5 games against this guy's toast, my simple, LTA math is, I find 100 Thieves to currently be much better than this guy's toast. It's like, C9, you look very, very good in your wins, and you have, let's say, the enemy is very predictable in their approach, and you have strong laners. So at least from that aspect, you can set up your preparation to kind of diffuse the enemy mid jungle, because Team Liquid really didn't have that flexibility. Like that was a horror matchup for them. So that is the big prayer, right? Is that your mid laner can actually play other champs than Ziggy and Nico and Talia. You have actually like a champion pool on your mid laner, so you can actually challenge them in the mid jungle, which I think will be like the most important detail. I think 100 Thieves looked so damn good against Team Liquid because of what you said. It's just the matchup was a horror one. So I think C9 should win. They should win, but we are scared. We are scared.
And then obviously the craziest thing is the format of LTA is this whole week. It's all done, boys. These are the last 3 matches. They just play them out this week, and by Sunday it'll be done, because they've got their whole, like I say, extra regional championship they have to play after this to decide from South and North who makes it. Right, as of right now, I don't really feel like there's that much to preview. Like at this point in time, FlyQuest just wins the league. That's it, right?
Yep. We would need like a meteor strike or some shit, like that's the level we're operating under. Bro, C9 was so close, and they should have.
Forget a meteor strike. We need a meteor strike. Meteors from a time machine from 2013 needs to come out, get Blabber, throw him the fuck out the chair, sit down himself, and just fucking like dominate with amazing pathing where he just reads the whole game. If that doesn't happen, FlyQuest wins the league, mate. This is over. Because by the way, that's the big bomber. Here's the thing. Props to FlyQuest. They're at the point where they really can just fuck around with subs in game 2 and still win the series easily. But there's a world where it was supposed to be super hype. It was going to be Cloud9 FlyQuest in the upper and the final. By the way, they're never going to fucking play in the playoffs at this rate. Like, it was supposed to be those two the whole time going back and forth with some like Muhammad Ali, George Foreman heavyweight battle to the death, you know, like fuck it. And instead it's like FlyQuest just going to win easily. And at this point in time, they're probably playing Shopify Rebellion again. Let's just be real. Like, they probably are, Yamato. It's probably going to happen at this point, mate.
Oh, it's fucking mental, man. But yeah, the C9 copium for those people out there is that maybe the path of resistance of having like matches they can narrowly squeeze through, maybe it builds the confidence for them.
The copium's crazy on this.
Yeah,
You're doing the like, but because listen, this is good that Batman got his back broken and he's in Bane's pit, because if he can fix his back and climb out of the pit, he's going to be able to win the movie. Like,
yeah,
the copium is crazy.
Well, the guardian angel in the top bracket was just the rope. You know, you need to let go of the rope.
Exactly. The problem was, Yamato, they were like letting that be like a safety blanket. Oh, we've got you need to let go and know that you die if you don't make it. Just jump.
Yeah.
Just jump.
That's why the game 5 was the best game, you know, that they played against this guy's toast. They weren't on the elimination point otherwise. We're going to see C9 reverse sweeping everybody.
Okay. I mean, listen, I would love it if somehow they got better every series and they actually were the real C9 when they got there. It's just obviously, based on what I've seen the last few weeks, it's hard to believe that will indeed happen, isn't it? Yes, right, okay. Let's switch then. Let's do the other regions. Right, Yamato, the first place, let's just go to LCK, bro. Let's just go straight to the LCK. So over in LCK, if people don't know, they did it. GenG won over T1. And so it means, remember, we got this weird format now where it's essentially like a Premier League type style. We just play like all these games at the end. You have the playoffs finally. Well, you don't have that in football, but you get on my point. It's like a really long season. That's why this is technically not called the summer split. It's called LCK rounds 3 to 5. And what we would call the spring split was rounds 1 to 2. And then, I know this sounds bizarre, but actually LCK acts like the LCK Cup is some like Kesper Cup shit from years ago, or Demacia Cup. And they actually act like that doesn't count. So to the Koreans, this is just the regular season, and we're finally now going into the real playoffs, because the other one was just the qualifier for EWC and MSI, which already, when I'm describing it, you can see how utterly outrageously complicated that format is. They think it's simple. They've made it way more complicated. But the one upside of it is this, because you do, a bit like they did in NA a few years back, you do a combined record over the rounds 1 to 2 and rounds 3 to 5. That means that because at the end of the split, there was only one loss for GenG. They lost to T1 that one time in that really good matchup. Aside from that, not only did they have the ascend aspect where they played T1 and won 2 out of the 3 series this time, but they've ended the split, Yamato, with a 29 win out of 30 series played. And even the games is crazy, because in 30 series, they lost 11 games, right? There have been in the past, including in the for people like T1, there have been perfect splits before. There have been teams that have come very close, like GenG did last year. I actually think when you look at the scale, Yamato, that this covers all the way from spring till now. And then in this like 3 to 5 area, you made this ascend group with all the best teams. You have to play T1 3 times. You have to play Hanwha 3 times. You have to play all the best teams. I think this on paper could actually be the best regular split ever played in the LCK, mate. This is unbelievable. Like, the level of dominance is really nuts. Like, if you think what it took T1 to beat this team is really fucking good at League of Legends, bro. They are really good.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's just I think what's so refreshing is that we all know they are the best team, but they are also doing it every week. Every damn week they are just doing it. And sometimes in a game, they might give you a little bit of something, and then they're like, yo, guys, we're the best. And then they're back at it again. This is a team you need to defeat 10 times in the same game, and if you only win one game, you have upset them. They'll come back angrier, and they will strike down with great vengeance and furious anger at you. Just like, if you just take a look at when they've lost one map and look at how they play the next one, they got
one of the best resets I've ever seen in esports. It's mad, isn't it? Yeah.
It's completely vicious.
Yes.
I still think they are on they are on track to be just the best team of all time, and everything they've done so far is just supporting that, and I think the idea that this is the best regular split of all time, I think I'm with you. It's like they get the benefit of playing so long, but that should be more difficult. It should be, the conversation should be, they drop a couple of series, but that's because the regular split is this long. No. They just use that to extend it further and to know
Because
that
remember,
they play.
if you play the old splits, like the one where T1 went undefeated, you only play your rival twice. You split it. Bro, you had to play like T1 something like 5 times over these splits. Something like a lot of fucking gear. And by the way, T1's really good. They're fucking hard to beat. Yeah.
No, it's crazy to even think about. I think there's nothing that has been more impressive than this done in a regular split. This is just insanity. It's crazy.
Because here's the problem. I can already tell you, Yamato, the fans get really pissed at this because they do that thing where it's like, hey, you said the same thing about JDG in 2023, that they're the best team ever. Hey, you said it about GenG last year. By the way, that's totally appropriate for both those teams. If you look at JDG, they lost 1-5 ever. It was the last one. If you look at GenG, they looked amazing when they won that spring split in the MSI. They looked really fucking insane. And then what did they do in summer? Almost do an undefeated split. These teams, it's appropriate that you set up. This is, notice we didn't say the greatest team ever. We say that they're tracking to be the greatest team ever. The difference is when T1 wins those worlds the last few years, they were never tracking to be the best team ever. Out of nowhere, they won the worlds, which is dope. That's the opposite narrative, though, isn't it? It's like out of nowhere, you won at the end. So I do think, like, you have to, as someone who's a historian, I can tell you, it's really important that you actually tell people what you're thinking along the way. If you don't just wait till the result at the end. You want it to be like, put it this way, if GenG does bomb worlds, that's a massive shock. That needs to be felt. It's not just, oh, they lost, I guess they're not the best. No, this team, everything says right now they will win the World Championship. Like right now, yes, of course, the meta can change, of course, player for. But right now, everything says, if you put a gun to my head and tell me who wins Worlds, of course I'd pick GenG. I'd do it with confidence, mate. And at this point in time, I expect them to turn it all around. I also do think this year they played differently than all the past GenG teams. I've said before, mate, they are now the biggest killers ever in the elimination game. When you get to that game 3, game 5, they are nightmare fuel. Also, you just look at some of the picks they have, bro. Like, mate, we've talked about it many times in the past. Fearless has absolutely pushed Chovy out of his comfort zone in the best way possible. And now, all of a sudden, by the way, a guy who would have just picked the obvious meta champion, he just goes everywhere now, mate. He'll give you that, like, utility Galio game into, like, his Aurora's fucking cracked as fuck, mate. He's so good. And also, he's another guy now. Now it's the opposite. I used to be nervous when he was in the elimination game, the decider. Now I just know he's going to carry it, mate. I just know every time I know. And mate, the guy who is amazing, the guy who MSI resurrected is Ruler, bro. Holy fuck, ever since MSI began, this guy just never stopped. He's actually back to like his peak, mate. The amount of games I see now where it's like, that is the fucking guy who could be the GOAT ADC. This guy's unbelievably good. And then everyone's talked about it in the LCK broadcast, but it's right. Mate, this Doro guy is just getting snubbed so hard for these player of the games. Partly because he's got all these sick teammates. Like, mate, he has so many insane players in these games. It's like, I have to give him mad respect. If you took his nameplate off, I would never guess this is like a rookie to the top end of the game. No way. Like, if you think about the criticism that some of the Scumons of the world get when they come in, this guy's fucking smurfing so far, bro. This split's crazy. Like, again, I'd ask someone this question. What weak spot do they have? Like, I just saw this T1 game. By the way, in the T1 game, T1 is probably the second best team in the world right now, especially when you talk about the LPL, by the way, right? T1 could have won this series, right? They had like game 1 they won, and then they had one other game they were in. GenG could have won even the T1 game, and then the other games, they were just fucking sick. Like, this team, their idea of a bad game is narrowly lose a game we could have won. Like, the fuck? That's too much for me, mate. They're too good.
This roster, I think just the decision to bring back Ruler and to move on from Pace was a very, very cold one. But I think they recognize exactly that as they are playing those final games, it's like Ruler always performed in those. Even in those times when he played with Chovy in the past, I remember that series against Damwon in particular, the one where basically Canyon was just like hunting after Peanut. And we had the series go to 5 games that GenG in the end won, right? And like I remember that because Ruler's performance was out of this world in that particular series. Because when everything's on the line, a player like Ruler steps up to the plate. And the conversation for me always was like, let's wait with GenG until they are. Let's wait with Ruler until he's there again, because then he will show you what he's capable of. And like the story of Ruler has just been perfect. It's like Winter was so slow for everybody involved. Understanding what the approach was in Winter is something that I wish I get the opportunity to ask whether the coaching staff or whatever at some point in time. But then the steady ramp up leading into MSI and then MSI performing the way they did, everyone is just peaking. I don't see what stops them. I really don't see it. They just seem so incredibly unstoppable. And I think what you said there is like the T1 is the second best team in the world, and they still do this to them is just another testament to GenG and how good they are. I don't know if you saw, there was another post about like the stat lines of all the players, and Chovy once again it just has the full circle in, after this round 2, and to do it again when there's only the top 5 teams that he plays against. He's not farming noobs. It's just he makes everyone look like noobs. And in the same framing that we put like Keria and his specific champion choices, like, oh, Keria this, Keria Taum Kench, Keria Nico, whatever. We're doing the same thing about every single player on this roster in their role. So I'm with you. I don't know what's going to stop it. I can't imagine it. I really can't imagine. We need to. There's not a meteor strike. It needs to just replace this canyon, and then they just don't know how to play again. It's just the reverse.
on the Keria angle, because like actually the joke is Keria basically carries all the player of the match wins from fucking Korea, but I get why, because mate, the more I think about it, I always thought the 2 most OP players on T1 was Zeus and Keria, because I just thought they're not only really good at their role, as in if you made the game, say Riot really did make, by the way, we'll have a thing on this later with the timers and shit, say Riot did really complete their goal of making League of Legends as idiot-proof as possible, and they don't even let you pick champions. You just have to pick from like 5 meta champions at your role. Oh, Zeus and Keria could still be the best top and support player. But the difference is what they then bring extra is just OP. Like Zeus had, like, he could play the carry, he could play the fucking on his own, he could play with the team, he could team fight, he could lane with the counter pick, he could lane with the blind pick, he could do everything, mate. Keria is so impossibly cracked to this day. And I was thinking about this when I was watching the recent match, because obviously there's no Zeus now. Mate, I actually think Keria might be, outside of like the absolute, the Chovies of the world where they play the strongest position and they carry, Keria might be the most OP player in League of Legends. Like, it's always the pocket picks he has, bro. He has the craziest pocket picks. And he has picks like what we were just saying about Inspire with Tryndamere, where it's like, I almost think if you're a rival coach, you should tell your support, you don't get to pick that because you're not Keria, bro. I don't care if he made it look good. You aren't him. Like, this guy just, it's why actually Dom was making this point. I thought it was so on point. Dom said that when you're playing against Keria, you'd almost rather give him a really strong normal meta pick than his like bizarre picks. Because his picks, like the Bard's the best example, mate. Bard's not even supposed to be that good in team fights. That's some shit during the game where you make plays with. You do. This guy like will just always land the god tier ult. You know what I mean? He'll get that one that just turns the whole fight. Like, it's what any kit that gives this guy like extra things he can do in the game. He's just OP. There's no player I can even compare him to. Like, I can't think of a single fucking support that can actually do, like, there's supports who can play as good as just a support, but what he does extra, no one does that, bro. I think this guy is so special, it's insane.
And I always believed for like the longest time that the only pattern to his play that was lacking is like how he played together with Owner, which was so strange always with how like how long they played together. But this year, that has just changed completely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like I mentioned it so many times, like the inclusion of Mata here, he just had, like Mata's had too long of a history of just being a part of the best jungle support duos, whether that's Peanut and Delight, or whether it's these 2 guys, or it's him and Dandy. Like, I'm sure if I look into it, there's more examples, but like I just have to imagine that has some impact to it. You can even see it now where T1 had like a bit of a dip in performance, where if Keria isn't as sharp in lane phase, and he makes like one slip up, like the House of Cards just collapses. It's like they are very, very reliant on Keria and Owner to perform at a 10 out of 10, which for the majority of the year they've delivered, waiting for everyone else to be in place. Like we could see it here in the GenG series, that the game 2 and 3, like they kind of folded really, really fast when the matchup on bot lane didn't go so fast. It was like that was the first time I've seen Keria like miss like a Q flash on bot, like the first time ever. Not that that's going to matter. The next time he looks in bot, I'm going to imagine that he's going to be Sniper again, but you can just see how much them underperforming can affect. Because that game 1, if I look at that GenG series, that game 1, I think I give the most credit to Faker and Doran in terms of like performing at that game, the Oriana game from Faker.
Faker had some pretty good shockwaves, yeah.
Which is like his best champion by far in terms of like the modern game, so to speak. So Keria and Owner, like they are the ones that make T1 so damn competitive. I think everyone else has their role on this team, but Kerry in particular, it's like you need people that can basically pick the champions that are going to warp the game. You have the people that stick to comfort and they are like solid and they're like the soldiers of the game. And then you need like if on game like in a 5-pick or something like this, you want someone to win the matchup and scale into the game. Kerry is going to find it, and those players are extremely special. It's like there's very few players that you put them in 5-pick and they're going to find the thing that really stands out. And that brings us back to GenG, because currently you can put anyone in that position. You sit Keen, Canyon, Chovy, or Ruler in a 5-pick position, and you need to have something that is strong in the lane and will warp the game. They will find it. They will just always find it.
Also, if people don't know, there was more significance than just the fact that T1 could have like won the 2 out of the 3 over this. The other thing is, because GenG won that series, it actually made T1 be on the same side of the upper bracket as GenG now, if you all look at the playoff bracket. True, we're not going to get to that in this episode because we have the play-in first. You have to go through all that before you get next week to the bracket. But it's actually also, if your T1 made your route harder, you were obviously, you'd have rather like Hanwha Life was there, who you've beaten, by the way, and you went over. Because that's, if you notice, they did like a weird thing this time where head-to-head wasn't the decider. I think it was like game score or something like that, I'm going to guess, because Hanwha Life was only like one more. So yeah, it's actually for T1 might even be significant. It might make it harder for you. Now you might lose a tournament life just playing GenG in the second round of the playoffs or whatever it is. So
that's so strange. I'm looking at the bracket.
Because they beat Hanwha Life every time, yeah, mate.
Yeah, I'm just looking. It's like, because I would imagine that you would, like, if I'm GenG first seed, that I would imagine they would put the 4th seed on the same on the bracket.
Yeah.
Isn't that strange? Maybe I'm just speculating because I don't know, because it's not written anywhere. But maybe GenG gets to choose the winner. That's how I would imagine it being fair. What would you think?
I mean, I'm just confused because that was like a major factor if you think of the past few seasons, wasn't it? That you always let the number 1 seed pick. Because the most infamous one ever 2 years ago was Katie Rolster. Like, now we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi's of T1. At last we will have our revenge and pick the, oh shit, we lost 3-2. Oh, we fucked the whole club. That was the one where the KT Super Team blew it, didn't they? And fucking like drafted a T1 into them. That nightmare fueled them. Yeah, exactly. BDD's nightmare.
Because I'm looking at this bracket, and if GenG don't get to choose their opponent, we're flaming LCK for half an hour.
It's bullshit,
it's because it doesn't make sense to have the seed 3 there on the same side as GenG.
I'm sorry, I don't care. If you're GenG, surely you'd pick Hanwha Life. They're so much easier to beat for everyone. T1's actually the only team right now that looks like it can beat GenG in the world, by the way. In the world, bro.
So I guess in that round, it would be like them choosing KT then. Because Hanwha Life is like locked in 1 and 2, but... it would be crazy if they get to play against T1. Hanwha Life is then just blessed.
Yeah. No, sorry, I meant KT. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. No, if they pick T1, like it would be a gangster move.
It would, but why bother? Yeah, why risk it at that point in time? You know
why
what I mean?
bother indeed?
Yeah. Especially because remember, again, that match is going to be another one of those ones where winning that 1BO5 gets you the fucking worlds, isn't it? That's it. You're in.
And also, you send T1 to play against Hanwha Life.
Oh, so wait, do you already get in Worlds to win MSI now? How does that work? Do you know?
So I think GenG is already qualified. Yeah. GenG is already qualified to Worlds.
Oh, yes, it does say that. Yes. Okay.
Yep. So they qualified to Worlds already. But yeah, picking T1 would be crazy. They would just... Because otherwise you have to beat T1 and Hanwha Life when you just need to beat one of them by sending them against each other in, of course, the upper bracket.
And it's also the only actual real playoffs that ends with a final. So technically it's still a big deal to win the fucking final. Because imagine if you dominate, imagine if you win 29 out of 30 series and then lose the fucking finals. Like, what's that? Like, that's fucking bullshit.
Bro, if this fucking finals isn't at like an airplane hangar and they're coming out of helicopters and shit, and this is the biggest, most golden trophy encrusted with diamonds and sapphires and rubies, I'm gonna be so damn pissed because they cited budgetary reasons for fucking not having a fucking playoffs like in spring. If this isn't the craziest finals of all time, then I'm pissed.
At this point in time, the prize, I agree. Since you took away the potential to win 3 splits, the prize for winning this one mega split has to be insane. Like, I want it to be where if Chovy wins, they actually like fucking freeze Faker into carbonite, then cover him in gold, and he just is the LCK trophy that Chovy got. Like some Star Wars shit, you know, like he just keeps him in his lair. Like exactly. There you go. I won Faker. That's what I won now. You're not gonna let me. You're not gonna let me catch him in titles, but I just did win him. I beat him. There you go. That's mine. I got Faker in my bedroom backstage. Anyway.
And then you can finally win Worlds. Nice. It was just...
Of course.
That would be the way. That would be the way. Nice.
By the way, like I said, obviously the next thing for LCK though is the crazy plane where they take the teams from the. It's different because if people don't know, this is where LPL and LCK are different again. LPL did these matches, the qualification matches for the playoffs, because they obviously have the same thing, upper group and lower group. But theirs are just a single match, and if you win the match, you sort of like get into the playoffs or whatever the fuck. They do a different one in LCK where you do like essentially almost like the regional style, but with these teams, the bottom two and the top two, and then you just have the top two teams out of this, because it's the same format as that regional, get into the real playoffs. So, right, in these matchups, this is where, Yamato, we're now going to talk about one thing about LCK that's awkward, which is that the one problem in LCK was Nongshim really did just not win any series. So as a result, they looked absolute shit, and they were having to play the best teams all the time. Meanwhile, in the lower bracket, you would have thought on paper D Plus should have run it, but they actually had way more trouble than you'd expect. They'll drop loads of games. Breon, as usual, it doesn't even matter who plays in Breon. Just putting that shirt on just transforms you into some upset merchant. It's crazy, isn't it? Like, I'll never understand it. There's something just about that org. It's like, it just miraculously wins games. It never should. And then FairX also is classic for like, never count them out, can you? There's another team that just gets weird randy ass upsets. So we're in a world where on paper I should look at Nongshim Bro and DK FairX and go, easy, Nongshim and D+. That's not as obvious anymore, you might, if you watch these teams play. Like, there's some upset potential here. What do you think?
I think what's cool about Bro and BFX is that in WE fashion, it's like they have certain champions they can pop off on. Like a player like Diablo, like he definitely has the potential to be like a great player at a point in time. He has moments where he also like pops off. He's like the equivalent of like a Kalist almost in Korea in terms of, but at the center just being on a weaker team. I think a player like Closer on the right champions can also like be really, really good. Like when he plays like his Yone, or he like has like an Ari angle, like all of these teams like these heavy engage comps, both BFX and Bro. If they're playing like skirmish heavy compositions, they kind of remind me of like what the 100 Thieves was maybe in like Win to Split, where it's just like everyone's clicking on the same target, everyone's on the same page, and they just find themselves in team fights. But if they need to play like a macro game where it's like about hitting certain breakpoints, these two teams are very like LPL-esque in how they approach things. Just give them the tools to fight, and they can really, really make it awkward for you. But I think if Nongshim and DK understand this aspect of these teams, and they can slow down the games and kind of suck the air out of the game and make it more focus on the side laning aspects, because that's where all the experience lies in D+, and of course Nongshim. So when you have players like Kingen, Showmaker, like they definitely know how to get the most out of the in-between between the fights and then selecting their fights. But if BFX and Bro, because they're so similar, if they are in a game state where taking the fight is just the right decision over and over again, that's what they cause their upset wins. But I imagine that Nongshim and D+ should win their series, because the detail here is the fact that it's a BO5. Replicating that same recipe of success is going to be harder as the same series goes on. And if they are going to pursue a victory, I can't imagine that they're going to do it like 3-0 flat. Like if they get into the deep games, game 4 and 5, I think that's where these teams, BFX and Bro, will just run out of steam completely.
Trying to see, but I can't find anything. Like someone, even though normally I don't take cues from Twitch chat, someone in Twitch chat claims, I can't find anything though, so we'll just put this out there, speculation. They claim that actually in LCK what happens is it's like you play the first round and then you do the selection, a bit like you used to a couple of years ago. Now, the problem is that's just not listed on the Wikipedia. If people don't know, normally they used to write selection as like on the line between, so you knew that, there was going to be, that's not written there. So as far as I know, that I can't, and I've Googled, I can't find any official information on that, but that would that would make more sense because that's the way it was before. Like the idea would be then if T1 and KT both win, you just pick KT if you're GenG. Like that would make more sense. So I would say I'm apt to actually say maybe that's plausible. I just haven't seen any information.
I
agree
hope
with you,
so.
though.
If it's not, we're going to be angry.
Yeah, because it would just seem like you're just punishing me for getting the best record. Like, what the fuck? I mean, not only that, look, this is obviously the format, but you also punish me by, like, I'm actually playing the second best team in the world on my side of the bracket. Like, but I won all the games. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? So anyway, that's by the by. Here's the thing. On paper, I do still think Nongshim and Damwon should win. But the one that, by the way, the one I'm actually the most scared for is probably the Nongshim one. I think Damwon will pull it out, mate. I think there's good enough players on that team. Like, in general, the Ferex also are like merchants of a group stage. They're not like a playoff team that are going to do it. They haven't got like the big name player. The Brion one, though, there's a real world where Nongshim can fuck this up, mate. Like, that team has been so underwhelming. It's crazy because I was so ready with the narrative to give Lehens crazy props for this year. He's gone down a level to this team where he hasn't really got much help. You know, he's got like, okay, fair enough. He's got like, I thought like King and can be good sometimes. Calix is all right. Aside from that, generally, it's not that great a roster. But you just look at the results they had over, like, you know, the first split and a half, the LCK Cup in the part of spring, they looked like they were going to actually mix it up for like the last spot for Worlds. Holy fuck, they're bad now. Like, look, I get that Brion's only playing the bad team, so I can't say they're good. But I'll tell you what, the Brion team, at least that style of play, mate, they've got a puncher's chance. And you also look at their roster, it's not as bad as you think. Like, Morgan's not a total meme. Croco actually is a idiosyncratic jungler, but there's a reason why like Monty used to be a fan of him. He has some ceiling on his game. And Closer is, everyone who's watched the LCK for years knows who Closer is. Like, he's an all right player. He just didn't get to the heights of the game, you know. So there's a little bit of, by the way, the other problem with this one is this, Yamato. I don't really give a fuck who wins this. Like, spoiler, I don't care who wins any of the play. None of these teams are doing anything. D+ isn't making a fucking miracle run to Worlds. Like, listen, Worlds is actually, the only question for Worlds is this: which order is Hanwha or T1 second? That's my only question about the playoffs. Now listen, I'm going to enjoy the best of fives. That's going to be dope, but this play-on doesn't have that much, the play-in doesn't have that much appeal to me, mate. It's not really that interesting.
We were talking about records. It's like, over the span, ever since Nongshim got 3-0 by KT, like, the big story, of course, was like what T1 did in the qualifier for MSI, but KT 3-0'd Nongshim, and then ever since they've won a grand total of 2 maps in
fucking hell.
In what is then how many? Like 3 times 4, 12 best of 3s. They've won 2 maps, one against KT, one against T1. Like, do these guys remember how it feels to win? Like that must be completely, that must be brutal. That is a crazy record to have. I think if they showed
0-12 in series, that's nuts in it. I know.
Like, if they just showcase, I want, like, the math ends up like 24-2, like 2-24. That's your record. Jesus Christ. Oh man, like the reaction to that is that you just don't know, like, how do these guys feel? Are they okay? You know, like, what's happening with them? I really don't know. But or maybe they should be better. But I have no idea what kind of demons they are fighting currently. Like, maybe they're gonna come in bad shape. Yeah.
Right. If the producer can put on screen now, there's another sponsor, and then we'll talk some LPL. So basically, one of our all-time great sponsors, Into the M, that we've done all this, not only have we partnered with them many times, but obviously they have done some collaborations with us. You remember, like a year ago, they did. What's cool about their collabs, I actually like the style they're doing is, we didn't just make it immediately LFNX Into the M, and, you know, it's like a big thing of Monty's face or fucking the logo. No, what we did is we did it subtly. So we took elements of the themes and the branding of LFN, of the pirates and stuff. And there was one last year where it was a blue shirt you might have seen me wearing, where it's like these dead, like, ghost pirates sort of walking along. They did that one. So the cool thing also, by the way, is if you're in a crowd that doesn't know esports, it doesn't have anything that says esports on it. It's just a fun shirt. They've now done another collab shirt that you can now buy, which is one that it's like for the 4 Horsemen. It has like a dragon guy, a knight fighting a dragon in some like virtuous battle, which you can obviously kind of fits the theme of what we're into at LFN, right? And you can actually buy that shirt now. It's now actually finally available. The collaboration shirt with LFN is out now. You can get this high quality shirt at intotheam.com/LFN or hyphen TTEE2. I know it's a bit complicated, but look on the screen, and if you listen to what I'm saying, go and check the exact link. So it's intotheM.com/LFN-T2.
so which is spelled TEE2. And while you're there, you can obviously enjoy the Labour Day sale for Into the M. They have loads of other things on their website. They always have really good savings. So actually, at the moment, items are up to 50% off site-wide until the 7th of September, which is this Sunday, basically. By the way, it's when actually like LTA finals is and when a whole bunch of the leagues play out. So you can get that then, and also when the playing will be finished for LCK, up to 50% off. And as always, whenever you use our link, which is the intotheend.com/LFN-T2, that always gets you 10% off anyway. So if the item on the site was 50% that you chose and you use our code, you'd get 60% off. And the code also stacks with all the other bundles that they have. So they have like the print tees, you can get 3 of them for $61 roughly. You get 10% off that as well. They have the 3 normal tees that are just the plain colors. By the way, they're really comfortable. I actually find the material fit into the air really, really legit. It feels really awesome. It's got, here's the thing, it's not 100% cotton. It's got a tiny bit of man-made fiber, so it's a bit stretchy, etc. But that's more for like physical attributes that it has. I find also, by the way, I have to say that they wash really well. I mean, I've said this before. Luckily, this sponsor has re-upped many times and sent me many pieces of apparel. But genuinely, if this company stopped sponsoring us tomorrow, look, spoiler, I won't be talking about Into the M on the show anymore, but I would literally buy shirts from this myself, mate. Like, they have such a wide selection of their choices, and I just find they feel really lovely. Like, when I wear the Into the M t-shirt, it's hard to go back to like a normal old-ass fucking t-shirt that I had in my drawer. I always look, is there another one there? And I just get the most out of it. So shout out to Into the M. And if you want to get our new collab shirt and support us, 1, it is a cool shirt. And then 2, we will do more stuff in the future. We'll expand it out more. We'll make some more cool stuff for them. I actually appreciate that. Like I say, we're just at the moment like blending themes of it together. And also we're trying to make them look cool in their own right. We're not trying to make it like too nerdy where if someone saw it, they'd be like, what the fuck's that? Some weird shit. No, this just looks like a cool fantasy t-shirt with a guy with a fucking sword fighting a dragon. I think that's dope personally. So shout out to the Into the M and anyone who benefits. You've got until Sunday for the Labour Day sale, up to 50% site-wide, and get 10% off with our code. Right, let's talk about the LPL. We saved the best till last, Yamato, because oh baby, have all the hens come home to roost. Oh Lord, Yamato. Oh Lordy. Because you know what, Yamato? Oh, I know you do, my son. I know you've been watching the league. If ever there was a setup for a narrative, we did it on this show because we put our cards on the table at the beginning of the year, Yamato, and we let everyone understand this is not an unbiased show. This is an ultra-biased show. This is the most biased show to ever exist in League of Legends, motherfucker. And oh, don't worry. As I've told all of y'all, you can have Faker as the GOAT because GOAT means greatest. It means, accomplishments, feats you did. But I'll tell you what, I care more about the BOAT, the best of all time. And Rookie, he's played the best mid lane I've ever seen in League of Legends. And mate, if you were an IG Glazer, you are living large because 1, they came second in the LPL. Now you might go, Thorin, you're supposed to say first. Number 1's TES, and we all know they just literally pull out a fucking 2 dice, shake them, and if it goes below a certain number, they just lose the game automatically. That's who TES is. TES don't even know when they're going to win or lose. So take TES out of the equation, because you all do with those fucking Hoppu ratings all the time. The real second best team is supposed to be between BLG and Anyone's Legend. If no one knows, Anyone's Legend is fucking bleeding the whole split. And BLG was actually, by the way, on paper supposed to be the real, best team along with TES at this point. But they actually just keep shitting the bed in those games. And they not only lost that last one that was close, this one they actually just got straight up beaten. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It took a long time to set up, but they're here. IG is here. Rookie is here. Motherfucker, it's all on paper. 1, there's a real world. I wouldn't still take them as a favourite, but you know what? There is now a world, and I never said this before. Coming into these playoffs, IG can win the LPL. I've seen they're beating everyone now. They've literally beaten every other top team if people don't know. Everyone. So now it's possible. They're a dark horse, but they could win the LPL. And I'll tell you what's even cooler. As of right this moment, they are going to Worlds, bro. They're just going. I don't know if it'll be third, but I'll tell you what, they are going to Worlds. Like, if you're a Voki fan, like I said, this is the time to be living, boys. We're back. We're so back. 2025, we are back.
Oh, yes, baby. Oh, yes. Bro, I was so, there was this lingering thought in my mind that in this year, I thought, oh, finally, Rookie has the roster. And then we had these hints of players underperforming for the first time in their career, and it was driving me nuts. And then somehow now for summer, everything is just falling into place.
And I'll tell you what you didn't think, though, Yamato. You didn't go, you know what? The real thing that'd fix this team is way from BLG and old RNG, where we don't even give him any credit because he had Jamu. Like, bro, low key, I still don't know. That roster move is magical, Yamato, because he himself isn't actually that good, but it does work somehow. Somehow him being there just makes the bot lane like twice as good. I'll never understand it, bro. He must. The term in English is talismanic. He has some mad quality to him, bro. I don't get it. It's actually amazing, isn't it?
Oh, it's freaky. Yeah, it's just this Danny guy, man. This Danny guy. There's so many moments where I'm like, "What the hell are you doing?" And then I can just sit there and say, "I guess it works." Like I need to shut up. I've had moments like these maybe 100 times, and now with this IG roster, it just is in place. It's like now, it's like the main thing is that in terms of the approach to the game, how they set up their fights, how they approach objectives, and how they set the pacing in the game. They do it better than anyone in the league, especially now that anyone's legend is not performing, because that was their thing. IG does it better than anybody. And then the main question was like, mechanically, can they perform? But now it's also falling into place. Sure, there's some slip-ups here and there, but we've talked so many times about how resilient these guys are.
And they actually have some macro in the game. It's not just hands only. Like, they actually have they're quite a well-rounded team, actually, mate.
Yeah, I think macro-wise, I feel like they are currently the smartest team in the league. That's crazy for me to even say, considering some of the profiles we have, like in the Shy. But he's playing a very concrete and solid game. They are very selective in their fights, and usually like the slip-ups are in like some mechanical misplays, some mistimings here and there, and then like when they die once, they want to recover, and then maybe they die again. But they don't seem to like skip a beat, even if those games happen. And even then, the last game we saw that happen was such a long time ago that I don't even care anymore. I think IG right now are as good as they have been the entire year. Like they're just insane. They are peaking at the right time coming into playoffs. And I don't think it's crazy if this playoffs ends and we have IG as a winner, because similar to what we have in Europe, this top four in the LPL, there's so many question marks that need to be answered. And IG have just been just super good.
Miss Yamato, I'm so scared in a way, because here's the problem. Here's why I'm scared. Because one, I know myself. If Rookie wins the 2025 LPL Summer Split, I will be absolutely fucking intolerable on Twitter, bro. I will be so bad with all the shit I'll be tweeting. And not only that, here's why I'm really scared. Because, bro, if they win the LPL, now I actually will start thinking Rookie can win the And I'm not ashamed to say it. I will start thinking about that. I will start every day trying to figure out the hopium of how he can win Worlds.
You're like choky.
If he wins Worlds, but here's the difference. Whereas Faker did it with like some cool players, but he had other people who were like the better player. If Rookie actually does it right now, mate, he's one of the best players on his team. I think the two best players on his team is him and Gala right now, mate. They look fucking unbelievable. Like, that would be one of the all-time greatest fucking storylines ever. By the way, it was cool when Faker won, but he won as a veteran. The idea Rookie is like a real, like, I'm a carry mid laner would win fucking Worlds. Like, and in this case, by the way, it would be 7 years after you won it last time. That's pretty fucking insane as a narrative. And no one from LPL ever repeated, so that would also be fucking amazing too.
Shit would be like the equivalent of like...
So as I said, they haven't even won the LPL yet, but I'm already doing it, Yamato.
Shit would be like the equivalent of like Messi coming back to like the La Liga and then just like dribbling people, like just scoring goals. Yeah, it would be the equivalent of that shit, man. Yeah. I just noticed how you let your mind go there, bro. Like I was just enjoying the journey.
I'm a dreamer.
Just enjoying the journey. No, it's like, bro, there's like, I'm super happy with IG. We can look to Bilibili. It's like these guys, they like bad late game. It's a good meme because it has so much truth to it. These guys, as things progress, they just don't seem to be able to pick fights at all. They're jungle and support.
That's what we'll do. Right, let's just talk briefly about those playing matches. We don't have to go too deep.
Okay.
And then we'll do the bracket, because actually the bracket came out while we were doing the show, by the way. So in the plains, if people don't know, right, there was basically two upsets in the plains. What you had is the last two matches were the obvious ones, which is Weibo and JDG just both won 3-0. Those were like bad opponents. But the other two, if people don't know, were upsets from the lower group. So FPX, who if people don't remember, were the one whereas WE at least used to win games, FPX just didn't used to win anything, mate. Like the actual wins they have are inexplicable. Like they got
against IG.
which is mad because IG ended up, like we say, with this mega record, but it's true. And then basically NIP with Doinby did manage to pull that series out, which was big. But the problem there is, again, what's NIP going to do? We'll get to that in a second. The shocking one, obviously, is the WE one, because WE did match up well against so many teams. They even had moments they looked good. Obviously, last split, they were even fourth. You know, they were doing so many things good. They got straight up beaten by EDG, who, to be fair, was the other team that had any value in the fucking lower league. But even so, again, by the way, pause. If you don't watch the LPL, you could not even, forget all five. I don't even think you can name 3 EDG players if you're watching this show. Like, it's not a roster you remember, boys. It's none of those, there's no leave, there's no fucking, none of them. They're all gone. They're all gone. So that one's the shocker for me, is the WE one. Like, I really thought WE's at least going to be in this playoff bracket. You know, they're going to at least test someone. They're out already. That's kind of shocking to me, bro.
I don't know, like that series. I also thought that I was very sad that this matchup happened, because these were the 2 teams that I wanted to, like, basically make it. I thought these are the type of teams that can actually, like, maybe do something, and they face off against each other, which was really unfortunate. And then I thought that the WE would just win based off of, like, the high-end performances. But EDG had such a good read on what WE want to do with the target bans. And then Angel just had, like, a series of lifetime.
The one name they have. Yeah, the one name they have.
It's like, he popped off completely. Yeah. Like, An has been a favorite player of mine as well, when he was, like, on IG and suffering with, like, a bunch of known names. I had a lot of respect for him when he played there. He's also stepping up to the plate. I think, like, the support that EDG have, like, that's, like, people talk about Vampire, now Parukia. So it sounds like the wig in so many different languages. I don't know where he got his name from. Parukia, this guy is also, like, smurfing. It's always hard to judge, because, like, EDG, like, dropped a series against, like, LGD, and it's like, what the hell is happening here? It was always hard to judge, like, how good is EDG actually, because they had, like, such a cookie cutter way of playing the game, where they just stacked 4 dragons, got soul, and beat all of these scrub teams around them, like beat NIP and so forth. But now to see them against WE, it's kind of intriguing to see them measured up like this. Because with how JDG looked, or how Weibo Gaming looked, I could see a world where EDG beat those teams too. And EDG now is a big dark horse in my book in terms of doing the run through playoffs, because they have actual, like, good fundamentals, and they have players that can actually pop off in An and Angel. And I think ZDZ has also not looked too bad. Jaho also looked good in the series. I think that this is, finally coming together. Like, this team is looking good.
What people will forget, and this actually might shock some of you if you don't have a really good memory, is Angel is a world's finalist, guys. He's the one that none of you remember from Suning. What happens is, here's how Suning went. If you remember, they had Swordart and SOFM, who were always good players at support and jungle. Then at the tournament, Huafeng, the ADC, and then Bin had, like, breakout tournament. And then Angel just was there. That's it. Like, none of you remember him. You don't remember shit about him. But he was a player who actually was once upon a time like a rising talent in the LPL. Sadly, after that, he went through a lot of the rosters. He was on the Weibo Gaming, the OMG. He was on some ones that were like semi-scuffed, and he just wasn't that, like, crazy a player. But I'm with you. If you ever watched in that lower group, right, what you saw in the lower group was NIP's mainly the Doinby story. Obviously, that's what you enjoy the most about that one. And then you look at EDG. I'm with you, though. EDG actually was sort of the sleeper of that fucking group, mate. They weren't a bad team, actually. If you ever watched them play, they had some. It's why, actually, that's another scenario where, a bit like I set up for the LCK Play. I was nervous for some of these teams coming into this matchup who were the lower ascend teams, because you might think because you're in the better group, you're better, but it's like you're also getting tooled. Like, FPX get tooled all day. That's why the WE one, this is a big win actually for EDG. Yeah, the WE looked like at least they were better than everyone in the low group, you'd figure, because they're actually matched up with the top teams. Like I said, they have a crazy record of games won for how few series they won. Like, they won a lot of fucking games, mate. Like, it's almost every time they were guaranteed to win a game pretty much against anyone. So that's a big result. And I know what you mean. Once you get into the middle part, this is where people forget. If you now look at the bracket, right, remember, it's a double elim, all BO5, 18 bracket in the LPL. Well, right, yes, obviously when you play EDG, we're going to take EDG to win that one. But I'll give you an example. If you drop down and you're EDG and you are playing against JDG. Oh, I tell you what, if I'm JDG, I'm fucking seriously taking that opponent. Like, I'm studying that one, mate. That's not, you can't look past them. They can get you, mate. That's the sort of squad where exactly, like, you've had holes in your game. They can get you. Let's look at some of these playoff bracket matchups, right? This is one where I tell you already, Yamato, this is why, low-key, everyone who watches the LPL fucking hates Top Esports. Because on paper, they finished first place. I'm supposed to look at them playing NIP, a lower group team, and go, well, that's an obvious 3-0. Top Esports. No. If you know Top Esports, I'm scared. I'm low-key scared, bro. Because I could see a world where Lord Doinby just rocks up with some crazy shit and they just bullshit 3-2 this series or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, I want Top Esports to, make good and overcome all their demons, but I'm scared they aren't. Like, even this opening matchup, I can't say that they should win it. They should, obviously, but you have to ask that question, right?
I guess you kind of have to. I don't know. Like I am an optimist, and
on what side? If you're optimistic about NIP, then they could do it. So on what side?
No. I'm an optimist for Top Esports.
Okay.
I think they're gonna stop the shit out of NIP.
I think
they're gonna hit. I think they're gonna hit the ground running. I think they will make the run. Like I think it's just. I'm zooming out and looking at the year. It's like the winter run needs to mean something, It's like it needs to mean something. Like the spring split playoff run sucked ass, sure, and there's these problems of past international tournaments, but I don't know. I'm willing to put my heart on the line,
Here's the guy I'm going to call out. Because I actually think the underrated thing about NIP is a lot of people don't realise. So at mid and ADC, they have Doinby and Leave. Those are good players, mate. Those are just good players. Even the top player that came in solo is actually like a mad upgrade, by the way, over fucking your boy GenG or whatever back in the day. But here's the one player that I'm going to call out on TES. Kanavi, you're supposed to be the fucking blabber of your region, mate. You always run the domestic league. If you're going to get beaten in a BO5 by Nayu, just fucking retire, mate. Like, you're supposed to eat that guy alive, mate. You're an MVP candidate. Like, if you're Kanavi and you play the way you should, you murk that guy. That's where you win this series. You know what I mean?
No, definitely. I say if you don't make it here, you hope that the Korean teams are not watching the LPL, and then you just peace out. You just go to the LCK and hope that people didn't watch your LPL playoffs games. Because I'm with you. It's like Kanavi had an MVP level performance throughout the regular split. This is the moment where he should just this should be 3-0. Like this should be 3-0. This is the C9 versus Disguised Toast matchup. Like this should be so damn easy for Top Esports. NIP is like they have their cheeky picks, in mid lane. I think Leave is an incredibly good player. I think he's really, really good. I think he plays on edge in a way. It's like the way people describe Jakilov, I think you could also prescribe to Leave, where he plays on the edge and he squeezes a shit ton out of his champions. And I really like the fact that Leave is very capable of just slamming the champion that he believes he needs to pick in order to win, and he doesn't care too much about the matchup. Like if I compared, like for example, Leave to an aiming, like people praise always aiming, but it's like aiming was never the guy who was like, oh, I need to step up to the plate here and pick something out of fucking pocket in order to carry, because that's the state of this series, and step up to the play. Leave is the guy who does it. This guy can win big games, and I think that in that FPX series, he was the one that like really stood out to me as a guy that really stepped up in that particular match. But against Top Esports, it should just not be enough. Like barring Top Esports complete collapse, like if Top Esports give you that, NRP can maybe do something, but even then, that sounds like difficult.
That one's more just because Top Esports lose to themselves. It's not really NIP wins. The next series, Yamato, is way spicier. Anyone's Legend, who, by the way, before this split, looked hands down the best LPL team. In fact, I would have said the real debate was, are they behind GenG, like second best team in the world? Are they better even than T1? That was a real conversation. Obviously, they looked awesome at EWC. They gave a great account for themselves for MSI. They are the team that, like, the real Anyone's Legend, I've never seen them this summer split, mate. They never came home. Shanks never got back to LPL. Like, the problem they've had is they've been so up and down. Even when they would have like a win in the series, or they'd win a big game that looked good, they would look so lackluster afterwards. They'd bleed out the odd series. So the result in terms of the standings is bad, but the eye test didn't check out. And of all the teams to play in the first round of the playoffs, Weibo's a team at the beginning of the summer split when they came out beat them. Weibo's even a team, by the way, where if you want to talk about upset potential, this is the team where the problem they have is this on Weibo. They just don't have sexy names on the roster. They have some good names though, bro. Like the actual floor of some of these players. I mean, the one who always gets forgotten is Breathe. Mate, Breathe is like elite. Here's the thing: he's never been the best top player in the LPL, but he's always like borderline elite though. He's always like just below whoever the best is. Like this is a good fucking player. So you look at Weibo. Now, to tell you what, the crisp move was even an interesting one. It seems like it worked. That was a good move for both teams. Bizarrely, it seemed like on that one. So I have to say, if anyone's legend plays the kind of like bad eye test games they were playing the split, this series is also quite interesting to me. It's not the foregone conclusion. If you're someone who watches only foreign leagues, you'll think, oh, this is an easy 3-0 for anyone's legend. I don't think so, man. I think this is Weibo wins games in this series for me.
That's just so the last time we watched anyone's legend play, they got smoked by WE 2-0. I asked the last time we saw them play, and the wins that anyone's legend picked up was like against JDG and FPX. It wasn't too impressive. They got smoked by top esports. It's like their recent form has looked very, very troubling.
Yes.
And anyone's legend is currently, if we just go off of form, it's like top esports. We speculate about what could go wrong, but they come in like with great form. Anyone's legend, we can speculate way easier because we've seen it in the actual games in the same split. I do think that in this particular match, I do think like Tarzan is powerful enough of a force to just like drag them over the finish line in a series like this. But definitely Weibo have players that have shifted in and out of like great level and poor level. And if they find like a good timing, like Light, Xiaohu, Breathe on a good day, on a good series, can definitely beat you. Like this, like I reference back to this meme about when they wear green jerseys, they win. But the truth in that meme is the fact that on occasion they are really, really insane because they just that's the level of players they have. The main issue that Weibo always suffer from is that there is inconsistencies. It's like sometimes Tian has bad series, sometimes Breathe has a couple of bad series. Xiaohu also has moments where he underperforms. So they're going in and out of good performances, and that's why they can't maintain themselves in that top 4 conversation. But I'm with you. There is serious upset potential there because it's not that big of a leap with where anyone's legends at player wise.
And also, you just think of some of the players on Weibo. They're not in their peak form, but some of these were some of the best LPL players in the last like 5-6 years. Mate, Tian's been an MVP in the league himself before. Xiaohu once upon a time was like the best LPL player. Like there's also what I love about Xiaohu, by the way, is even when he's not in good form, he has that like great player quality where he'll just randomly wake up and have a good game, mate. He'll just have a good game out of nowhere. It's just you're like, fucking hell, it's like a flashback. He's like rolled back the years. So no, I agree. I think if you're anyone's legend, this is actually like one of your hardest matches you've had in a while, mate. You're going to have to really study for this one and go hard. And if you're Weibo Gaming, no pressure on you, mate. And it's double elim. You can even do a little low bracket run. Everything to play for if you're them. Everything. Listen, I'll still take anyone's edge to win. I'm with you. They should win. They should. But this has become way more closer than you'd expect. Because I agree, not only have anyone's legend barely ever beaten anyone good in the split, they didn't, I'm serious, eye test wise, ever look like the best LPL team in summer. And the joke of the other splits is they always look like the best. Like TES always had the the ceiling's crazy, but they can drop around. Anyone's legend had a crazy flaw. They had a consistency that was very impressive. This summer split, it's just the arse has fallen out of it, mate. It's why I actually think the sad thing for me is I do think it's Shanks that got most affected, unfortunately. It's funny. Everyone wanted him to be the failure, like he's going to be like Cream and failed. No, the joke is he didn't fail the international tournaments. He looked great. But then he failed when he came back home. He had like the worst split of his whole fucking year. It just looks really bad at the moment. So that's a rough one. And by the way, right now you're going to face a lot of good mid laners. So let's see if they pass the first test. They should. But I tell you what, that upper half of the bracket is fucking spicy, mate. That could be all sorts of results. If we go, right, we set up the EDG one before. They do play IG. Now the problem with that is this is also where if you're EDG, by the way, you're not getting any breaks here, mate. Think about this. You got WE of all the qualification ones. That in theory is the hardest one. And now you get IG, who's in excellent form and has beaten everyone who's a top 10. Give me a break. Can't I have the TES of the world or something? Can I have a chance? Because I feel like this is one where I do think IG is just going to slay him. What do you think?
I do think that in terms of what the similarities and strengths, I think they are very similar. I think in terms of his Kaiser performances, playing similar champions to Zugala, I think there's mirrors, but EDG is just the worst version of IG, but at the same time a little bit more, let's say, disciplined in their approach. So I do think that it could be an interesting game in terms of how both teams like set up around the Dragons. I think this will be like a big test for EDG, and also in the same way against IG as well, because we didn't really have a team like that in the upper bracket. Like in terms of being like very consistent and on time on the objectives and being super sharp and disciplined. Anyone's Legend was that team, and we didn't have that this time around. So that dynamic in terms of what the best of 5 is super interesting. But IG should win.
I just thought of one of my patented Thorin shit jokes. Are you ready for a dad joke?
Okay.
Here's why I know that EDG can't win this series. Because as you said, the name of the EDG support is Parukia. So think about it. His dad, his pa, Rookie, is here. Rookie's here. His dad's here. He's already lost. It's over. His dad's going to fucking give him the belt. Listen, you know, I have a special talent at really shit dad jokes.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, Thorin, we've done the show now for almost a year, and that's the most artistic thing you've said. I swear.
Especially because, unfortunately, I also do have, depending on how you look at it, the weakness, Yamato, that I find my own jokes way too funny as well. They're not that good, I know. So I have zero shame in it. There you go, Rookie. His Rookie is here. So what can he do? It's in his name. It's destiny. He can't possibly win. Anyway. No, the real problem as well, I do think as well in this matchup is, like I say, you've also picked a team that's actually had a very good floor this summer split. They haven't really dropped the games in the same way as the others did randomly. So, except for at the beginning of the split with the FPX one, like you said, aside from that one game, like EDG just hasn't been as good a team. They haven't played at the same level. Come on.
Yeah,
it's not happening.
It's like, bro, I'm excited for EDG, but not enough for them to beat IG. I think EDG is the type of team that could, like, I if I had to predict right now, like I can see them being like the 5th best in this context. Like I could see them beating like Weibo Gaming, JDG, and then I can see
they
them
could do
being
a low bracket run.
I can see them being good enough to beating like a team that has completely
By the way,
shot their mental, you know?
I just said it earlier, right? If they lose this game and we assume BLG wins, right? They'll play JDG in the low bracket. Bro, that's not impossible for EDG to win. Then if you remember, you flip the bracket after that. Well, at that point, you could be playing like fucking NIP or something or Weibo Gaming. Like, again, this is not impossible. You could come fourth. That's like, if you're EDG, there's like a slight outside chance you can nick that last world spot even, or well, the one that you play against the fucking LCK or whatever it is, but you could get that. That's not as crazy a pipe dream as it would have seemed when you were in that lower group.
Like one of the top 4 teams is collapsing, and it ain't IG.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we know, like we've talked about the resilience. So it's not the copium. It's like we know about the resilience. But Bilibili, AL, and Top Esports, they definitely have the capacity to collapse, and one of them will. I don't know which one will, but if you are there, similar to the previous split where WE beat Top Esports in a game 5, EDG is the equivalent of WE in this run, I think.
Yeah, and you also think, like Anyone's Legend, who knows? Anyone's Legend, Weibo, if you're playing one of these things, maybe it's winnable. Maybe you can pull out the game 5 or whatever, yeah. Then also, I'll tell you one other reason for IG, just a narrative reason why you cannot lose this series. Bro, I know this year was rough on MKoi. But not only did he get it together in summer, but mate, you can't be called EDG MKoi, then lose to EDG when they've got nobody's on their roster after you left to go and get your last chance dance, winning the fuck out. You can't be losing to your old squad like that, bro. That would just be so humiliating. Like that does matter. That you should have pride for yourself in that sense. You were EDG for like 10 years, so come on, mate. Come on. That can't happen. That's too far. If I'm MKoi, this is like the series of my life, motherfucker. You know what I mean? This is what you're missing.
The worst possible timeline for us would be if they somehow lost to EDG and then Doinby beat IG in the lower bracket. That would be the worst timeline possible.
Luckily, I don't believe it's going to happen. It's all good.
Yeah,
then, I also do think the bottom half of the bracket, it's not that interesting overall. It's just interesting that if we get IG, BLG next one, that's been a banger matchup, actually. It's been a really fucking interesting one where you have like good macro against no macro. You have loads of strong players elsewhere. But mate, BLG, JDG, listen, I will give you this. When you're in a world where you have Jun and you have Pays, you have a chance to win some games. You can win games in the series. I just don't believe you can actually beat them in the, like for all the things we said, bad late game and all that. Mate, that's not going to matter. You're just going to win the game in 20 minutes. You know what I mean? It's not going to be any late game. Surely BLG wins the series.
As even today, it's like JDG played against LGD and there were moments where LGD were like in really winning positions.
Yep.
That's
illegal,
crazy.
mate.
Like
That's
I
illegal.
watched LGD in the Nirvana bracket, and that like this team is ass. This team is straight ass.
Yes.
And JDG currently in the way they are playing, they're basically just like they're like a deaf gazelle, you know, just grazing, and then hoping that the predator that's coming after them drowns or something along the way. But they're just waiting and waiting and waiting. And if the enemy team has any semblance of like gameplay at all, you're going to just beat JDG. And I don't have high hopes for them at all. Scout can play like one good game every 10, and that's just not enough when you play against Knight and Bin. And I think that you could like even Billy at their worst will beat the JDG in my mind.
Yes, agreed. I mean, people forget there was times in the split where BLG looked like they might have even been the best team. For reals, like they were. Look, yes, they had the late game problems, but aside from that, they've also put quite impressive like game wins on the board as well, mate. Like they can kick a game off anyone in this league, if not win the series. Yeah. I have to say, I'm so hyped generally for this bracket and the double elim aspect, man. There's going to be some amazing ones. Mainly, it's in the next round. But soon, like, think about this. The next round, in theory, is top esports, anyone's legend, IG, BLG. Mate, I'm already cooking. Ooh. That's fucking fire. And these are all BO5s. It's a dream, innit?
Bro, I don't understand why, like you know, when we are going through LCK and LPL, it just makes me more angry about LEC, you know, like,
I know.
Why couldn't we have like this double elimination bracket?
Yep.
Like give every team like a warm-up series. Let's see how everyone lands, you know, like why not, you know? Why are they starting in hell from the get-go, you know? Just get some more volume in there, more games in there would be nice. We didn't need like the break week. We could have just started with those series and it would have been fine. But yeah. I guess they needed to give credit to the regular split, you know?
I think one thing that's mad underrated, they never get their flowers, is, mate, if I look over the history of League of Legends, the LPL wins the format battle hands down. Like, they've had a lot of different formats that they've tried. It's whether a lot of things we're experimenting with. Mate, they've picked all the best ones, as far as I can tell. I used to love that old format they had from last year, the one where you play the crazy bracket into the double elim 4, but this one's really good too, mate. Again, 8-team double elim BO5 bracket to see who goes to Worlds. That's fucking fire. And if you're a top team, there's no excuse. Like, I can't blame the bracket format. That's a fucking really sturdy format. Like, if I'm good enough, I'm going to Worlds. So I love this, mate. I think LPL, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the decision making is there, who decides it, but whoever it is kills it. Like, I think they've done it. If you think about where they began with a really traditional sort of a normal bracket. They've set the precedent, in my opinion. In fact, I think if you look at the LCK, I think the LCK copied the LPL. That's why it took the LCK a long time to get double elim in their playoffs, etc.
And also just even how they started, like that was a standout because it seems like LPL is focusing on what is important always. It's like they make sure that competitively it's sound, but also the purpose of what the split is, they seem to really hone in on that. Because even though there were periods where they had like these seeding matches, these long best of fives, they made sure that they were played and it was made sure to be fair. We also had in winter where we had these group stages, right? But they made sure that best of fives were being played. And they were willing to make sure that the teams play more games, that the seeding was done like appropriately. Because none of the teams that ended up in the bottom 6 can say that, oh, we didn't have the chance and we just got an unlucky draw. Because that wasn't the case. The process to get all the teams to that point was done very, very fair.
I think we just do a little break and then do some viewer questions. If you notice, like, the other reason I also didn't go too crazy with the LPL is it was mainly just preparing the bracket. Like, we're going to be talking about the LPL and let's get fucked on these next few weeks, guys. Don't worry about that. So let's do a little break and come back and do some viewer questions and wrap, yeah?
Sounds good.
Right, it is the viewer questions segment, which sounds self-explanatory, except the obvious question becomes, how do I, your viewer, ask a question? And it's not just via Twitch chat or YouTube comments. This is for people who subscribe and support the Last Free Nation Discord. If you do that, you get access to a channel where it's mainly for League. It's mainly just going to be somebody inside to ask questions. Remember, if you don't want your name read out, say it. But if you actually happen to be a CS fan, I can tell you the main detail it is useful for is when we do the hot take point made, you can submit a hot take there. You can also do that for League too. We just have that show less often is all. So let's get into it. I'm now going to select questions from the Last Free Nation Discord, the aforementioned one, and we'll see where we go. Okay. Need for Speedo says, excluding Hooney, who are some of the best esports players to represent themselves in contract negotiations? I'm actually not familiar with that being the case. Is there any famous examples, do you know, of players who like rep themselves and they do the deal, they don't use like an agent or something?
Damn, it's kind of a tough topic, right?
I just wonder as a
Because
coach,
it's
do you know people? I don't even know if you're allowed to say that information or like, is that private information? I don't know, mate. Who knows?
Oh, like the one thing that stands out, there's been players, very high profile players that get like represented by their parents, which is like,
Oh, yes, that's true. Yeah, you're
that's
right.
like
Actually,
an
yes.
angle.
Yes.
Like that has
right.
happened. Which
I mean, famously, Svenskeren back in the day, that was the TSM thing with Rich from H2K, if you remember. It was that, if no one remembers, by the way, that was back in the day, I wasn't even Rich's friend back then. I always defended him on that one. Because, you know, fans always took that as like Rich was in the wrong and Svenskeren was right. No. If you ever followed the facts of that story, here's what actually happened. And I know Svenskeren, by the way, and I get along with him. He wouldn't even dispute this. He was just a young guy. What really happened was he did the musical chairs where he was scared he wouldn't get his spot because he was on SK Gaming, which is not a big paying org. And at the time, H2K was a good team. You remember, they were like better than SK, well, they were at a similar level at the time. And so he took the deal thinking, oh, I'll just secure that. But then they didn't expect TSM to want him. So when TSM wanted him, obviously it was like, fuck, can I get out of this thing? He'd verbally agreed, which by the way, in Germany is legally binding. He had verbally agreed to join H2K, famously for 5.5 fucking K, hence the meme. And then he basically tried to like back out the deal because he got a better offer from TSM for way more money. And here's the part people don't get. This is where they always get it wrong. They always tell the story, oh, Rich from H2K is an asshole. He abused Svenskeren's mother. No. Svenskeren put his own mother, who I think might be like a lawyer, as his representative, and then Rich went back and forth with her. He didn't, like that sounds like, call up Svenskeren's mum, like, listen, you old cow, you're going to bloody put him on that. They tried to spin that the dirtiest way possible, whereas as far as I know, I believe he was just represented by his parents is the thing. So
his father is in PR now.
It's actually a common thing, though. Some players do that.
Yeah. Like
Right.
it has happened, and there's been circumstances where like I cannot say specifically, but there's like moments where the tide of like European League of Legends history has changed because like parents tend to focus on what they deem as stability, and maybe they don't understand like market conditions or what the value of a player is. And they focus on like, oh, we will sign a long-term deal just to make sure you're safe and that you have this so you don't have risk. Like very risk averse. When in reality, maybe these particular players could do something amazing. But I can't say more than that because I wanted to give the question as a something, but
you can't say
also not my story. Yeah, I can't say specifics.
No, that's the problem with the question.
Happened.
Yeah.
That's
the problem with the question is it's sort of by default we can't answer it. That's just built into it, innit?
I will write it to you, though.
Here's a good one. Franny Boy asks, who was/is the most boring great player to watch? So it has to be a player who legitimately was great, you might. It can't just be like fucking, again, like Barbadagi or something. It has to be actual, like, you know, somebody who actually, like, they were very good at the game. Who would be a good example of somebody who's a great player who's boring? I can tell you an obvious one, Yamato. I am in the chat. Obviously, my boy Froggen and my boys Larson, they're both great players, but you have to really be into laning to enjoy their game. If you are, by the way, which, by the way, I am, because that's what League began as. If you don't know, at the beginning of League of Legends, the famous line was, win lane, win game. That's what the game was back then. If you were a super powerful, I mean, think about how powerful mid laners used to get if you farmed, by the way. I don't know if anyone's ever seen this story. I think I got Ocelot to tell me it, Carlos, in my reflections I did with him. But basically, I actually met a CS major one time. It was when Froggen was over there playing in LCS, so he was living in America. And he actually chose, because I think his girlfriend was like in the CS or something. He came to like one of the CS majors. I think it was like MLG Columbus in 2016 or something. And when he came to this major, I was at this tournament and I knew them. So I met up with him and his girlfriend, who was like that famous streamer. She actually became like an Overwatch streamer years later, that Fran girl. And Ocelot was there because obviously G2 had a CS team. And when they met up at the bar, Ocelot and Froggen, like old school rivals from like season 2, Ocelot even said, oh, this motherfucker, like none of us knew how to play against him because we were using back in the day, we'd all like go mega aggro in lane and we'd all like trade our health for the other enemy's health and CS and fucking battle each other and try and solo kill each other. Because back then it was like swag and trying to solo kill. And he said, and then this guy would just come into lane and just kill all the CS and go back. And you'd be like, what the fuck? And basically back then, he just realized the hack was if you don't have to kill people, there's no risk. So you just get your 15 CS. That's like a kill's worth of gold. And then you just get the items. So if you were frogging, back then that was genius. The problem is in later years, as people will know by the narrative Chovy has around him, even though it's not accurate now, if your specialty is farming, that's considered very boring now. That's what fans want. Fans want what Knight did. You know when Knight, like in 2021, he had a stat, he had like 34 solo kills or something. That's what people want League of Legends mid lane to be. They want it to be aggro playmaking chap like an Akali that goes in into some crazy angle under the fucking tower. You last hit them, then you just get out on the front. That's what everyone wants. No one wants it to be like, wow, look at this. He's farmed like 12 CS per minute. Like that's... But if you're a weirdo, that's cool. But I've always understood why that's boring. So I'll say Froggen surely can be on this list. He's a great player, but he's pretty boring, right?
Yeah, I'm at the same boat as you because I like if someone's playing good League of Legends, regardless of what that is, I enjoy it. Like I find bad League of Legends boring. That's my issue. I find bad League of Legends very, very boring. So for me, it's like it's a contradiction in itself. But I do think like what stood out, if anything, is always those teams that really, really suck out the air of the game. Nothing happens, it's stable. I think like the 2022 GenG, like their play style was like really like that, where like there was no kills. Like there was a long era of LCK being memed on for having no action and no activity. And I think a lot of them modeled themselves around, the Chovy way of approaching the game, even though like his first initial year on Griffin was a very explosive one with that roster. But other than that, it's like it's always the farmers, right? It's like I think you nailed it with the Froggins. It's always the farmers that people think are boring. But people gotta eat, That's just, they're important for the game.
The other one I would give as well would be maybe the players where they're like the jungler without the hand, so they have to just always be smarter and find the edge and cover. Like essentially a cover jungler would probably also be something that like a casual fan's not that into. They want you to be like a Kanavi super carry guy who just shits whatever. They don't want to see the guy where it's like you almost like your style is to make fights not happen. Like you just arrive there in time.
Like Smithy or like Broxa.
I think to them they think that's boring, but I put it this way: all the people I know who are experts revere Smithy. I think he was dope as fucking Team Liquid, mate. Like his mental was crazy, wasn't he? He could just come back in any game. It was fucking sick. I have mad respect
with the
for
tank
that.
players top, I guess. Yeah, tank players too, like an impact, a later career.
I mean, mates, think about the one of the biggest divides, in my opinion, in modern pro league is the difference that of experts, what they think about Peanut and what fans think about Peanut. A fan just sees a guy who played Poppy a million times, like, this is shit. If you're an expert, you're like, yeah, but bro, look at like when he did, indeed, let's take the Poppy games. How many times did that guy nail the fucking carry to kick him out the fight and win a whole fight? Yeah, he's not the one killing them, but him getting that guy out, that ADC out the fight, wins you the fight, mate. Like, again, it's not the sexiest shit, but I tell you what, if you appreciate the game, this is a level that's like, yeah, it's worth respecting. Anyway, good question, by the way. I do like that. I've never had that question before. That's pretty legit. What about Nadnerb says, has there ever been a player more ruined from their pocket pick getting buffed into the meta than Shanji with Rumble? That's pretty good, actually. If you remember OMG, that's a pretty funny joke, actually. What do you think? It's true. He's not even on a team anymore, mate. He's booted off the squad. Even though, as he says, Rumble's mad meta now. In theory, he should be loving it, right?
No, it's as if somebody... Like when people give you these hypotheticals, like, oh, if you had a time machine and you would be a player during this era, would you just smurf? Like Shanji is that guy who basically got a time machine in 2025, and then he went a couple of years back and started spamming Kesanta and Rumble before anybody else. And he was like, guys, these champions are broken. Like, I know it. Just trust me. And then he just started playing them. And then everyone just caught up. Everyone caught up. It's not even that Rumble got like giga buffed. It was just that the Rumble was like very strong. It was just like the whole rework because he wanted to like make the champion be more viable top lane than mid lane because people were playing it mid back then in jungle. So he wanted to remove the power and he shifted it to like percentage damage. And then Shanji just utilized it ahead of everybody else. and he just kept playing it, and then eventually everybody caught on, because in the LPL nobody, like, you think Breathe and Bin and like Ale wanted to play Rumble, like this team fight top lane that needs to connect. No, this it was dishonorable. So everything just caught up so late, and then on his final year, like, his Rumble was not special, Cassandra was not special. He tried to do the Nasus thing, and then it was just cooked. But I honestly think he held the ruse up so damn long. Because nobody wanted to play Rumble in the LPL, so I think he got away with it way longer than anyone else ever could. Especially now when Fearless makes things a little bit more obvious.
Right, there's a question here, Yamato, that I'm conscious of the fact I don't want this show to last 1 hour longer. So we're not going to do it like a full-on Thorin's Thought style, but we're going to do like a quick version. We're going to do the equivalent of what you'd scribble down the back of a napkin if you were in a bar. So the question is, what would our top 5 all-time LEC 5-man lineups be? So again, we're not going to do like 50. We're just going to try and make a top 5. So I'm going to guess I can make it quick and say number 1 is going to be the G2 super team, right? So assuming we get one out of the way, who then starts to get in the conversation? Who would be who's the second best 5-man lineup of all time, do you think?
I think we got a 2018 Fnatic needs to be in there, right?
That's a good contender, yeah. Even listen, I'm not the biggest Broxer fan, but I will also say that was Broxer's best period. Like, he looked insane at that Worlds, yeah.
Like the Suaz Beppo, both of them were like really insane.
Yeah.
I think 2015 Fnatic Summer, like with Reckless, Hooney, Rainover, this one was just like I'm just rating it in my mind over how hard it was to beat them.
Yeah.
I think I underrated one based on how they just did, like, even though like MSI, like I do think that the 2017 G2 lineup, like the Mithy, Sven, Perks, Trick.
Oh, sure, the best in the West one, yeah.
Like this one is pretty damn good. And then I wonder how far back we want to go, you know?
That one, here's what people forget with that one, Yamato. They won both domestic splits, MSI final over WE, by the way. And then at Worlds, everyone always forgets the 2 teams in their group were literally both top 4 teams. RNG and Samsung, the winners, were there. And they gave really good games to them, by the way. Like, I agree, that team is slept on because everyone remembers the later years when they made the runs at the far. But the joke is that roster on paper is better than like the one the next year with Wadid and Yaren. And that made top 4. I know what you mean. That's actually a sleeper shout. Yeah, for you. They can be, I don't know whether they'd be in the top 5, but they'd be top 5, I'm with you.
So he specifically mentioned like LCS in the question. So like I'm not counting like I don't know how far back we're going, you know, because there was like the I do think that the 2014 summer winner, like they were
Alliance?
so damn they were so damn good. But like their Worlds run was so bad, so it's hard to argue for them.
The problem that squad had was the actual individual players were all very good. I mean, people forget. Shook back then, mate, was a demon on League Sim.
Insane. Yeah.
Everyone's going to forget Nif. Mate, Nif was a really good sort of like Nami type support, enchanter support player. Yeah, it's a really good player. That team was cracked. The problem they had was maybe the macro wasn't as good. You know, they had, as far as I know, they lacked like a shot caller or something. You know, they just played the way. You know, that's not a bad shout. I'm trying to think who else.
Who do we have in season 3? It was like that Fnatic lineup wasn't super exciting.
No, it wasn't. And obviously the Gambit one wasn't as good because the Edward left, didn't he? You know, the other one I'm tempted to put in, I know it might seem like a bit out of nowhere pull, but actually that H2K lineup that had the Forgiven, Odoamne, Yankos, look on paper, it's a very good fucking roster of players. Yeah, it never won a split and it only made the top 4 and it got to play Air next. I get all that. But you look at those players though, mate, that's a fucking... For history, those are like Hall of Fame players. Think about that. Odoam there, Yankos. Rio's from Korea, sure. That one doesn't count as much. But like Forgiven and Vander, these are all players at one point in time were like contender for best in their role. Very good roster. Anyway, that'll do. That's a quick version. Like I told you, we're not going to do an insane one.
Yep.
Right. Wait a second. There's some of these are shit questions, so I'm going past them. Right, here's one. Tallahassee Riot Supervisor says, is there anything either of you miss about the days before technology became such a big part of everyday life? Is there anything you're nostalgic for that doesn't exist now in life?
Honestly, like as a growing up, you know, just the fact, like not having phones, I think is extremely just underrated. Like I consciously myself remove, like if I'm at a restaurant and I'm spending time with people, I consciously don't look at my phone. I'm very hard to reach in those moments. But I can see like other people also pulling to the phone, you know, they're pulling to the phone. whether it's like they're getting messages, they're getting notifications, they're getting pulled to the phone, and there's an element of that I don't like, because I remember growing up where nobody had phones, and if someone did, it was like a shit phone where you just showed like, yeah, here my parents can call me and I can play like Snake, or like like people had Walkmans with like 3 songs on them, like a Walkman phone, like a Sony Ericsson phone. Because like growing up, it's like to reach your homies, you had to walk over to their block, you had to knock on the door. Is he home? Does he want to hang out? It's like nowadays kids don't need to do that. All of them have smartphones and shit, and I feel like there's something lost in that. I think phones, just not having phones would be nice, just to be able to disconnect. People are too reachable, too connected, and I think it's just your brain just is wired and just fired up all the time, and I think that's killing us slowly.
Mine is associated with the phone, but it's not directly because of the phone. It's this, Yamato, is that before everyone had access to social media, the reason why the world was a better place is because I'm not even trolling. Young generation will not even be able to understand what I'm saying when I say this. Politics didn't matter until about 10 years ago. I'm not joking. And you know why? Because no one had social media, so no one knew what your politics are. So if you meet someone in real life, here's how you judge them. Are they a cool person in real life? And do they act in a way do they behave in a good manner? If they do, by the way, you don't then go, well, I'm going to ignore all that because I saw from his tweets, he supports cause X, which makes him a piece of shit. And he is subhuman and doesn't have you. That's one of the worst. Because by the way, I can tell you from the esports industry, Yamato, when I used to go to events 10 years ago, people, if they met me in real life and they were cool, then they were cool and I was cool. That's how it worked. In the meantime, you'd have all these weird things where it's like high school, where people form these cliques on Twitter, where suddenly there's a guy I've met in real life 3 times and we had drinks and an awesome time and great conversations, and politics never even came up. But now he's not even allowed to fucking follow me on Twitter because, oh, you've said these things. And it literally just divides people, man. It's just shit. Like, the upside of it is so incredibly minuscule, and the downside, especially in the esports news, I can tell you, has been so garbage. Like, there are people, again, who've said outrageous things that are really horrible, but in real life, they'd never ever done that. Like, you would just get along with those people. Maybe they were even good at their job. Maybe you even like them because politics never was a topic. So I feel like, in a negative way, technology has forced everyone to have to like pick political sides in every fucking issue. And I don't know about you, mate. I hate that. I'd rather go back to the days where it's like, if in real life we're cool and we have one area of politics we disagree on, well, mate, we're not the ones actually deciding the world. Just don't talk about that topic. Like, I'll give you a quick example without saying who. No one would know who watches this show, but anyway, it was a nutter, unfortunately. There was a person who actually later did become a nutter, and sadly even Richard couldn't handle them. But there was once a person who Richard was friends with who was like that on Twitter. They were saying outrageous shit on political stuff. And I said to Richard, like, how are you mates with that person? Like, how do you get along with them? Like, they have totally opposite opinions to you on certain topics. And he goes, oh, I just tell them, fuck politics. Let's just have a beer and talk about something cool. And so at the time, that's what I want the world to be like. Not this shit where it's like, yeah, but what you said on Twitter, like, who gives a fuck about Twitter, mate? It's a bunch of text. Surely humans are what's important, not text written on the internet. You know what I mean? So I miss the old days of that, mate. I don't think we can ever go back to it, sadly.
It's additionally, it's weird because I don't know. So social media just seems so unreal. Like I'm wrestling with the ideas. Like it's either people are bots or people. It's just.
I know what you mean.
It's not connected to reality at all. It's like,
and everyone's so extreme, aren't they? It's nuts.
Everyone's so extreme. Everything's in your face, and it's like the overall interactions that you have with human beings are mostly positive. At least in my experience. Maybe I'm lucky, but.
Especially in real life, of course, yeah.
It's like, bro, I was at the NLC event now. Like, I didn't meet a single person that was bad. Not. It's like, it just doesn't.
By the way, this is a famous thing everyone in the industry says. Online, it's 24/7 hate. You think everyone reviles you. You go to an event and everyone's fucking lovely to you and kissing your ass and asking for photos. You're like, what world? Is this like, did I go to another dimension? Is this Stranger Things? Did I go to the fucking upside down or something when I go on social media? What the fuck are we doing? It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, here's one where, again, we can make a short version without doing a massive list. Layer 8 says, so he means who are some NA/EU players that should coach their role when they retire? Good question. What do you think? Who would you put forward for that?
It's like, you just have to go
I'll tell you an obvious one to me. I'll give you a meat. Like, look, I guess I assume he means region, not just nationality. If you mean region, to me, Core JJ being a coach feels like one of the most obvious moves of all time. Like, also, this guy even has some sort of skill for speaking to Westerners, mate. Like, remember, he's the one who organised the in-houses. He's the one who fucking has worked with all these different ADs. It actually just seems like he has a brilliant mind and a very nice personality that would... Andy, I also get the vibe, mate, in his teams. He's won people's authority. He has that presence. So, to me, assuming I'm allowed to pick him as like an NA player, he's a slam dunk, mate. He'd be a mega coach, I feel like.
I think Whip was the easy one, but I think Inspire would also do like a really good job, just on his record of playing with some like rookie players, whether it's Jojo Pune or like Danny as well. Like these are some guys that he has played with and he's done well with. He seems to have like that bluntness that Nuktak has that makes him function well as a coach. Trying to think of who would work in Europe. I feel like Broken Blade as a personality, he seems to be someone that like connects to his players, and it's often you see like whenever you see like the videos, it's like he's taking the team captain role, not because it's like a team needs to have a team captain, they just choose one, but he's actually like taking the role of that. Like he speaks to his team when they do the huddles, like he's taking the steps of trying to push his teammates outside of the game, and also comms wise also wants to take responsibility. And he seems to be the type of person to have a very good read on like how people feel and what they need to hear. Kind of similar to like what Niski's strength is. It's like as a player, he's very good at reading the room, and he's willing to make like jokes about himself, and he can like feel if someone's down, he can like, oh, so do you want to go? Let's go out and eat. Let's have lunch. Let's talk about it. Like he has a good kind of like he can feel the energy in the room, which I think is not super common, especially like with guys that just play games and then join a big team right away, and then the social skills isn't like their biggest strength, and I think that's super important in league esports.
I think another obvious one, bear in mind, he was saying like their role, not even just general coaching. Another obvious one to me is Yankos. Mate, this guy would have it all. Like, he's not only is a winner and it does care about like, being competitive, but he also can be a backseat player sometimes when he needs to be to let the star take players. He's also, I've heard the story goes that he has amazing comms in his teams. He seems like actually a very level-headed person too. Maybe younger, he was a bit fierier. Now, if anything, he's got that veteran. But I think there's another slam dunk. He would be a mega fucking person to work in the league, I feel like. You know what's funny? I know this will sound like an out there one, because normally the logic in sports goes, you don't want like superstar players, because it tends to be that like they sort of can't tell you like, just do a 360 dunk, bro. Like, like that's not coaching. But I'll tell you what, I actually do think genuinely someone like Caps could actually coach his role, mate. Because I actually think Caps has like hidden depths that he hides. I've always thought Caps' trick he does, Yamato, is the wackiness. He makes it seem like, he's just like a weird savant. He's just a silly guy, but then, he just wins in the game. No, there's like an intelligence behind how Caps talks that like when they're winning and he needs to be fun, it's a lighthearted atmosphere. Yeah, he's all silly with his personality, with his teammates or in interviews, but I can tell you from doing interviews with him, he's actually quite a serious guy, mate. And he's actually a very reflective guy too. Like every time he's re-signed with G2 or they've changed rosters, he has given that a lot of thought. Like, what am I trying to accomplish? Where am I? I can tell you, he's very reflective in a good sense, as in like he knows what his level is. He knows when he's not like his fans. He doesn't think he was the best every year, bro. Or that every year was like he could match Faker or whatever. He knows there's been years that were down years or times when he lost a bit. So I feel like I think he'd have to grow into the role. Like he obviously, how he communicates will probably be an area he'd have to level up. But I think he's got the mind for it, mate. I think he could do it. I think he's actually one of the most reasonable superstar players I've ever met. He doesn't have that crazy star ego that I'm used to getting from them,
Yep.
Right, we'll do a couple more, then we'll leave it. So, Light, the guy producing the show, seems a bit self-indulgent, but whatever. He paid to subscribe. Well, he probably didn't. Got it for free. Just stealing from the poor. All right. Who's next? Oh, no, he did pay. Okay, he apparently did pay. Do not refund him, admin. He needs to pay for this. No, whatever. Technically, he also get paid, so he took it out of his own wages. It's all good. What are some of your favourite show matches / exhibition matches that were actually enjoyable rather than detracting from the main event? He also put that you can say CS if you want, but it's probably going to be League. Is there any League like show match or exhibition that you actually thought were fun? Can you remember any of like stand out in your mind?
I just kind of miss the All-Star events. I
Right.
thought like seeing like the 1v1s between like Faker versus like whoever, like
You mean when
Whippo or
Falcon beat
Soaz.
Faker on a Nivea 1v1 laning? Yes, I do remember that, Yamato, believe it or not. I've rewatched it a few times, you know.
Ah, yes,
Listen,
yes.
listen, you come at the king, you best not miss Faker. You wanted you might be the king of League of Legends, but king of a Nivea 1v1? No, that's a Danish guy, my bro. That's a Danish guy.
Hey, bro, you see, that shit is what I missed. That shit was hype as fuck. And Jizuki was
It
telling me
was.
it did like the 1v1 tournament. They flew them out to Vegas. Everyone's having a good time. Like that to me was super fun. Like just
Okay.
seeing like a more relaxed environment, but still with like some stakes on the line. You know, like I think it was we need more of that because otherwise, in terms of show matches, we don't get anything in League. Like I couldn't care less about some
Oh,
pro
I
players
know.
playing against Doombots. Like I don't care. Like that's just boring. There was like a show match in LTA that happened, like Team Sven versus Team whoever, and I'm like,
Yes.
I don't want to fucking watch this shit. I don't care.
Yeah, I will say I actually think it doesn't work very well. In fact, I'll even say from watching CS and League of Legends, I think show matches are even worse in League of Legends. Like, if people don't know, almost every single year of League of Legends, except maybe COVID, there are actually big name all-star show matches that take place in Asia where they really do fly like Perks and people like that out, like Westerners who are old school, and they have these crazy rosters where it'll be like Perks and Uzi Eye and fucking, you know, mental rosters like that, all playing a match. And the reason you guys don't hear about it is they're just that no one gives a shit, man. These aren't good games. As you can imagine, League's such a communication-based team and such a role-based game. It doesn't even really work for like a funsies show match when they're all retired and shit. It sounds on paper, though, like, oh my god, we're gonna have like Perks versus Toys versus that sounds sick. It never lives up to it in the server. In the server, it's just like a bad 5v5 ranked solo queue game. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't good. It doesn't work. We'll do two more. So, Big Boy says, imagine you are talking to a group of fans who have only followed League of Legends esports in the era of regional leagues and have never understood the criticism from old school esports fans. How would you argue in favour of your proposed circuit to these fans he's confused himself. When he says regional, he doesn't mean the ERLs. He means like regions. So what he's essentially meaning is if we were trying to sell him, because I assume he means past episode, we want the open circuit, right? If we had an open circuit or a tournament circuit where, you know, it wasn't just like Europe, it was like Europe versus NA versus some Koreans, you know, like CS basically, or Dota, etc. Essentially, how would you, to someone who only knows EULCS, LEC, you know, someone who only knows regions, what would the argument be? How would you sell them on it, Yamato? What would you tell them?
I think the main thing with any entertainment product, I think that the goal should be that the entertainment product really values the viewer's time. And the epitome of that we have in League Esports is when we have the international competition, because you have the biggest teams, the biggest fan bases clash against one another with the biggest stakes possible. The regional leagues, they have very little stakes and they don't value your time the same way. It's like you can watch 5 hours of an world finals, or you can watch 5 hours of year ones in the LEC. The equivalency is just not there. You want to recreate that magic and you want to have those clashes so you can build out the storylines way further and have those matches go against, we want to have those teams go against one another so a year is complete. Because in some cases, you have teams that are great within a year, and maybe they don't play against specific teams. You don't get those specific matchups, and the storylines never get fulfilled. The biggest example, of course, something we mention often, is Faker versus Rookie. We haven't seen them play against each other barely. Like 2 matches at MSI, and then like some Korea versus LPL clash in the middle of the year. Like that shit doesn't count. And we are sitting here just hurt by it, rather than having the clashes with the big teams that we want to see throughout the year.
No, I agree with you. The main area I would start with is just narratives, mate. Essentially, it would deliver so many narratives that you just don't get otherwise. Because like you say, the opportunities to ever have Trophy Faker, Trophy Knight, or Faker versus Rookie, the problem is you only even on paper had like some 3 or 4 chances to do it, and it just didn't happen. So that would 100% happen all the time in a massive open circuit. They would have met a million. The joke is they really would have met like 10 times in their prime, and we'd really know how good they are. Like if anyone follows a game like CS, by the way, the obvious hack here would be, do they follow other esports games. Because if you follow Dota or CS, I would just use this exact example. I'd say, you know how in CS, the best thing is, it's not that we debate like, oh, but who's the best between Ziwu and Donk? Well, they've only played twice. They've played a million times. Like, that's one of them, and they've played the same teams a million times. So we have a really good sense of like eye test wise who's better when they go head to head, who's better against this type of team. So I feel like most people, I think, aren't even fans of the game as much as they're fan of star players, they're fan of superstars, they're fan of the best players. And one of the biggest things you want, just like if you're a UFC fan, you're not really a fan of every random fight. You're a fan of the title fight. You're a fan of the contenders. You're a fan of the greatest players of all time, super fights. That's what I think we lack when we have the regional circuit, because by definition, we're divided by region. So unless you're both in the same region, that's why we picked LCK and LPL as the examples. You don't get to see those matchups. You just don't get those battles. And I do think, by the way, the reason it really sucks in League is because those two examples aren't just whatever players, Yamato. Rookie and Faker are arguably the contenders for the best mid laner ever. You can argue in the modern day their equivalent is Knight and Trophy. They're also the next GOATs. So the idea the GOATs don't play each other. Think how much tennis would fucking suck if like Nadal and Federer had played twice. They played a million times. That's what made it awesome. That's what made the rivalry so sick. And like in that matchup, you get to actually see who head-to-head is better. You will know after seeing them play a million times. The reason it suck now is, even though we're joking about what if like T1 and IG meet at Worlds and they play in the quarterfinals, it'll be hype, but it won't really decide who was better all time because it's just one series in 2025. We needed a series every year or every 3 months or something, you know. So yeah, I'm with you. The last question, I can do this one quick. The guy called Fede says, can you rank the Premier League's big six teams? He means the classic big six, if people don't know, from who you like the most to who you like the least. So I'm going to assume he means the current squads, not like the historic teams. If you meant the historic teams, you have to ask a question. If you mean right now, who do I like the best? It's easy. First of all, I'm a Liverpool fan, so I'm going to say I like Liverpool the best. I also think they have the best roster. They've done an awesome job in this transfer window. Actually, just like the league, I do think of the other teams, I would pick Arsenal second. One, historically, I've always actually liked Arsenal anyway, because when I was a boy, the enemy was Man United, and the only team back before the Chelseas and the Cities that could beat Man United was Arsenal. They were the ones that were the rival that could beat them, maybe. So I always was a fan. I thought the French connection was awesome. Arsene Wenger was great. And actually, even the modern day team, even though it's a bit like the boring question, the strength of Arsenal is their defense. They do have a really good fucking defense. Like they're awesome at keeping clean sheets and stopping people scoring. So like some of the people in that match in Liverpool Arsenal were like, yeah, Wirtz is shit. It's like, mate, he's playing a very good defense. It's really hard to get in on. So I thought that was legit. Then I would go currently with Chelsea. I think they're an exciting team. I think people like Cole Palmer are fucking ballers. Do enjoy watching them. I think I would put City fourth. I still think they're a good team. The problem is Kevin De Bruyne, I thought was always their best player. So to me, they've lost a bit of like the fire and some of even that playmaking style. So to me, they're a bit more boring. Fifth, I'm going to go Spurs because fuck Man United. They get to be last. So Spurs just gets fifth by default. Sadly, I don't really have that many players I enjoy watching. I used to like Kane and Son, but they don't have either now. And the last place, Man United, because fuck Man United forever. And also, I like that they're like cursed now. They have that quality, which just shows they are fucked, which is all the players go there, get way worse, but the second they leave, they look great elsewhere. Like, I actually feel so bad. Like, the McTominay guy looks awesome at Napoli. The fucking Anthony looked way better at Real Bet. All these players look better, so fuck Man United. They get to be sixth. There you go. End of the show. See you next week. We'll be fully into the playoffs and all the regions. We'll see you on the next Summoning Insight.